they get their numbers big enough, strong enough in certain parts of the country, they're going to want to, engage in some level of warfare with us, even if it's political warfare or whatever the case may be. Um, they're going to be against the population that exists here. I think that's already evidence in many ways. And I talked to a few older, they're still Pan Africanists. I talked to them. We go back and forth on the thread, and I've just realized this one guy's connected to Cobra, so that it kind of all adds up when you think about it. But they're into the Democrat Party, Democrat propaganda. The red people are evil, the blue people are fucking amazing, and they're just kind of completely unaware, inviting these people in, so that ultimately, like I said, once they get their numbers up, if you say they're going to be 50% of our population, I think that's a nightmare scenario, um, for us, or children, or grandchildren, etc., because they're going to be in direct competition with us every chance they get. And there's nothing in the federal government that's going to stop that. There's nothing in state governments that's going to stop that. If anything, they're going to be encouraging them to get into politics, to get into positions of authority, um, and to essentially be a ruling class over us. That's essentially what's going to, once, I mean, if it's kind of already happening, but it's just going to keep accelerating.
I don't think that will happen. Look, this is what I noticed about the Africans, right? Of course, I've been to Africa. What I noticed about the Africans, right? They really, they never embrace the concept of nationalism. I don't think they even had that in their DNA. That's why a country like Nigeria that has over 400 tribes, right? That's why they're so divided, because they don't believe in that concept of nationalism, where everybody in the country, in that one country, it's the same people. I don't think they believe in that. That's why you would have the houses and the Fulanis in Nigeria. They're competing with the Igbos and what's the other tribe, major tribe? I can't even think of the other tribe. But yeah, so I don't know, man. I can't see the any of the African tribes cooperating together to try to dominate the Black American. Because if they do, man, that says a lot about us. If the Africans can come to America and dominate Black Americans, that say much more about us than them. So when Black America, look, if you go to Africa, you would think these people are you're not gonna say, well, I shouldn't say that, but they're, the things they do, the way they run their economy, the way they run their government, it's nowhere like they do in in the Asian countries or American countries. Those places are very backwards. So I can't see how African people are going to be able to dominate Black Americans. I don't see it at all. You have to go to their country and see how they run their country to really understand how they can run America, and they won't be able to do it. I mean, I just don't see it at all.
Well, like you said, they over there against each other, right? And it's not so much that they are going to combine forces in Voltron together against us. I think each individual tribal.
You're right. It's going to be an individual that's going to try to take advantage of the situation. Like, I think that's what it is. That's why you have all these dictators. Like Idi Amin, Mabuto, all these guys, Zaire, you know, they really didn't care about their own tribe.
Mm.
What they care about is was taking money from the treasury
Mm.
and making their family rich. So to
There's a
me,
lot of that, a lot of
yeah, I
corruption
just
over
don't
there.
see
A
how.
lot of
Well, yeah,
corruption.
it's going to be more of an individual thing, but I don't see how the Africans are going to cooperate together to try to dominate Black Americans. I don't see it at all.
Yeah, no, and I agree. I don't think it'll be necessarily a coordinated effort unless you know they're all in a particular area, like a school, for instance. If they're
Right,
all at a school and they all rise up the ranks within the school system, like a college or whatever, then together, because they're the Africans there and they are and let's say we are the majority, like these HBCUs, I
mm-hmm.
do see them working together against us in a scenario like that, because it's going to be a us against them mentality on many different levels. If you're talking
Right,
about across a city, then you may have neighborhoods where one particular group of people sort of cohabitate, and they live in one neighborhood, and then they start doing it that way if they rise up in the ranks politically or in businesses or whatever the case may be. So
right,
I don't believe that it's going to be a nationwide all working together on the same accord, but at the same time, I think there were 11, I want to say 11 Africans that were elected to federal office in 2022 over this last election. I think that was the number that we posted. So, that's another problem with even the stop. There's not enough food, water, or resources. There's not enough political positions to have people who come over here and very quickly they get naturalized and they're able to run for elected office. I think that to me is one of the most damaging things of all to any native population is
right.
people
And
coming
see how
in.
they doing it. And see how they doing it. Look, like let's say the Nigerians, right? A Nigerian that they don't even have to be born here. Long as they started like elementary school in America,
Crazy.
and they're around black kids all the time. Now they uh now they
Mm.
are imitating the culture. They
Mm.
can speak like us.
Right.
They look like us. They dress like us.
Right.
They do everything like us, right? So when they run for political office, right, they're gonna run. They're gonna act like they're Black Americans,
Right.
right?
Right.
And so Black Americans are going to vote for them because they're Black.
Mm.
But once they're in office, now they're gonna say, "Oh, I'm Nigerian or
Exactly.
I'm Ghana or wherever like that." But to get
Exactly.
in office, right? They know for them to be elected, they have to to
Cosplay.
reach the Black American audience. So they're gonna do what they need to do to I can't think of the words right now, but yeah, they they just know how to work it, man.
You said a mouthful. They know how to work it. So I call it cosplaying. Other people call it different things.
Right,
But
right.
essentially, they put on the camouflage of a Black American, and then, but they're nice. Like, what is this? This Emmanuel Acho, whatever, however you pronounce his name. He's a
Oh, you talking about
Nigerian.
that football player?
Yeah, he a
Yeah,
Nigerian.
yeah. He's a great example. Look, you could never tell if that guy was Black American or Nigerian.
Mhm.
He acts like a Black American. He played pro football. He was a linebacker. You would never think that guy was a Nigerian. So he's able to maneuver through the Black community with no problem.
Mm.
So he can do anything within our community, and we can never catch on until he actually say, "Look, I'm Nigerian."
And that is the issue because it's I don't think in any Asian country can a Japanese person go into China and kind of just meld themselves into society and then rise up through the ranks or anything like that. I don't know if even if an Englishman can go into Germany and rise up through the ranks like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I think it's
Yeah, that's
something
true.
that's unique here and it affects us in the most negative way possible.
Right. Look, you're correct. Look, a Japanese would never let Chinese people or Korean people come to their country
Hmm.
and dominate their country. The Philippines will never let Chinese or Thai people or Vietnamese people come to their country and dominate. I mean, matter of fact, they won't even let them become citizens of their country. It's so difficult to become a citizen in any of these Asian countries. So that's how they protect their native born population is by making it hard for the foreign population to become a citizen or start a business or own property. Look, foreigners cannot own property in the Philippines.
Mm.
So that's how they protect their native population is by making it extremely difficult for the foreign population to do anything to to raise themselves up. And I think we should do it in America. Look,
Phew.
I don't understand. Look,
In a
if foreign
motherfucking
people,
heartbeat.
if they come to America and they want to work, okay, let them work. But why do we have to make them citizens of the United States?
Or why do we got to
Wait,
make
I mean,
them
look, just give
fucking
them
mayors,
two
judges,
year
and congressmen of the fucking
working
United
visa or
States?
whatever, and then once they work their 2 years, then they'd have to leave the country. But why do they have to become citizens? That's what I don't understand.
It's a fucking nightmare, bro. Yeah, because it's a nightmare. And why? And not only like, okay, I'm with you, but I can see a citizen. I can see that. I don't think that they should have a position in the government. I think that's the part that has to change. It has to
But see, the
be.
thing is, once you become a citizen, you have all the rights of a citizen.
Mm,
You know, you can't let a
mm,
person become a citizen, then but they can't run for public office. Well, that's not fair
mm.
for a
I
citizen.
see. I see. I
So I
see. I
think,
see.
yeah. So I think the only thing you can do is like
Damn.
don't let them become citizens. Let them become permanent residents, or
Nice.
just give them 2 year visas or something like that, and they have
Mm.
to leave.
Permanent resident status.
They shouldn't become citizens. And look, I'm telling you, it's
Mm,
impossible to become a citizen of China. It's impossible to become
mm.
anybody that's not Japanese to become a citizen of Japan. It's extremely look. I've been here over 20 years. I cannot become a citizen in the Philippines, even though I've been living here over 2 decades. I can't become a citizen.
Mm. Fucking
So
insane, bro. Fucking
I don't,
insane.
So the regulations and laws should be reciprocal. Where okay, if Americans can't become a citizen in their country, then they shouldn't be able to become citizens in America.
I'm going to agree with that. The permanent residency status. Yeah, because you're right. Once you do the citizenship and of course the baby, having a baby here. I think I posted that Argentina is cracking down on Russians coming there to have babies so they can get Argentinian citizenship. So that's
Right.
another thing that we should stop because I remember reports of women flying into New York and Florida and California doing the same thing here.
Right.
Miss Rella has her hand up.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey, how you
Hello,
doing,
hello.
Rella?
I'm good. And Twitter has been treating me really bad.
Whew,
But
too
I
bad.
wanted to weigh in on the conversation. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, I'm
So
good. I'm
I
good.
wanted to I wanted to weigh in on the conversation because honestly, I don't think that I think that because they people are coming in here and they're actually, gaining citizenship off of the Citizenship Act that was passed in late 1800s or mid 1800s, I want to say, and it was specifically for It was specifically for people who were coming out of chattel slavery, and they were already free blacks who were not recognized, and they were not from anywhere else. These were generations of people who had been birthed here on the continent, on this land, and so the citizenship was not for people who came from somewhere else. It was essentially people who were here, right, who had not been given their full rights.
Right.
I think that we really need to revisit citizenship for immigrants, and they should not be able to hold public office. And there should be a level of citizenship that probably does, talk about, whether or not you could just have residency and how long, or you can just have a visa. And we should actually pull people who literally have dual citizenship, because to me, they aren't able to be loyal to the American people. And it is painstakingly clear when you see a lot of politicians starting organizations, funding organizations, or stealing money and taking money from programs that are meant for the American people. And these are people who are supposed to have the best interest of the American citizens. So that being said, I agree with Black that they should not be able to hold public office, even if they're granted citizenship. And you should have to be a naturalized born citizen to hold public office, and not a citizen, with dual citizenship, or someone from a foreign country. And that's how I feel. Sorry, that was kind of long-winded.
No. I mean, man, I'm gonna drop social down and bring you up, because you know how Twitter does. They had already collapsed space once. We just got to make sure we keep it up here. But yeah, man. So if we take away the citizenship, now how do we do that? We gotta have federal representation that can write legislation for that. I think, like you said, is just maybe clarifying what the 14th Amendment was for, who it was for, make that very, very clear, and then write something after that this, talks about this global population that just keeps coming in. I said in the space, which was like this race space, Reverend Tim was in there. Shout out to Reverend Tim. I have no issues with him. But I said that they've brought in 100 million Europeans over the last 200 years. This is the hidden immigration that absolutely does damage to Black America. The whole intention of it was to keep America white, to pump up the white numbers, because we had some states where we were majorities already, and we were close to majorities in a bunch of other southern states. And so they've written books about it that were sent directly to the president in the early 1900s, talking about they have to bring these Europeans over here to keep the country white. They've done it in all up and down Central America, South America, etc. So that was all intentional, and it's still going on. We don't get to talk about it as much unless, like, Ukraine. We know they're bringing Ukrainians over here, so that's kind of like a hot button issue because it's out in the open, but they still are coming in steadily into the country. Kind of the issue with that is, to be quite honest, is because a lot of European populations are having a hard time building up their population and keeping their population numbers up. They're not really willing as much to let those people go. They can't afford to give up any of the people over there. So now America's looking to the Mexicans and South Americans, et cetera, whatever. But I don't know if you've watched some of these video clips at the border, and I mean, you see some pale white, red hair, Irish looking people They could be Mexican, they could be South American, whatever, because again, that population has been down there. But a lot of them coming over are not the little short brown Mexicans, to be quite honest. A lot of them, and there's a mix of some Caucasian looking people coming across the border down there. And I'd also remember they had some Russians that they were keeping at the border, and I believe it might have been Ukrainians as well. So that's something to also think about. We don't think about it and talk about it enough, but it does affect us as well. Miss Trouble.
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, loud and clear, sis.
Oh, okay. Shout out to everybody. Much love. Twitter been tweaking lately. I had to leave the group and come back in because I didn't know if you could see my hand up. I had my hand up since I've been sitting in this darn drive-through for the last 20 minutes.
Oh,
I was
wow.
like, Black must be ignoring the hell out of me.
No.
You was in trouble, Black Majority. You was in trouble. Give me some nuggets, sis. Give me some nuggets.
No. I don't even think I saw you in the space.
Hey, Robert Trevor.
Yeah, it's been tripping lately, but I had my hand up since you all were talking about the other foreign blacks running in office. So I hate to switch it back. I know we're talking about all of them hidden Europeans, and you're absolutely correct about that. That's the real problem right there. But another problem is like you all was speaking on earlier, is the foreign blacks that come in and are able to cosplay us. Because a lot of our people who really aren't online to see what's going on between, Black Americans and the diaspora, however you pronounce it, black folks, still looking at it from a Pan-Africanist perspective, where we're all Black and we all love and blah 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 blah. And so what happens is, like you were speaking on, when they've been in their countries fighting each other for thousands of years. And so it's no wonder that they come here and want to pick fights with us, because that's what they're used to, because they look at us as a whole nother tribe. And so we're the tribe that's already here and already established, and we have no problem with letting them know that we built this. And so we have to be conquered. So what happens is, in my mind, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so, they come here, they're able to cosplay us. But at the same time, because they love that white man over where they're from, they bring that with them here. And the white man props them up to a certain degree. They put the battery in their pack and give them that thought process. Well, the Black people here are lazy, and so we need you to come here for A, B, and C. And so they feel like they're special when they come here. And just like Shuri or Sharika, whatever her name was, the Muslim Somali chick that was speaking, in the other spaces, they come here and they uphold the system of white supremacy, and they take on all of their talking points against us. I've had I've bumped head with a few people I've been friends with on Facebook for over 10 years now. And we've been bumping heads lately because I didn't know that they were foreign blacks until I started speaking out against immigration.
That's when they come out. They come out the woodworks.
Well, you Black Americans need to be nice to us.
Ooh,
you need to be allies with us, because we're the ones who get to decide whether or not you all get your reparations. You need us in order to get your reparations, and I absolutely resent that.
Oh, that is fucking
Why? Because
insane,
they're getting
bro.
into these political spaces.
That is
and
fucking
so because
insane,
they're getting, we don't need their vote on the streets, because if you're not in Congress, then your opinion doesn't matter.
Fuck, bro.
So their thing is, well, if you notice, if you listen to what they're saying, and it's a lot of the foreign blacks that get on and say, well, I'm a first generation American. No, you're a first generation immigrant. You're not a first generation American. And so they'll say, well, why should my tax dollars go to that? So they're looking at it from that perspective. If we get too many of them jokers in Congress, and they have that thought process of why should their tax dollars go to funding A, B, and C for us Black Americans who are owed this debt, it is over. We have got to get our people to start, our native-born Black American who have ties to this land and understand the history of this land. We have got to start getting them into these places and running for these positions, because these foreign blacks are coming here with their lips attached to some pale booty. And it's a little bit hard to kind of counteract that pale rump. When them lips are so attached to it till they don't care what they don't get from them, as long as they get the pats on their heads and the rubs on the back and a little bit of pinch on the rear end from it. Hey.
Damn.
We're up against a lot. We're up against the white numbers trying to stay white because of all of the Europeans that they are allowing in that they don't really speak about. They're not sending these people back.
Mm-mm.
They know good and well when they come in on these 5-year visas or 7-year visas or whatever, they're not going back. They get lost in the system.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Trouble. Before you finish, I want to rewind you just a little bit. I want to actually hone in on something.
Girl, hit it. Get it, girl.
Listen, I want to hit that one spot, that bright spot that you literally was just about to just eat at, and that was Shuri. And, I don't have any issue against Reverend Tim, but I have a concern about Reverend Tim taking on Shuri in regards to her position in the space of a political position, because her ideology, and I posted one of the tweets that she made in regards to her response to some things that she was responding to. And it says, it saddens me beyond words to say it, but it's true. I don't care. I don't care about the American federal government any more than I care about the regimes of China or Iran. None of them defend my rights or yours. And so I really believe, like, when you really just digest that right there, and you really you can even go down her, page and just kind of look at how her cognitive, ability that she's used to represent her views on society here in America.
Mm-hmm.
And right there, that was the point that you were actually hitting on in regards to her way of thinking coming from another country, that she herself believes that she is more superior, and that because she has no way to connect with the Black community, that we are wrong. That the Black American community, that we are wrong. And Reverend Tim, I was disappointed in that aspect, because he was trying to correct her, but he was not doing, I think, enough for me in regards to, and this is no shot at him and what he does, and I know he brought that up because, people were coming after him and his family and stuff like that, but this actually is a problem that we have, I think, when we champion people who literally tell us to our face that they have no interest in our protection, our repair, our our position being here as American citizens, if they were to get into positions of authority. And I think that was the point that I really wanted to just focus on when you were talking, sis, because that's important. That's important to the point of people who come from other countries who hold a dual citizenship should not be able to get into positions of authority in the political realm, because they are not nationalized born citizens. And that should be.
And she said that she only had, that she was forced to give up her dual citizenship, which the way that she said it, it didn't sound like she was too happy about it.
No, she was resentful. She was resentful about it. You heard it. You could hear it in her voice.
Hear it. These people come here and they hate America, and they would love nothing more but to get into office and in my mind, they're going to get in office just solely so they can destroy it.
That's exactly
but you don't have a problem with Reverend Tim, and that's cool, baby girl. But I got a problem with Reverend Tim. I know you and Black Bo said y'all don't have a problem, but I'm gonna call it out. I don't like it. You don't get in a space with us Black Americans and you talk one particular way, and then you get inside of a space with white folks and you're co-hosting with them and the foreigners.
I hear you. I hear you.
And you talk a whole lot different. Y'all hold on, I'm in a drive through. One quick.
No, you definitely hit it on the nail. And I just was, I wanted to soft shoe it because Reverend Tim has come into the spaces and we have had conversations, and I didn't want this to become a space where it was a bashing space about him, but it really needs to be a call for concern. And this is the things that we are talking about, even with the Democratic Party. You can't sit and say one thing and then sit up here and think that because you were able to find a soft space in your heart for a particular group of people, that somehow you're just going to sit around and ignore a lot of the degeneracy that people give off when it becomes a detriment to our people. That's a problem. And if I can have that conversation with Reverend Tim, I would have that conversation with Reverend Tim. I don't have to belittle him until he actually. I mean, that was a reason for me to really be like, fuck Reverend Tim. But I feel like because we've had conversations with Reverend Tim, that I'm not willing to throw him out with the bathwater. I'm willing to actually challenge him and actually say, listen, no, the accountability lies in you because you brought this to us. Right? Regardless of whatever your political affiliation is, you brought this to us, even listening to her. And she literally was nothing. She was not about anything in regards to a repair, regards to, being, patriotic about being an American and having citizenship. It really was more so about soon as I get the chance to champion for what she believes in. And oh yes, I will utilize the neo-Nazi talking points or the neo-nationalist talking points because I can get votes that way. That's why she was like, I was trying to figure out why is it that I don't have any I can't seem to connect with the Black American. She's not even concerned about the fact that she made that statement. That's a problem.
Another problem that I had with Reverend Tim was just the whole fact that he felt the need in front of the other people to discuss Reverend Black Tim. American business. I've been in you all spaces when you all are arguing, and we're not gonna do that up in here and X, Y, and Z. Like,
and he didn't even correct Aaron. Like he didn't even go against Aaron when Aaron was like, well, I'm not for reparations. We need just to get off of that. He didn't even say no. I'm for reparations.
He didn't stop him at all. He let him. No. The whole white supremacist came out in that boy in that moment. He was angry about it. I am not for. Nobody asked you what you was for. Don't nobody care about what you for. And Reverend Tim didn't even slow him down. He didn't even slow him up. Whether that was the host or not, he should have had something to say in there. I mean, he allowed you to speak any other time when it came to shutting us down. And I didn't appreciate the fact that when the white people were speaking, the first thing Tim would do after they spoke would come on and say, well, y'all are not going to attack. I can see y'all because people was doing the emojis. And so you're going to tell us that we couldn't attack them. Now, they could respond and say what they wanted to say in reference to what we were saying, but you wanted to shut us down and say, oh, well, don't come on here attacking them because that's not what we're going to do. That's not how you treat your people in the face of others. That's not what you do. So while I'm not willing to throw the baby out with the bathwater, I am willing to take the baby to task. Look, you just shit in the bathwater. We can't do that
again. I'm with it. I don't disagree at all.
So that space was a classic example of white people white-splaining everything. Like every damn thing. Every time someone got on a mic, it was they relating they got black friends or they had a talking point. Like when the dude brought up what was it he brought up? Oh man, he brought up
when he brought up God, when he kept saying that we really need to be that part was burning me. That part burned me into my soul. I said, you really sitting up here trying to utilize faith to peddle your ideology, like some re-indoctrination type shit.
Yeah, that's why I hit him with the Bible verse. But no, there was a someone who was like a speaker. He brought a per capita, and he's like, "You
Oh,
people really
Chatical.
need to learn with."
The Chatical dude.
Oh my God, he was
I remember
so
that.
bad. He
He
was
was in the
so
other
bad.
space, Black. So I went into me and Cece were in the degenerate space that Bigelow had. And I see why people be up in there because it really does take you down a rabbit hole where you can go off with these people that come in there and they actually come in there and they really believe a lot of things that they say, but they don't have any statistical information or any type of research or, um, you know, empirical information to back up what they're saying. They really just want you to believe what they're saying and it be true. And that's really, I can imagine what our ancestors were going through in regards to trying to fight, the hijacking of the narrative.
So I want to mention Mark, our buddy Mark, who popped up in the space. I think.
And I'm so tired of Chatical lying about what he is, because in every space I hear him in, he be a different type of black. He be a different type of ethnicity. And I'm like, the first time I was in a space with Chatical when he came in, and he had that black face, that profile that looked like it's a black face, John Travolta in a black.
Oh, he still got it.
He's talking about he was trans black. Now when
that was my space. That was my space. Remember when I called his ass out? And he came in. He came in just now in the other space, and I told him that. I said, "You sent me a DM telling me that you are a full blown white man." And you wanted us to help you with going against the Jewish community, and I told you that is a proxy war that Black people are not getting into, and you need to go ahead and take that up with your people, because that's degenerate behavior that you can't even sit in here with a picture of your own self. You got to use a picture of a Black man and call yourself transracial.
Oh, I remember that. I remember that space. I remember that guy. Wow. Also, I want to mention the guy Mark who came in our space from Rochester, the guy who was running for office. And it was weird because his facial features. I kind of was getting a Somalia vibe, but he sounded Black American and blah blah blah. He was talking the right talk. And then as soon as you post a picture of a Guatemalan, which who fucking knows what these people are, a Guatemalan who's crowned the reigning queen at an HBCU, he jumped off the porch. I was just like, what the hell? What's going on?
He told me I was racist. I said, wow. I said, so I'm racist for actually being a full blown American, but you sitting up here talking about something. You was in our spaces knowing damn well he was in our spaces pretending that he was a Black American and talking about how he was running on policies that's for Black Americans, when all the while, again, this goes back to this point of there are people in both parties. That's why party politics, and it has to be policy over party, does not work, because they all are for immigration. They can tell you all day long they're against immigration. Ron DeSantis is for immigration. He's just for a specific type of immigration.
Exactly.
And that's the same thing Marcus was on, because I saw that whole thread, and I just refused to sit up there and be pulled into the nonsense, because you just literally tried to use your ability to be a politician to run off and make it seem like you for Black Americans, but he's not, and then called us racist. Because he got called out. No.
Oh, what happened? Are you still there?
Say that again.
Oh no, I want to just make sure you're there because your voice went out.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you now. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that Mark dude was weird, man, because he was in that space the whole night, had some interactions back and forth, and then just like again, because an issue that he felt was personal to him and his people, and he's running for office. That's the other kind of fucked up part, because you are cosplaying us, you are endearing yourself to us, you are acting like you're a spokesperson for us, and then you're going to get into office and it's going to be black and brown, black and brown, black and brown, and black people are going to get neglected, and the brown people are going to get all the benefits out of that. You know, that's a problem. What the fuck, bro? Yeah, but good old Reverend Tim, man. You know, I know people, whew, because I saw some things. I was just like, wow, bro. I get it. Hey,
Yeah, I
it
mean,
is
people
what.
was angry. They was going off the deep end with some of those faces, though.
Whew. You know, he up there in I think he's in Minnesota, and we're probably like 8% of the population or something up there. They don't have a chance up there. I mean, there's like they just don't. They, you know, Wisconsin, Minnesota, they don't have a fucking chance. I don't. Again, I don't know why we're living up there. I don't get it. Um, but dear God, so he's likely, he's an older pastor. He's got that whole thing, and he's got all these programs up there, and he probably depends on these white people to operate these programs that, you know, he feels like he's helping the black community with. And so he's got to Miss Trouble's point, it's probably not a good idea to have those type of spaces, because if you've been in these spaces and, like he said, we're arguing back and forth, well, that tells me you don't really know the nuances in the conversations, and you're inviting outsiders in, and not at the same time. And then Tim dude even mentioned this about the January 6th fucking insurrection, you know. So it's like, okay, they do this shit too, like, you know what I mean, but you're not pointing that out. And I think that's where people probably would have at least given him a level of respect if he could have pointed out some issues that they have within their population, and not putting it all on us, you know what I'm saying.
I do, but they never will, and that's the problem. Because again, when you're talking to a people who they see themselves for who they are, and their only self interest is white supremacy or white adjacent or white culture, they think that what they're doing is correct. But Abby Babbitt, who literally was shot dead because she committed a domestic terrorism crime, along with all those other people. They committed domestic terrorism. They don't see that as a crime against the American government. They see that as, we are patriots. They don't even say we're American. But you will never hear people who have grandparents who are immigrants say these things. Because I think that just like we have to delineate, they have to delineate too.
You know, in my book, for what it's worth, I said that, number one, the German ethnicity is the number one, or the most populous white ethnicity in this country. But they are this amalgamation of all these different European ethnicities. They came over here, they created whiteness, and now they all fit into that category. But there's like 20 different groups of them over here. And after the Germans, I think it might be the Italians or something, but they're not even close. The Germans, like far and above, have the most population here. And they weren't even here at the foundation of the country. The quote unquote founding fathers, the enslavers, they didn't like the Germans or Italians. They thought that they were mixed with African blood, so they considered them to be less than pure race. They didn't want them to come over here. And then they started bringing them over here in large fucking numbers, you know what I'm saying? And definitely after the Nazi war and everything like that, they really started flooding them into the country. And now now they're that, Trump comes from that lineage or whatever. But now they are the number one white population. But if they were to separate, and I said this in the book, we would have more population than them. And that's the interesting dynamic there. If everybody had their original homeland, and we would be American because we were created here. We were literally made in America, and we're literally the only population that can say that. We would have an equal footing if it was divided, as you said, disaggregated, delineated, and there weren't this huge white majority, which is just a cartel. It's a racial cartel, is what it is. And as the Mexicans increase their population, unfortunately, they're gonna become another racial cartel because they're gonna take all comers, anybody that wants to claim Hispanic heritage, whatever. They're gonna make sure they all get the benefits. I got that video of the woman. I think she's in Texas, and she's literally crying her heart out. It's a TikTok video. She's crying her heart out because she went to a job interview. She said showed up on time, a little bit early, whatever. She's waiting there for 15, 20 minutes. Comes walking in a Mexican girl. They immediately start talking to her in Spanish, take her to the back. She's sitting there waiting. When they finally get around to her, she said the guy would only talk to her in Spanish. And she's like, well, I know some Spanish. I know enough to kind of get by, but I'm not fully lingual like that. And she ended up not getting the job. Likely they gave it to that Mexican person, but that is going to be the experience when dealing with these immigrants, because that's been our experience when dealing with white people, like quite literally for most of our time. I'm in the trucking industry, and there are still companies in this country where I cannot get hired simply because I'm a black person in the city that I've born and raised in. And this is a northeastern midwestern city. So that is the experience that we are going to be dealing with if we don't get some level of control to investigate and stop it.
Yeah, I saw that video, and unfortunately, I know that situation all too well, just like you do. And the sad part about it is that um, that is what's happening in California. That's what's happening in Florida, and what's going on in Texas. Because she is from Texas. But there's a bigger issue here as well, is that there are people who speak. They don't speak English, and they are speaking their native language, and they're utilizing their native language as a weapon against us as Americans. And people get mad. People get upset when you point that out and be like, "Oh, there's discrimination." Well, it's discrimination if I can't understand your language and you're in a country that speaks predominantly English. And then you try to say, oh, well, the country speaks predominantly English and Spanish. No, a lot of Spanish-speaking people have migrated to the country. There's a difference. And you're now utilizing that as a weapon to actually commit, economic and genocide against the American people by way of stating, okay, well, you're only looking to hire people that speak Spanish because you're creating an environment that only would cater to people who are allowed to work in a place or a job that speaks Spanish. And then turns around and says, oh, well, we take the jobs that black people don't want. And that's not true. They're actually working together to outpopulate every industry. Organize and outpopulate every industry, and they actually turn on the dialect and their language barriers when they are meeting with us, even for job interviews, for contracts, for business. And they do, and it's like they're doing that on purpose, which creates an economic hardfall for us, and they know it. They know it, and it is a problem. It is a problem.
We got Black Pressure.
Hey, Black Pressure.
Hey, sweetheart. What's up, Black fam? Hey, look, I apologize in advance for the road noise. A quick story, and I'm fall back and listen. So, the company I work for is doing a $10 billion expansion, right, in Port Arthur, Texas. So they sent me and a handful of guys. There's been issues with material, a lot of real high dollar material coming up missing, and they can't find it. So they sent me and a few other guys to kind of see what was going on. Black family, I'll bullshit you not. No BS whatsoever. The first day I got there, and there's probably about 8,000 people working on this expansion. When I say the Hispanics run that whole job, I am not exaggerating. I meant people that I had to talk to. I had to get on the radio and call for an interpreter because they spoke no English whatsoever. And I take it. I'm going to reiterate. These are people working on a $10 billion, not million, $10 billion expansion. So I've been out there for about a week. So some of the Hispanic guys kind of warmed up to me. I've met probably 24 Hispanic guys that say, yeah, man, my work visa expired. But immigration gave me a waiver on it so I can stay out here and make this money. They paying these guys that can't speak English $35 an hour and $150 a day per diem. They have no clue what's going on. And all of them are related. And like Rilla said, these people work with themselves. They don't hire. They lock out all the black people. I know brothers. I was telling people that I work up there. I know brothers like, man, can you get me on? Can you get me on? Can you get me on? All these Hispanic people do is hire their relatives. And I'm gonna reiterate again. These people don't even speak the language and coming out here making $2,500 a week. I'll land my plane and listen.
No, damn, bro. See, that's like, how do you get the message out to Black America that is what's going on? I mean, we know, like, again, it's always happened to us from the white population, and I think we kind of all just know that inherently. But how do you get the message out? And you really got to circumvent the Democrat message, which is telling them, oh, come on in, black and brown. There's plenty of room. There's plenty of space. And let people know that, no, this is what's happening. They're locking you out of any opportunity to advance anywhere in the society. Like, you can't just continue to be comfortable just surviving, barely surviving. At some point, we got to get, I mean, if it takes emotion and anger for us to do something, we got to do something eventually. Black American Homeland, you still rocking with us?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
Okay, cool. I want to make sure, because I know how sometimes it jams things up. I'm gonna bring Miss Goddess up. So I'm on the Twitter timeline just looking at water shortages. So over in Ethiopia, they're having a water shortage. They're having violent protests. I'm looking at Italy. They're having water shortages. The guy's talking about he hasn't showered in weeks. He's been drinking bottled water, I guess, for a few days. I'm gonna keep scrolling down. I'm gonna keep, kind of putting out this understanding. With that Ohio train derailment, it affected the Ohio River. So if there was any contamination in the groundwater, if it got into the fresh water in the river and the drinking water, they're likely to have different, water boil advisories. We actually have one here, and we're like 60 miles away to the south, but they're likely to have all these different water issues and water treatment and testing and blah, blah, blah. I posted this video. So with this train derailment, let me go down to things that happened. They filmed a movie called White Noise that was about a train derailment. There's people that live in it was filmed in that town. There's people who live in that town that were a part of the movie. And then the real thing happened not too much, a few months later, or whatever the case may be. Just before this happened, I think this was back in October, maybe, they were passing out these ID cards that tracked and monitored your health, and breathing was one of the things that it was supposedly monitoring. It was one of the first places in the country where they were passing out these little ID cards. And I'm sure Black Pressure, if he works in like a warehouse facility type of situation, and they have what they call what do they call them? If there's any type of vapors or enclosed areas, you'll have like a vapor meter that you have to wear.
Yeah, you got to wear it on your collar, and it'll tell you whatever chemical you're exposed to. Exactly. And then there's different chemicals, they can only let you be exposed to it for so long. Then that meter will go off. You have to exit that area. So yeah.
Exactly. And so if you know that, then you kind of know what this card, the purpose of it was. And then the train derails and they have this issue. So it's kind of like, I'm not somebody who believes in coincidence. And people say conspiracy theory as much as they want, whatever. Like, these events actually did happen and lined up and actually produced a situation that literally just came out in a, like a Netflix TV show or whatever. That is too much of a coincidence for me personally. But Miss Goddess, if you wanted to speak, you got it. Water shortage, water security.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes, we can. Hey, I'm about to go walk the dog, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
I just wanted to piggyback a little bit off of what you were saying about these jobs. They're not just getting jobs, any old jobs anymore. No low paying jobs. That's what I noticed. I just picked my daughter up from Tesla today, and while I'm sitting there waiting for her to come out, I saw nothing but a bunch of immigrants coming out the door. And Tesla pays very well. And so, yeah, they're not coming here just getting just low paying stuff anymore. They're being given jobs that pay very well, and we're the ones that's going to be left out.
You know, I'm glad. So I'm glad you made that point, because we have someone who comes into spaces a little bit and we conversate, and their point is always that, you know, oh, they don't make no money. They're not here to make no money. They're like low class, whatever, low earners. And I always bring up the fact that I know these people come over, they start restaurants, so they're going into business. They are starting franchises of these Mexican restaurants. It's not even like a one-off restaurant. They got like 10, 20 different locations at this point. So they do that. They get into construction trades heavily in the cement, any type of carpentry, roofing, plumbing, siding, windows. I mean, they do it all. And so they're getting contractor money to do those jobs. They're building houses, they're building roads. Like, you can't tell me that these people are working for pennies, because in a lot of these contracts, the state has to pay a certain amount. Like, it's kind of built into contracting with the state and laws and everything else like that. So they can kind of low bid, but they're not going to low bid to the point where it doesn't make sense, right? So now, and the guy that I knew that was doing it, he was a Mexican American. He spoke English, but he was able to hire as many Mexicans as, he could fill up a house full of those people. And they were just like on clock, on duty, 24 hours a day, whatever. All he had to do, and this may sound whatever the way it sounds, but this is my experience. All he had to do was buy them a case of beer. As long as they're able to drink and drink and drink, they just work and work and work and work and work, like quite literally. Those are the construction Mexicans that I was around, and they drink beer like water. Just, and that's not stereotypical. I mean, I probably dealt with at least 10 of them, and it was the same. Now, the restaurant owners were more on they had a different thing, but they smoke weed and they sold weed. That's the other part of it, right? So they come, this is not legal marijuana, obviously. So they have that connection as well as others, I'm sure. And so, anybody who's thinking that this is some low class, low level population that ain't really taking away the good jobs is really, really out of their mind. And if they're letting the Democrat Party sell them that, like here's the other thing. We got to stop trusting anything that if the Democrats say it, it's probably a lie. Do your investigation. You're probably going to find out, not even by doing too much of an investigation, that everything they say is false, to be quite honest. You can't believe anything they say. Um, even with our black majority state and black American homeland migration that we talking about, the Hill put out an article talking about a migration, quite literally telling black Americans in this article to move out of the Mississippi Delta area and to move into Georgia, move into North Carolina, move into Virginia, move into Maryland even. Um and that's the Democrat playbook, and this is where it kind of really matches up to the Charles Blow book. I'm gonna say his name because he actually held a space on Twitter a couple of days ago, and there wasn't nobody in there that I recognized. It was a bunch of weird fucking avatars in that room, so I didn't go in there. But however, this was what when he put that book out and he was doing his tour, it was "We Can Turn the South Blue." So that was his whole intention behind him putting out that book and trying to take Black American homelands, decade-long advocacy and turn it into a vehicle for the Democrat Party to kind of take over the South. And now they're writing think pieces about it. So I'm gonna say that to say this: don't think that they don't know what we're saying. They don't hear us, because I see the people that are in Luke spaces popping up in our spaces when we're talking about this issue. I've seen them popping in and out of here. So they absolutely are trying to pull us out of the Delta area into the places that they want us to go. They're essentially trying to herd us where they want us to go. So we got to be mindful of all of these things that are going on at the same time, for sure.
Wow, so you said they want to pull Black Americans out of the Mississippi Delta area and move them to Georgia and North Carolina and South Carolina?
Maryland, Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia. They skipped over South Carolina, believe it or not. Because that probably would be one of the easier states for us to get. But yeah, I don't know if I sent you that article. I'm gonna try to find it so I can send it to you. But yeah, I was just like, what is going on right now? But that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So some more water shortages. I'm seeing Kenya experiencing them. Somewhere in India is experiencing water shortages. Nevadans, they're talking about water shortages over in Nevada. I mean, I think Nevada has always had that issue because I think they pump the water in from somewhere, and so I don't know if it's that dam. Is that where that Hoover Dam is at that they use to pump the water in there? Somewhere over there, they're pumping water in because it's a desert essentially. California always has these water issues, drought. They always talk about drought this, drought that. So this water issue is again going to probably be a really big issue. I know we got the brother, I think it's Moses West, I believe is his name, who makes the machines to pull, water out of the atmosphere.
They black you in the matrix, brother.
Damn it. Okay, I'll drop out, drop back in. If they'll let me get back in, come on, Twitter. Don't play me. Don't play me, Twitter. You know how you like to do. Okay, reconnect. There we go. Reconnect. Okay. Hopefully I'm back in here. So yeah, I was thinking about the Moses West, the black gentleman who's got the machines that'll kind of pull condensation out of the air and produce water. That is an amazing thing, but I think it's more of a very localized water system and extraction device. I don't know if it's scalable to like a city where there's millions of people. It certainly could probably produce water for a neighborhood or something like that, maybe even just for a house. So maybe people one day in the future will have to buy those units to get water to their house. I know some people use wells and things of that nature, especially in like rural areas. So as long as that groundwater is safe, you probably will have that. But I just saw something about an aquifer. I think it's out in California. It's an underground aquifer, and they were kind of saying how that's being overutilized and it's being overtaxed as well. So I think a lot of these water sources are going to just come into play when you double the population of Mexicans and Asians and Black American homeland, saying he's seeing a projection of African diaspora that's supposed to equal our population at some point. Virgin Islands, I'm seeing something about a water shortage. I'm just kind of going down here for the latest stuff that's here. Um, so this is just something to kind of be aware of as more and more people flood in. There'll be less and less water. There'll be less and less food. The price will go up at some point. And they're obviously this is one. I got the little home emoji up here. But me moving to Delaware, the thing that I'm finding, and we kind of looked at it a year ago, and I kind of was doing like a glance over and saw the prices to lease, prices for land, prices for housing. But just to like kind of find apartments, if like, so Wilmington is probably 10 miles, 15 miles from Philadelphia. The southern suburbs of Philadelphia are probably like 5, 10 miles. So if you live just across the border, you're paying maybe 500, 600 a month for a 1 bedroom. It's not going to be the best, but it's something that you could actually live in, and it's clean and etc. But when you cross over into Delaware, now you're talking about 1,000, 1,200, 1,500. Some of the 1 bedrooms are more expensive than some of the 2 bedrooms. So you're looking at a whole different market. And then I notice a lot of people are renting out rooms in their house, whether it's an attic space or a bedroom or whatever. Those are going for like $700, $800. But you're actually either sharing it with a bunch of roommates or you're living in a family's home, in that situation. So housing and the shortage of housing with all of these people coming into the country is going to be a major problem, because I think I heard a report on NPR that new housing startups are like 50% lower than they were a year ago. So that means that they're building less new homes, and those homes are going to be $200,000, $300,000, if not a lot more. And so what ends up happening is the people who can afford to move into those new homes, they move out of the older homes. The older homes are typically a little more affordable depending on where you live at. And even those are not going to be vacant anymore. And then you got, on top of that, you got all these corporations that are buying up real estate just to have a place to put their money. So their money kind of holds its value as property values continue to rise. So it's kind of some artificial manipulation of the housing market to keep these housing prices up by keeping the the stock of homes artificially low in certain parts of the country. So
Not only that, America is probably the only country in the world where even the tourists can come to America and buy property in America. I think we the only country like that. Anybody can come to America. They can be a tourist. They can be, just they coming by America, just checking the place out, and they can buy property here in America. We are the only country like that.
Well, so that would have to be. Would that be federal law, state law? What do you think? I mean, because if you did on the state level with the feds,
It's federal law. I mean, federal law. Anyone can buy property and own land in the United States. But in many other countries, right, you have to be a citizen to own land and property in their country.
Yeah, so
And
that
some of the Western European countries, like Great Britain, France, they let foreign, like green card holders or permanent residents buy property. But yeah, I mean, just simply, tourist people come to America and they can buy property. That's why the Chinese love. You remember? I heard how I think in Texas they want to limit Chinese people buying property in Texas. You hear about that?
Yeah, I've heard in different parts around military bases that they were kind of looking at it from that angle, but I haven't seen Texas specifically.
Right. So look, the way the Chinese people are looking at it is like, look, even in China, I'm not allowed to. A Chinese person says, I'm not allowed to own property in China, but I can go to America and I can buy thousands of acres of land. I can buy property. So so I'm going to take all my resources to America. That's the way. That's what the Chinese. That's the way the Chinese are thinking.
Yeah, again, I mean, if that's the vehicle that you can put money into and it'll hold its value, um, it would be great if it was only for America. But America is, what do they call it? It's like the market to the world or something like that. That's kind of how they look at it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give you some more water shortages. This is in Somalia.
Hey, Black. There also is a situation even with not just Chinese. They were talking about the conversation in regards to Mexico. Remember that article that came out where they were saying that they didn't want us in Mexico at all. But that needs to be also a conversation that we're having here, where they're not able to actually buy up land. Because again, I do believe that we are in a proxy wars where the British Crown is trying to recapture parts of the country, and then you have Mexico and South America is trying to recapture parts of North America. Once again, and then of course we have the situation where Asia is trying to now take over and buy up all kinds of land.
So let me give you this. This is Utah. This guy says agriculture uses 87% of Utah's water. It's grown in a desert in the third driest state in America. And then this is the flip side of it. Agriculture is less than 4% of Utah's GDP. The vast majority of Utah's food is produced outside of the state. So they're using 87% of their water to grow food and maybe, I don't know, cows or whatever they got going on out there. That's probably a really bad balance of the usage of the water in the state is how I'm looking at it, especially if only 4% of the food is grown in the state. And it's a desert on top of that. So where are they getting their water from, and what happens when their water starts to dry out? Like, so I'm saying this to say they're talking about climate change, which means it's going to get hotter. When it gets hotter, it produces droughts. That's the next step with the temperature getting hotter and hotter and hotter. So that's a problem. Like, this may be something that it may be regional or localized in different parts of the country, but it's just like everything is a system. It's an ecosystem. So when you start to have multiple communities collapsing, I'm looking at a story in Houston, a brand new housing development, beautiful houses from what I can tell in the picture. They built a brand new school, They're saying there's a water shortage, so they gotta get water from some other community to put water into the school. See that? So like, this is going to be something to keep, or I mean, I know we talk about the water, poison in the water and everything like that. That could also kind of be playing a part in it, because I got a bunch of stuff up here in about Mississippi. Governor Tate declares Mississippi is the let me get to that one, because that was like an insane
the murder capital of the world.
Of the world.
He said of the world.
Wow, that's totally like.
I just can't believe it. Like just the caucasity and the degeneracy. It's just it's unbelievable.
In the fucking world, bro.
I have never heard of Mississippi being the murder capital of the world.
Of the fucking world.
Hey, you know what, though, y'all? It doesn't surprise me, and I don't have any information on it, but if it is, it wouldn't surprise me. Man, Mississippi is a really poor state. And, you know, anytime you have that kind of extreme poverty like that, violence is going to follow right behind it.
That's true, but it's only poor because the politicians have stolen the money.
There you go.
I like, it's the state, the people themselves are the ones struggling in degradation, where the politicians are literally passing the money off to football players who come out of the woodwork talking about some, you know, they were just taking advantage of the opportunity.
Hey, look at this. Look, America as a whole had 21,000 murders. Nigeria has 64,000 murders.
Oof.
What's another country? India had 50,000 murders.
Oh God.
Brazil has about 55,000 murders.
Ooh.
Exactly, Real. I definitely got to co-sign that. If they weren't stealing from the people so much, maybe the areas would be built up better than what they are. Maybe people would have a better opportunity and chance to pull themselves up from poverty, or just the whole town all together. But they've been systematically stealing the money, and no telling how long it's been going on. Because if you look at the states that have the worst ethics on there, with no oversight, Mississippi, South Carolina, a lot of these rural southern states fall within those ranges. I know South Carolina doesn't have an ethics committee here, and so a lot of money have been stolen. I remember they had a breakdown at the Department of Social Services one year because all of these millions had came up missing, yet nobody knew where it went to, and it was going inside of their pockets. Mm-hmm. So then they had to downgrade their caseworkers, which means, you know, paperwork had gotten piled up and they weren't able to get to people and process the paperwork in a timely manner. I can only imagine what Mississippi is going through, because they're probably worse than what they got going on here in South Carolina. But it's the same thing where all of this money is coming in. Just like, I know when the COVID thing kicked out, they said, okay, well, South Carolina got X amount of billions of dollars, and so you can go and apply and get help for your rent, your electric bill, your whatever. When I called to try to get a little bit of help, look, let me get some of this COVID money to pay some of this electric bill down, because that bad boy almost $1,000, and they were like, they didn't have no funds for the area code, the zip code in which I live. So they were like, you have to go. Basically, what they did was they were paying people in North Carolina. You had to call a number in North Carolina in order to get the help here in South Carolina, which was absolutely ridiculous to me. So I'm like, okay, well, I just read that you all got all of these billions of dollars. So where did the money go? Where did the money didn't go that fast? It didn't go that it couldn't have. So somebody once again is pocketing the money. That's just like when Nikki Haley was the governor here. And I remember she got on the news one day, and there was this big report, and they were flashing pictures, and she was like, look, citizens of South Carolina, so enthusiastic. You know, we have all of these millions of dollars that came back. I think it was like $230 some odd million that they had just happened to find that they owe the citizens. And I was thinking about what it is that we could do with the money. And then she quickly said, well, we could return it to the citizens. But I was thinking, wouldn't it be wonderful if we took the money and put it back in the infrastructure? And you know how when people are trying to get you to agree with something, they do that head nod thing. And so they're nodding their head yes at the same time, because that kind of prompts you to kind of nod your head with them at the same time. She was doing that via the TV. And I'm sitting there side-eyeing this heifer like, you're going to do with the money what you want to do with it anyhow. And we never heard about that money again. And if it went into infrastructure, it doesn't go into the infrastructure inside of the Black communities. So I can only imagine what Mississippi is going through, especially in reference to the town of Jackson.
Yeah, I think they use those terminologies to really funnel money. And I think we're just now, like, it's not like we didn't know, but I think cognitively now we're starting to realize they have dog whistle terms, and they use those terms, and I really just believe that we were not due diligent and focusing on what was really happening on the books. And again, like, damn, that's all I can say.
Hey, look, I was just looking at
what's on the books. Let me tell you about something else.
Hey, Miss Trouble, can you hear Black? Can you hear Black American Homeland? I don't think you can hear him.
No, I can't hear him. I didn't even see his little things moving. I'm sorry. If he's speaking, I'll be quiet.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop you down and bring you back up. See if that helps.
Yeah, I couldn't even bring up Miss T. Allow me to bring her up.
Oh, I thought I did. I'll try to bring her up.
I see her as a speaker.
Yeah, I thought I brought her up here.
Yeah, I was looking at the murder rate in Mississippi, or the number of murders in Mississippi. They had 332 murders in the state of Mississippi. In Arkansas, they had 280, and in Louisiana, they had 542. So these are not even close to being murder capitals of the world.
Oh, no.
Nigeria, like I said, Nigeria had 64,000 murders.
No way,
Brazil had 50-some thousand murders. Mexico had over 60,000 murders. I mean, so Mississippi, the South is not even close to being the murder capital of the world.
No, that's Tate. That's propaganda. And he wasn't even talking about the whole state. He was talking about the city of Jackson.
Jackson, yeah.
Yeah. He's a moron.
Crazy. But nobody's calling. But no, I have not heard even the Black Caucus, anyone call him out on that and state, how are you going to literally degrade a city compared to the populations of what's happening in the world to being a murderous capital, when aren't you still the governor? You're still, the governor, and that they're trying to push that whole we need all the police force to be separate so we can have an entire white police force that can control Jackson, Mississippi. Exactly. Another way of, by force, we can't seem to get rid of them by keeping them in poverty. So we now need to take the city by force.
Well, here's the other element to it. He's proposing, and I saw this about I-55. They want to widen that. But he's proposing spending $1 billion, 1.1 billion, 65 million in Madison County and 55 million in Rankin County, which I know Rankin is directly east from Hinds County. Not sure where Madison County, I got to assume, is close. But this is to move people out of the Jackson, to move people out of the city of Jackson is essentially what he wants to do. So he's basically setting up.
They want to break up the population, right?
He whatever. There must be gold under the city of Jackson.
No, I think they're trying to. So remember you were talking about the piece of authority, right? And so I believe that one, they're trying to break they're trying to break that city down so that they don't have a controlling vote in regards to policy going on in Mississippi. And if you're correct with the numbers, and if you only need so many more people to move into Mississippi for it to be actually considered an entire black state, they're trying to break people down and now move them, get them to migrate, right? And you said Rankin County, and what was the other one?
I think it's Madison. Yeah, Madison County.
Madison. Okay, I'm gonna look up the population for those two, because if they can break them up, then they can actually get those black politicians. Because I think they're trying to get them black politicians out of office, so that they don't have any more resistance in regards to the policies they're trying to push.
Yeah, no question. I mean, that's strategic. If he wins his election, he'll have another 4 years to play around and try to, again, like I really believe this is a long held vendetta from the officer that was killed. He was the son of a judge. This black empowerment group comes into Mississippi. They have this goal to take over the state. They center themselves in Jackson. So I think all of this shit is connected, and he's just kind of pushing the pedal to the metal, if you will. All eyes are on that state. The federal government is not going to do it. I mean, this is the thing that we gotta really, really understand. Unless he does something that's unconstitutional, and that's going to be a high bar, a really, really high bar. The federal government can't do anything about any of these things that they're doing down there, and that's what hurts the most.
Look at this. So Rankin County, the percentage of Rankin County is black is 21.5%.
Mm-hmm.
The largest Rankin County racial ethnic group are white, set by 72.8%, followed by 21.5%, and Hispanics are 2.7%. So if he can get Jackson pretty much broken down, then they have no power to keep voting in anyone black, which actually would go against the resistance stronghold of keeping them from passing a lot of those degenerate laws. So I think, to me, that's what I'm looking at. And you're talking about someone who ain't got no morals at all. If he would steal money from the welfare system and divvy it out amongst other white politicians who were caught up in that whole federal case, yeah. If he can break down Jackson, I think it'll be a wrap.
Well, so I haven't looked at the state the way I'm trying to look at Delaware, but when we have this meeting and we talk about it, I suggest moving anywhere but Jackson. We have majority populations in about 15 counties down there, and then we're very close in like another 15. So there's places for us to move around. I think that black voting district is on the western part of the state, and that's probably where those majority counties are at. So there's places for us to live outside of Jackson, and that's the strategy anyway, technically, because you want to control a majority of the counties in order to control the state at some point. But what's happening in Jackson is a tragedy. This is where, again, any federal and so we got the Democrat up there. They don't care. Obviously, if it was Republican, they'd probably be helping them in some way, shape, or form. It's either one side's helping these people do what they're doing, or the other side just doesn't care. They just look the other way. So either way, for us, they're not helpful. We got to help ourselves, and it requires, unfortunately, us to be willing to go into the fire. I mean, there's really no other solution for it. So that's that.
Hey, Black, the way I look at it, I think the white people of Mississippi are getting scared. They know that their days are numbered.
Hey. I don't disagree with that, because what is it? The white minority 2045. That's 20 plus years away. But they still will be an economic. They won't be an economic minority. They won't be a political minority. But you know, it's enough to scare people a little bit and shake them up. Um, the mayor of Jackson has no power at all, to be quite honest. And what he does control is very, 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 very extremely limited. Hines County has very little power. I think more than anything is the fact that the state capital actually sits in Hines County and it actually sits in Jackson. And you know, you hate to say redraw the lines of the county, just move the county over enough so that you can get the state capital out of the Jackson and out of Hines County. That might actually spare them a lot of this ill treatment. But um, I don't know what they're gonna do. Uh, they can keep protesting and fighting and try to get the federal government involved, but they're trying to create a regional water authority so they can steal the money that the federal government is bringing down. So they literally tried to have a vote to not take him out of office, but essentially render the mayorship powerless. It failed. Um, but you know, when they're doing things like that, what can you do as a mayor? What can you do as citizens of a city where you got this tyrannical governor? Start filing injunctions in federal court. I mean, that's probably their best bet to really start presenting federal legislation, or not legislation, but federal lawsuits to try to get them to stop doing what they're doing as quickly as possible. I think Black Pressure and then Miss Trouble. You there, Black Pressure? Excuse me. Okay, let's try Miss Trouble.
Yeah, Black, I agree with you. And I don't know what it is about Jackson, the city itself, other than the state house, but there are often times when corporations will come in and they'll say, okay, well, we can do X, Y, and Z on the land.
Mm-hmm.
But and then when you're looking at it, they would need to move residents out of certain areas in order to be able to set up the way that they want to set
up. That's what I'm saying.
And if the mayor a lot of times handles some of those negotiations, or has a part in it at least. And if they can, really make the town crappy enough for the people, they can start to move them out. That way, they can do whatever it is that they want to do with the land. It's hard when you think about who we can get on our side to help draw attention to the situation, because to Black American Homeland's point about them knowing that their numbers are dwindling, but then when I think it was Rella or one of you all had said about there being about 2 million Hispanic immigrants there, or just the Hispanic population period, a lot of times they self-identify as white either by paperwork or in actions. So that bolsters them up too. So they're sort of like their proxy votes, or they're the proxies that help keep them in power. They just need enough of them to be able to take over certain Black areas to be able to continue to, keep themselves where they're at. And by doing that, they need to move some of those Black people out. They need to be able to redraw the lines. They need to be able to do X, Y, and Z. When we're thinking about why the Black caucus isn't speaking out or bringing these things to light, well, then it makes me wonder, and I have no empirical evidence to back up my what I'm about to say, but it makes me wonder how many of the Black caucus are actually Black Americans. And how many actually have loyalties and ties to Black American, because we have too many people amongst us that, are more loyal to, different demographics of Black people than they are. And so at the same time, when I'm looking at how South Carolina has recently moved with the Republicans and the Democrats being lock and step with it being okay for them to um, redistrict our lines, and the Democrats not saying anything because it creates a safe hold for them. They need to keep their positions or whatnot. It kind of makes me feel like a lot of our people that we have in place in House and in legislations are also doing the same things. They're also getting paid or getting some kind of set asides or cutbacks or their pet projects, advanced in order to continue to vote or be silent in a particular manner. So I don't know. It's just a lot of things is just real odd to me, but it's not odd at the same time.
Well, that is the storyline to a lot of 80s movies. I'm thinking about Breakdance and Electric Boogaloo, where it's like there's some greedy white banker or property real estate guy who wants to come in and take over the neighborhood. It's essentially the same situation. It reminds me of some of those old A-Team episodes back in those days, and they were kind of always set in that time in the South or whatever, where you'd have again the corrupt mayor, or some corrupt business owner who's trying to squeeze people out of their business or out of the city. And yeah, so the goal could be, as Miss Trouble is saying, could just be the real estate itself, them wanting to put up stores, shops, communities, whatever it is that they want to do. They probably got a 50-year plan, and that plan is to pretty much move the black residents out of that part of the state as quickly as possible. So that sucks. Man, it's just terrible. It's just terrible because I think if you live in a major city, you've seen gentrification happen, you've seen divestment happen. If you lived in a black community long enough, and this is just such a hostile takeover. You just gotta use. I just feel for the people down there. Black pressure. If you're ready, you got it.
Yeah. Then you took all my talking points, but I'll elaborate anyway. There was a brother earlier that, and I apologize, I don't remember the brother's name that spoke about white people's dwindling population. With black majority, you hit it out the park. These people spent the better part of 3 centuries building institutions that would insulate them from a dwindling population. Mm-hmm. They control all the institutions mm-hmm. that rule our lives. Exactly. It doesn't matter if, and I know this is cliche now, but it's true. You can look at South Africa, where mm-hmm. literally black people are 90% of the population, and they're ruled by 10% of the Dutch that live there. Don't think they won't do the same thing in America. It doesn't matter white people's population. They, like I said, they control all the institutions. So if they could get down to 8% of the population, they're still going to be the ruling power in those areas that you guys are speaking about. I'll land my plane.
Yeah, that South Africa example comes up a lot. I'll say this. So South Africa is a different country. America is different. If they get down to 8%, it'll be really, really hard because all of these states have their own individual power and they could actually change the constitution of the country. But I don't think they're ever going to get that low. If they, I think they're supposed to be under 50% at some point. And I think they're going to maintain that right around the 50% mark as long as we don't go to war. Which again, this is. Let's talk about this. So this is how they control the population. This is how they control the population. America is a warring nation. It was founded on war. It's always going to be a warring nation. There are going to be periodic wars. If they stop going to war, it will likely collapse because the people will have a long enough time to realize I don't like those other people. Wars galvanize the population. They use wars to, nationalize about everybody. Oh, we got to go to war. We got to fight. Everybody's waving their flags and pulls everybody together. So we haven't, I mean, that whole Afghanistan pullout, whatever, nobody really cared about that war for like the last 10 years. So we haven't had anything real significant since 9/11, in my opinion. That insurrection was whatever. It was weird, but not nothing big enough to get everybody on the same team. So they're gonna need something really, really big to happen to get us all on the same team again, to get us all, go USA, sending our people off to fight a war in a foreign country. That's population
I think
control.
they should send all the white people like they were doing in Afghanistan. Just go ahead. That's why them people's mad. Them people's mad because they were sending all them white boys to Afghanistan and Iraq, and they was being killed. You know what? If they want to fight a war in Ukraine, send all of their grandsons, all their fathers, send them. Since that's what we're going to talk about, because when it comes to war with black or colored troops or black people in the military, they're not treating them the same way. There is no camaraderie because, it's a galvanization talking point. It's the camaraderie is for the fact that they don't have no choice. Because once you sign your name on the dotted line, you are property of the United States government. But when it comes to proxy wars, I don't think proxy wars have ever been something that to galvanize us, because they literally have cases upon cases of black troops from the Union, from the Civil War, or Revolutionary War, Civil War, and even down to these foreign wars, that they were killing black troops. And not even trying to investigate their murders. Lavina Johnson is one, the young black man that was murdered in Germany, and the black woman that was murdered in Germany and the white woman that was murdered because they got that troop out there that was just killing these people for investigating the crime of Sergeant Montgomery or PC Montgomery. I don't see how they could use war to galvanize us at all in this regard, because it's never meant to ever benefit us as far as the money that comes from war.
Hey, Black, this is the U.S. Census projection for the white population, right? 2020, whites were 59% of the total U.S. population. 2030, 55% of the U.S. population. 2040, 50% of the population. 2050, 42% of the U.S. population. 2075, 34% of the U.S. population.
Wow. Yeah, that tells me that they're going to have to kill off a bunch of people. And that's something to be worried about. That's troublesome. Man,
right.
I'm trying to tell you, bro, they ain't gonna let that shit happen. I mean, they're not about to let that happen. I just, man.
Look, they don't have a choice. Look, they don't have a choice, man. There's not enough white people in Europe, right? Europe is also, their population's decreasing like crazy as well.
Right. Yeah.
Canada, their population going to be mostly Asian, Hispanics, and Black. There's no country that America can get white people from. The white population is dwindling everywhere in every Western country.
Black American homeland. That's because there's no country they can get white people from, but they are allowing people to come here and actually identify as white people.
There you go.
Yeah, I understand that.
Assimilate the motherfuckers into whiteness.
But the thing is, I don't see how. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, if the white population let the Chinese person identify as a white person, how does that help white people? When the Chinese people, they have their own interest, self-interest. They have their own culture. They have their own agenda that has nothing to do with European agenda.
Hey, if I can jump in real quick, brother. to tell you how it all ties in respectfully.
Yeah.
These people that you named, and I'm sure everybody in here would agree, these people are in bed with the United States economically. Mm-hmm. That's why. And I'll sit back and listen to you.
Well, so the not Mexican, but the Hispanic population can become white in 1 or 2 generations. So they will expand the definition of whiteness the same way they did with Italians and Germans and all the other ones, and bring in this Mexican, and this is the calculation. They can bring them in here, they can procreate with them, and they will turn their kids white, because that's the phonetic or the phenocide that occurs. It's like bleach, pouring bleach into your genes when you procreate with their population, and that's that blockimiento or whatever, however you pronounce it, where it's the whitening of the race. That's essentially what they're looking at, because that's what they've already done in Latin America, and they figure if they bring these people up here, they can do the exact same thing.
Hey, Black, can I jump in real quick while it's on my mind?
Oh yeah, go for it.
That's exactly what you're talking about. Remember, I told you that $10 billion expansion that's going on in Port Arthur, Texas, that I got stuck at? Well, just to build on what you said, like I said, there are about 8,000 contractors, and the large majority of them are Hispanic. Mm. Now, the funny thing about it, I mean, hitting on exactly what you said, when you go there, the management, as far as take the Hispanic demographic that's working there, their management is called they're Caucasian Hispanic. I don't know if you're in the sports, the boxer Canelo.
Oh yeah.
A white Hispanic. If you look at him, you think you're looking at a white boy. You talk to him, he's obviously Mexican. Now, all the people that work for them, they're Hispanic, but they have their phenotype is that indigenous Mexican, almost the Aztec look. You could tell they're indigenous, and their whole management is Caucasian Hispanic. So white supremacy is clever, like you say. They know exactly what they're doing. They're very clever in the system, or the air quotes web they have put together. And I'll land my plane.
Hey, but to me though, look, the people from Mexico, they do not act like European people. European people, they are Protestant. They're Protestant. The Mexicans are Catholic. To me, they have they are totally different people. The Germans, the Mexicans are not like German. They're not like the Dutch. They're not like the French. To me, they're totally different people.
Yeah, they're like Spain and Portuguese.
No. See, the Mexicans do not even act like the Spanish people. Look, I've been to Spain. I've been to Barcelona, Spain, right? People in Barcelona, Spain, they act totally different from the Mexicans. These are totally different people. The Mexicans have a totally different culture than even the Spanish people. The only thing they have
but they remember. You have to remember though, Black American, those people that were the Aztecs, or the Mecca was what they were end up being called. They were the same people. Them people were actually had bred out the Spaniards and the Portuguese, and those people are not the same people as the purebred Spain. That's why they have a problem with people from Spain and Portugal.
That's 100% true, Roland. You dead on with that.
Like, you're talking about a people who were like, they wiped out the Aztecs. The Aztecs were not Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
They were not Spanish. They were actually indigenous people. Mm-hmm. And when Portugal and Spain went down, when they were on their crusade, as the conquistadors were on their crusade at the time, they literally pretty much raped and colonized and bred them people out to no end. That's why when you talk to Mexicans, they don't even have a full grasp of their history. That's what Nipsey was trying to actually point out when he was talking about the Mayan ruins. And so people, we take history in bits and pieces when you actually have to take history in different eras and decades and centuries, and you got to start looking at what was happening and who was in charge, what they were doing, and what happened to the people. They literally decimated the Aztecs. They decimated them. And they did the same exact thing once they came up and through Florida. That's why you had the Spanish Inquisition, and you had the British going to war because they were fighting over slave contracts. I read the history. I've read it.
Hey, too, really, you know me, I'm not going to turn this into a history lesson, but I'll say this. If you care to read the journals of the
You gotta get Miss T up here, man.
When they were describing those native Aztecs and Olmecs, they kept using the word Negro. They kept using the word Negro. They kept on, this is a place full of Negroes. They kept saying that.
Yes, and they made it a point to depict the people down there. And the crazy part was, you don't hear Mexicans referring to themselves in that way because they are not the same people. They are Spanish and Portugal people who have pretty much wiped out a race of people. And now you have a new Homo sapien, or whatever you want to call it, a new genetic being, a person that is representing itself and saying that, oh, well, we have Aztec lineage or culture or whatever. But when you read the history of what happened to those wars, and what got me interested in reading about that was I was trying to remember what happened at the Battle of the Alamo. And once I delved into the Battle of the Alamo, it just took me down this rabbit hole, and you start to read the journals that Black Pressure was talking about and how they were depicting the Aztecs and the Indians. They were calling them Negroes back then. So, of course, they're not going to be of the European Spaniards today, or the European Portugals of today, because these are people who are mixed, and they are of a bloodline that was a destructive behavior. And that's the same thing that we're seeing in regards to people here in the United States. And they don't want to admit that. They don't want to have that conversation. You talk to them and be like, oh, I'm Italian. I'm from here. I'm from there. You are an immigrant. You come from an immigrant family. Joe Biden made it clear. I shouldn't be held accountable for what my grandfather and granddad did. Well, what did they do? Let's start with what they did. Can you tell us that?
Goddamn.
No.
Let's get.
Really don't get. I know I'm guilty of it too.
Let's get Miss T up here, man. Miss T.
Going back to Spaniards, you got to remember, a Spaniard is just a European. He's a white boy that spoke Spanish. That was it. I land my point.
Yep, so true. Just another country in Europe.
Let's get.
Hey y'all, I want to jump in real quick. Hey, Black Majority, how are you?
Good. Hello. I was trying to get you up here.
Yeah, what's up to the co-host? If you all will look in the Jumbotron, I posted where Biden is considering, the Biden administration rather, they're considering changing Hispanic Latino as a race instead of an ethnicity. So with Black saying, it was something you said earlier that brought this article to my attention, and I forget what it is now, but in regards to Mississippi, what they're doing in Mississippi is they're trying to blight it, trying to get the people to move like they did with New Orleans when Katrina happened. But what they have to understand is when people are poor like that, they're not going to move. That's why they couldn't really take over New Orleans like they wanted to, because the people, they didn't have any money to just pack up and move, even though most of them were relocated, but they came back home. They're not going to be able to take over Mississippi. Well, they might can get Jackson. But when you're poor, you can't just pack up and move like that. So, and then I don't think it's a good idea for us to leave Mississippi. That's a major water thoroughfare. You know how much money can be made on that Mississippi River with the barges going up and down? That's probably why they want to take over that state. But I think that they are going to let the Hispanic and Latinos become white.
Yeah. No question.
Because what other reason would he consider changing it? And then remember what he said to those the Congressional Black Caucus. He said that was the people that they needed to be worried about. Do y'all remember that? When he said we need to worry about the Latinos. So read that article and then ask yourself, why now? Why is he considering changing their ethnicity over to race? And then what would their ethnicity be?
That is weird.
Well, if they change the Hispanic ethnicity to a racial category, that also includes like 15% of the Black Hispanics. Because usually Black Hispanics, they go into two different categories. Some will say they're Black and they're Hispanic, and some say they're Hispanic. So if it becomes a race, does that kick all the Black Hispanics out of that Hispanic race? Because now it's, I don't know how they're going to do that.
No, this looks like they going to move the white looking ones over to white. That's got to be what that is.
To increase the white numbers. They've done it before. They did it with Italians. They did it with the Irish.
Yeah, because I think 50% of them identify as white anyway whenever they have the opportunity, so it's not going to be hard.
More than 50. More than 50, but you're right.
Right, but they're not identifying as Anglo-Saxon Europeans. Anglo-Saxons were actually the British. They were part of the British Crown, and so we got to really look at that. Ms. T is right. They're constantly every however many years going after this new white population to try to keep their numbers up. But now you got Chuck Schumer making a comment talking about something. We need immigration. We need more people who are going to come in here and work. And you're like, wait, what?
They need that slave labor. They need that.
Yeah, but you got
labor.
The cheap. There it is, and that's what it is.
But
so they want to keep their numbers up for the cheap jobs. No, they're not taking cheap jobs, but the people who are coming here who are undocumented. Matter of fact, I was on TikTok, and there's a video that always seems to keep coming across my timeline where it's this farm, and they're actually picking celery, and the guy, he's speaking Spanish. But you hear him talking to nothing but Spanish workers. You don't know if those are undocumented people. They have to be, because you do not see any type of reference to any type of cultural, any type of anything other than, we're putting these people to work in these fields, and they'll work for anything.
And then the other. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I'll land there.
Okay, and then the other thing that article mentions is that the Middle Easterners, the North Africaners, they do not want to be labeled as Black. As white anymore. They want to be MENA, Middle East or North Africa. They don't want the white name. So they're doing the same thing with the OMB essentially that we are doing with trying to become an ethnic group.
Hey, but look, let me tell y'all something troubling and real. That cheap labor, that shit is over. That like I was telling y'all earlier, talking about that expansion in that LNG plant. I'm gonna say it again. A lot of these people are not citizens of this country. Don't no driver's license, no social security card, just a work visa. Have none of that stuff. And these people are making $130 grand a year and are not even citizens here. So, like I said, they're paying these people $30, $31, $32, $35 an hour plus $100 a day per diem. If you do the math, say you work 60 hours a week. I'm just doing quick math in my head. These people are making $2,700 a week and are not even citizens. So that cheap labor shit, that shit is over. Yeah, they're literally paying these people top dollar to come out here.
Black pressure, I think you 100% right. But when I reference cheap labor, I sort of kind of mean in a sense to where they're not giving them benefits. So when
that's true. That's true. You're right. Yeah, because they don't get vacation. They don't get none of that stuff. But they get paid out their ass. They don't get medical. They don't get none of that.
Yeah. So when
black pressure,
medical costs. You know what I'm saying? That's been a big thing lately with the medical, with the whole health insurance thing. Insane. So when you take away that health insurance, you take away certain benefits. You know what I'm saying? The paid sick leaves, the enormous amount of paid vacations and stuff like that. That adds up. Also, if you notice, some of these jobs used to do a whole lot of on your 401k where they match you at. Now they're taking away some of those features as well. So yeah, they making bank on one end, but and that's the difference between them and us, Black Americans, and even Native white Americans who as native as they can be. You know, we want to fight for those particular benefits when we go to get these jobs, whereas these foreigners are coming here and they don't give a damn about the benefits because they don't see the benefit in the benefits. They're just happy with the $35 or the $25, which, you know, depending on where you live, that's good money. That's good money if you're living in South Carolina, but that's chump change if you're living in Boston.
If you live in South Texas, you balling out here, Houston, Beaumont, Port Arthur, Bates, you balling with that kind of money.
Hey, Black Pressure, you mentioned about cheap labor, right? My daughter, I live in Southeast Asia, right? My daughter, she recently got hired by Ernst & Young as an accountant, right? And the company is only paying her $1,000 per month. Now, I told my daughter, I said, look, accountants that get hired by Ernst & Young in America, they making, you know, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000, even $100,000 a year. But because my daughter is in a foreign country, they pay her $1,000 per month. And this is with one of the top accounting firms in the world, Ernst & Young.
Does she have something with that kind of money? And I'm that's totally outside my discipline or my occupation. Is there some kind of bonus every quarter, or they can't be just straight up what she's getting and have a good day? There must be some kind of bonus system set up.
Okay, look, I like I said, I live in Southeast Asia, right? The minimum wage is $10 per day. People in this country where I live, they get paid $10, $15 per day. They can make maybe $3,000 per year, $4,000 per year. That's the average pay in this country.
Okay, I got you.
So technically, if she's making $1,000 a month, then she balling.
Right, that's considered, yeah. But look, she's living at home anyway, so the fact that she has.
But even if she was still living at home, I think we get to a point where we are in a position where we kind of like try to find room to be like, it's okay, because there might be this one thing that's cushioning her, but it will never ever propel her to, I'm pretty sure you're disciplining her, financially, but I'm saying it's not the exception to the rule. It really is just the same. She's just in a position where she can make that kind of money and she doesn't have to take on any extra expenses, right? Because her age, she has parents that, pretty much can help make sure that she's, has a roof over her head. But at the end of the day, if she was someone who didn't have that, that would be a problem.
She'd be struggling. Yeah. Right. Okay. What my daughter's trying to do, right? She's gonna work with this company, get paid $1,000 a month. Then she's gonna go get her CPA license, and then she's gonna leave the country and go to like Singapore or Hong Kong or places like that pay a higher salary than what they pay here. So
but that's what I'm saying. So, like, if we had an incentive that kept her here, and that's another reason why I really think that, a black pressure situation where you can get into a construct where you're getting these big contract dollars to keep people here and they're able to sustain their lifestyle as Americans. That should be what we're doing. I actually just I was finishing up my application with SAM.gov. So one, because Tanisha Johnson, with the Mariko Johnson case, figuring out how to try to get some grants, some legal funds, streaming her way. Whereas all of us need to be trying to do the same thing. Take your business. If you don't got a business, find a way to start an LLC and file for government contracts so we can start throwing some money around to each other and getting these businesses off the ground, getting money flowing into our, economic infrastructures that we are planning, because we cannot afford for our people to go off into the world to get jobs or to make a six-figure income or surpass a six-figure income to sustain themselves. We have to get that here and fight for reparations.
Really, you're so right.
I'm sorry.
You're so right. You're so right. Because also in that letter, in that note, it states that they are also considering eliminating minority and majority. So if they make these Hispanics white people,
oh shit, what we talking about now?
They would no longer be a minority, right?
What?
But if they eliminate the term minority, which would help us if they were no longer a minority, but if they in turn eliminate the term minority, no more minority benefits. You're right. We need to start employing each other, because there's not going to be a net, a safety net, and then if we're running out of food, we're running out of water, and then they are eliminating getting resources based on being a minority. Shit about to get real ugly, real funky, real fast. We got to think about this, and we got to have some conversations off this Bird app. We got to go over to social, and we got to talk real deal, because think about it. If we can't be a minority, and then all these Hispanics.
I'm with you 100%, because I've already forecast and worked out the probability, because of the simple fact, if you look at how they are not trying to institute e-visa or e-verify, and they're actually as much as you have people, who always say, oh, well, you're not the victim, don't be the victim. Actually, a victim means that there is a perpetrator. So the perpetrator is that you have people who are practicing a culture of not hiring Black Americans, to Black's point about the video of the young girl, and they're utilizing cultural war, meaning that I don't really have to hire you, but I can interview you. Okay. That don't mean I'm gonna hire you. because I already know what I'm looking for. And if I'm looking for to put certain particular people in position, all I got to meet is that one quota, meaning that we already got 1 or 2 black people. They don't have to be Black American. They could just be foreign American, Black. And so we met our quota. So then people who are Black Americans, foundational, ADOS, Freeman, whatever, we don't have to really hire you. And it's creating this catalyst of people who are becoming homeless, they're impoverished, they're dealing with all kind of incidents where and then the church don't have no resources, as they always coming out talking about they ain't got no resources, but then the city is like, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to pretend we have resources for these people, but we already know the people we're going to put in position.
And then if they fuck around and make Spanish the national language, I mean, whoever amongst us that don't speak Spanish,
oh shit,
you better learn programming real fast to make some money so you're gonna have work from home.
If that happens, you're gonna have a redneck revolt. You can count on that.
Ooh. Now that might be something to sit back and watch.
With popcorn. And a good drink.
Well, right now they in space is trying to recruit. They trying to recruit us. They trying to recruit us to fight their proxy.
Umbrella, they've been doing that for months, trying to get us to help to fight their little proxy wars against the Jews. And you could forget that, baby. If y'all had such issues with the Jews, why did y'all bring that to the forefront? But now that you're figuring we have a problem with it, now you want to come to us like, no, baby. Our people have fought in every last war that America has had, but this one is y'all's. You want that fight? You better bring it to them while we sit back up in the cut and watch you. And then if we decide to join that, then we'll decide on our own. But you're not going to allow us to be the front line of y'all's wars. We don't have enough of our people that done died on the front line fighting.
Amen.
Wars.
We got too much blood and bones in the ground to have to fight another war for white folks.
And they want us to be on the front line of their wars, just like they over in Ukraine right now. You know, you got the Ukrainians fighting y'all BS with the Russians, but that's very much an American thing. But you want Black Americans to be that same type of proxy for you, the devil, but devil is a liar.
Right, after Ukraine, they want to they didn't even want to have the Black people sent home and put that damn girl. The Russians and the Ukrainians had actually captured some people from another melanated country from Africa, and then you had the Russians capture the basketball player. No ma'am, no sir, y'all can fight that out. As a matter of fact, we should be sitting back and watching y'all go ahead and wipe each other out, because that's essentially what's about to happen.
Right, because we're essentially sitting here watching you all try to wipe us out on our land as we speak right now. Because like you were saying earlier, if you want to get rid of the minority status, then all of these other white, non-white who can pass for whites gets to become white. And all of these other foreign blacks get to come in as black. So that knocks the minority status out across the board, you know. So it's mighty funny. You're not going to have us fighting your little proxy wars when we have to fight y'all as it is right now. And we're the only group of people in the history, well, I ain't going to say in the history, but in recent history, that's willing to fight you all and your bullshit, because all of these other blacks are coming here joining your side by way of your talking points and by way of their moves and their actions. So you think that we're gonna willingly put ourselves on the front line? No, you can get them step and fetchits. You can get them cocoons to go ahead and put themselves, because we need to get rid of them anyhow. So them to be the blacks that you put on the front line to go ahead and do your damn thing, while the rest of us with good common sense will sit back with some popcorn and a stiff drink.
Well, they have already said they're not going to fight a war for us, the Africans. They will leave. They're not going to fight a war for us.
Yeah.
They been jumping off the cliff trying to project. Ain't nobody asked y'all asses to do nothing for us. We ain't never asked y'all to do nothing for us, because you won't do a goddamn thing for your own self besides trade and colonize. You done trade one colonizer for the next colonizer, and you seem to be very happy while you're trading it. But you're all up in our business.
Right, while they sitting up there eating their own people, burning them and eating their own people, posting the shit on the video. So you'll genocide your own people while the Asians and the Caucasians ravage your company and got you mining for diamonds that they wear while the children sitting up there in poverty. No, no.
Not only poverty, Rella, but did you see that video earlier where they had posted with that they were doing experiments on the children?
Yeah.
What's up there,
allowing these Chinese people to come in and do experiments on your babies. Hey,
y'all, I ain't doing that, Sister Trouble. You know, y'all two sisters. You know, I love y'all to death. So I had to get in on this conversation with y'all because y'all be bringing this fire, and I love it. I love it because I want to know who this sister is, and I call her sister by default because she is black. But you know who I'm talking about? She was in that space. Was it yesterday or maybe it was 2 days ago?
You talking about Shuki?
Yeah, that's her. Is that how you say
Shuri. Shuri. He is a Somalian, I believe. Shakiri. Somali.
Her name is Shuki. Her name is Shuki. She's going to be Sookie. I ain't going to never say her name right.
You don't have to call her sister because she ain't no kin of mine. She's not black at all, honey. She said she's not black, and she made it her business to say that she's trying to get to know and build a relationship with the black community. And I'm thinking to myself, you trying to build a relationship with the black community by telling the black community that pretty much we're the reasons why the police Billy Baton and shoot and murder us? No, I'm good. I went down.
And she's in another country other than her own because she fled, whereas we stay here and we fight. She was able to come here because of the results of the fights that Black Americans have. And then she don't sit up and say she don't know if we deserve reparations.
No, Miss T, she said that we're immigrants. She said
ain't no damn immigrant.
Exactly. Immigrants.
She said, there's just a difference. We came here on a boat and she flew here. When she said that shit, I just was like, yeah, these immigrants are really brand new. They are brand effing new and they really are bold.
She think because she done laid up with a white man and made a couple of mixed babies that she's above reproach. Go on, keep thinking that.
Hold on, y'all. Is this another one that's with a white man? Please tell me this is not the case.
Yeah, and she's running in a black district. That's why she trying to build a relationship with black people.
Man, what is up with these sisters? And look now, have y'all noticed now? I hate to say it because I love all you sisters, but and she's not a sister, so let me stop that. But she is considered black because she looks like us, of course. So when people look at her, they're gonna naturally put her with us. You already know that, but. Here's the thing: she's going to get the black vote as well if she runs for office. Yeah, she's going to get the black vote.
No, she's right. I was about to say no, she not. And if you look at her timeline, ain't no way in hell she getting the black vote. She might get the black vote of people who thought like Herman Cain, and you saw how Herman Cain ended up.
Well, that is true, but let me say this, y'all. This woman was in that space the other night, and she was sitting there talking about. Black people, Black Americans need to just move on from slavery. They need to just forget about it, get over it. Don't ask for reparations. I listened to this shit. I said, "Oh my God!"
She tried to win some serious, and I was trying to get on stage, and Aaron wouldn't let me on stage. I said, "Okay, I see you, Aaron." I see you. Because his ass decided to fix his tight lips to be like, I don't even understand why people are going to, they're going to send us hate mail and all this stuff. And we're just trying to have a conversation about finding common ground. Well, find common ground with the fact that, no, he's supposed to be, but he's supposed to be an American. This is a white male who had Reverend Tim up there and the other dude Michael up there, and they were calling themselves having a open-ended discussion. But the discussion
full of shit too, because he just made up with her.
He just made up with her. Because Reverend Tim got a soft spot for white people and immigrants. So all I'm gonna say is, listen, it is what it is. He married to a white woman. So at the end of the day, he was like, let me pull my receipts. I do a lot for single black mothers, but you never said that you do a lot for you never said you do a lot for black families. Every time I hear somebody make a point to be like, well, I do a lot for single black mothers. What do you want, a cookie? You want a cookie? You should be doing something for everybody in the black community. Why is it that it's always single black mothers that you point out? Okay, if that's your get down, that's your organization, that's what you do, fine. But don't use that as some sort of trope, as if like single black mothers is just this horrible thing, and they out here just trampling the world, and look at me trying to save them. No, if you're doing something for the community, whether they're single black mothers, single black fathers, or dual parent households who are black, trying to maintain in America, then do that shit. Stop trying to make it into some sort of hero warrior mentality when it should just be a cultural practice. Don't let your white bitch get you caught up. And that was what I really wanted to tell Reverend Tim, because you're not doing anything to save face for us. You're not. You're doing it because it's something you're supposed to be doing.
But Rella, for the what was the white man's name? Scott or Adrian? Aaron. He kept making it a point to say, I'm like you guys. I'm with you all. We have some common interests. I'm against immigrants too. You're against immigration, but you're not against immigrants speaking for the black collective. And that's always going to be the difference with you clowns that get up there and continue to try to endear yourselves to us by saying, hey, we, us blacks and us whites, we need to work together because we're against immigration. You're only against immigration when it comes to the black ones. And you're not against the immigrants who speak up for black Americans who talk the same way that you all talk against us. So cut the crap.
Well, y'all, that sugary, whatever her name is, I hope she loses because she sounds like somebody who would be a detriment to our community. So we need to make sure she loses because that woman.
Professor, she thinks she is the bee's knees. She thinks she is she thinks she is the bee's knees, and she said that she's been attacked and that we are misrepresenting what she's stating and that we don't understand. And I'm thinking, we all hear her when she speaks, right? Everybody in the room hear her when she speaks, even the white people. Now, the white people, it might fall on their ears like, yeah, she's right. But then in the black people, even Reverend Tim had to pause when she did the space the night before with Sir Major. And I normally don't go in his spaces, and I just so happened to go in there. And he had her up there. It was like, I'm telling you, it was like watching what's it, the scratching of the chalkboard. I said, oh my God, this woman is really serious. She's scary.
Yep, she is. And I'm glad Sir Major been clowning her too. I am glad he's been clowning her. And and I want to go in there and clown on myself because I did make a comment because they wouldn't bring me up. I was trying to get up there, y'all. I was trying to get up there because every time she said something, I wanted to get on her. And there was another one in there that was clowning just like her. I can't remember her name, but she got up there and cooning too. Some black. Now she said she was foundational Black American, the first black woman that got up there.
You talking about Chris? You talking about Chris?
Christy?
Christy. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was her. She said she was Foundation of Black America, and she said she was conservative. And Lord, she got up there and she went to cooning. I said, well, see, this is what I'm talking about. See,
yeah, because she was like, well, what is? She said, it's nothing. I'm not. She's like, I'm not against reparations. She said, but I'm just saying, but while we're fighting for reparations, what are we doing in the in between time? And when she said that, I was like, well, if you don't know, then you're obviously not concerned, and you're not obviously trying to find out, because you're making it a point to be in front of these white folks and these other immigrants in here to make it seem like black people just run around here twirling their goddamn thumbs all day and sitting on fucking Twitter. That's not what everybody is doing. And even if you are doing it, that's your business. But you got people who work 9 to 5s every day, people who take their kids to school every day, who try their best to do what they can to get involved with organizations and be a part of different types of, movements and reparations and understanding the whole delineation, all these damn acronyms running around here, got everybody twisted. So people are doing stuff. She just not involved. And unfortunately, these are the problems that we have with people who believe that they being conservative is, it's just as right as rain, and it's not. You're being conservative doesn't mean that you're moving the needle for Black Americans.
There are some conservatives online that are all right. They talk, pretty good. But then there are the ones like her and Javon who get on and then want to get in front of the white people and say, well, we need to have some accountability amongst ourselves too. Ain't nobody talking about no goddamn accountability. That shouldn't even be a part of the conversation, because what's understood doesn't need to be said. But you all get inside of these spaces, and every time the conversation of reparations come up, you want to bring up accountability in the Black community when one doesn't have anything to do with others. The only accountability we need to have as far as reparations is maybe trying to get our candidates out there who can speak for reparations on a national stage. But trying to use our neighborhood, our community, and what's going on inside Black America, and using that to segue the conversation away from reparations is so disingenuous. And I'm so tired of them doing it. They do it every single time. And I just be sitting there looking at the phone. If I didn't pay for it, I'd throw it. But, I paid for it, so I can't throw it. But I'm just saying, why does that conversation need to come up? Why do you have to bring up accountability in the Black community during a reparations conversation? I mean, stop it.
Yeah. Clarice. Hey, Clarice, I haven't seen you and talked to you in a while. Yes.
Hey, real up. This young lady, this Somalian lady, right? She's from Somalia, right? Okay, Somalia is a Muslim country, right? So that means there's a lot of limitation on her life. In Somalia, she wouldn't be able to run for public office. Matter of fact, she wouldn't be able to talk, have any type of leadership.
She to talk. Go sit in the corner.
Men in her country. So,
oh damn! You come over here now, you
to
big,
the United
big,
States,
big
and
bully.
then she feels like, wow, it's all these type of opportunities for her.
Wow,
she's gonna see America is really totally different from her country. So, but yeah, we just have to remind her where she come from.
We don't need to remind her of nothing, because she opens her mouth and reminds us that she's not an American. And she opens her mouth and reminds us that she has no interest in repair in the Black community. And it's painstakingly clear every time you hear her speak. And she makes it a point to use that what's those terminologies? They're just so aggressive and so abrasive, and they don't know. You can't get a word and have a conversation. She tries to make it seem like we're just some savages running around here that she don't seem to understand. So in that regard, she gonna get all the smoke from me, just like that other wench that runs around here named Erica, who does the same thing, and she's actually a Black American. I'll never let her up on what she did to me in that space with the white supremacists. because you'll never ever get the chance to do it again. So
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of bed wrenches around here. A lot of bed wrenches. Ooh, Jesus. Yeah. Hey, yeah, by the way, y'all, Black Pressure had his hand up down there too. He might want to.
Black Pressure. I'm sorry, Black Pressure, and
you know, let Clarice go. I'm gonna change the subject when I come up. So let the sister go.
Okay. Hello, Clarice.
Yes. Peace to everyone. I heard you guys switch to talking about Shakri. And yes, I happened to be in Sir Major's space at the right time and just listening to her. And it's terrible. It's really, really terrible. Even when Major asked another politician, his name is Aaron, to come up and give her some techniques about being a politician, because she was very
racist?
How do I say? Rude, disrespectful, like arrogant, like she knew everything already. So Major was like, how about you listen to Aaron? Because he's done this stuff before. She's like, oh no, I don't need any help from him. No. And I'm like, what? I'm like, here it is, this person that's willing to give her pointers on how to be better, and she doesn't want to hear it. And it was just the weirdest thing. And she kept saying all this negative stuff. And yeah, so it was just, I was like, oh my gosh, I hope she doesn't win anything at all.
Are you talking about the Somalian girl?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, I was in a space in Sir Major's space. I went into his space, and I'm glad I went in at that time, because I got to hear her, and just, she's not good for anyone. And someone
look, this is the way I would talk to her.
Hold on one second. This is one thing she said. She said she was, someone in here in the space said she would be, that they would classify her as Black. No, they will not do that. First of all, she wears her hijab. Number two, she's very clear on, she doesn't want to be associated with that, even to the point where she's like, my kids are white.
Wow.
Because her ex-husband is white. So no, she doesn't want to have anything to do with that.
Wow.
And I think because she was in the military, she has that adds on to her arrogance, because she fought in the for America in the military. She's a veteran, but she's just like not good at all. That's all I want to say.
I asked her.
Hold on, y'all. I was gonna say right quick, Rilla, that she might say she don't want to be Black, but by default she's Black. Okay, when the police pull her ass over, she's Black. There it is.
No, they don't. They're gonna look at her hijab, and they're gonna look at her ID, and they're gonna treat her as Black.
Well, so I asked her. I asked, because she made that comment. She said, I fought for America, and I think I said, you fought for America, or you went ahead and joined the military so that you can go ahead and get benefits to take care of your family. See, we are clear on why people joined the military, because it was the same reason why our ancestors were given the opportunity to join the military, because they lied about giving them freedom. And they had to sacrifice a lot of times their lives and for money to take care of their families. They were just more patriotic and wanting to actually take care of their families and fight for the country at the same time. She not doing that. She was not doing that because out of pride for the American way. She stated that she had to give up her citizenship from her own country. Like she said that in her comments. So I highly doubt she joined the military because she was so gung-ho about being an American.
And
look, her country is considered a failed state. Somalia is one of the worst countries in the world. They don't even have a government. They barely have a military. Somalia is one of the worst countries in the world. The country doesn't have anything. Somalia is not a country. It's a failed state. So when someone like her comes to a space, you tell her where she comes from. You remind her that her country is a failed state. You remind her that her life is limited in her country, that she's not allowed to run for public office in her space, right? If you remind her of all those things, then that will calm her down.
Yeah, stop the fucking arrogance.
And then also too, she with the military, when immigrants are in the military, it expedites them becoming a citizen, because you can't fight in the American military if you're not an American citizen. That's the other reason why she did it, to get the benefits and to become a citizen.
Clarice, was you in Sir Major's space the other day when it was a bunch of other Somalians in there and the woman was talking crazy to him and he put her on mute and he had to remind her, in your country, you are not allowed to speak to men this way. You are being disrespectful. And he had another Somali man talk to her in their language to get her to calm herself all the way down and to remember who it was she was speaking to. Nice. So that just kind of goes to show you all are not even able to speak to men the way that you all come here and speak to all of us in your own country.
Crazy.
And I don't know if you was in his space the other day when that went down, but I was just thinking to myself, that's kind of interesting, because I didn't know that, And It was a few girls that kept coming on trying to come at him. And he was like, wait a minute now. Now, you know good and well, you can't talk to me like that. You can't talk to men in your own country like that. So don't get over here and get brand new.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I was in that space, but I've heard him in other spaces, because they come with such hostility.
Oh, God, man. Man, they hate
for no reason.
No reason.
I don't know if it's because they're living here and they're like, oh, we could do what we want. We're not around, or maybe they're not around the man. I don't know, but just the hostility and the disrespect, like not all of them, but many of them, I noticed that's how they just start talking. And I'm just like, why? What is wrong with them? Like, why do they do that? So I've heard him say things like that to other Somalians, because they just, they do that.
It's sort of like a newfound freedom for them, because I remember when I lived in Boston around 99, 2000, and the Africans and Haitians and people that I work with on my jobs, more specifically the Africans, they all had sponsors. They all had a white sponsor in order to be here. And I think that that's something that has changed over the course of the years. So now they're able to come from different means. But the majority of a lot of the Africans who were here legally, were here because they had a white sponsor, but they had a certain air of arrogance about them too towards Black Americans, but it isn't nearly as off-putting as it is now. So I wonder if that kind of plays a role into it, that sense of newfound freedom.
Maybe. And that was in the space today. It wasn't, another brother was hosting the space, and I left the space. I think they started a new space, but I think it was the same space and they changed the title, or they started a new space. So when I came into the space, there was someone from Eritrea. Really, I didn't hear all of it, but the part I heard, they were so just disrespectful. And going back to what someone was saying before, the immigrants are so bold, and that person doesn't even live here. I forgot what country they live in. They're not home. They're not in their country. I don't know if it was UK or another country, some other country. Anyway, but the stuff that he was saying, oh my goodness. When I came into space, people were just responding to him. And apparently he was very disrespectful. He kept, one of the things I do remember him saying, oh, welfare. He said, well, the majority of people on welfare are Black Americans.
No, damn.
And somebody said, no. They said the welfare system was created for white people, not for Black Americans. And he still kept saying the same thing over and over again. He was like, well, and then another sister said, she said, we work. She said, even if we have to get out the mud, we make things happen. And so he said, oh, so you just think you're better than everybody? No, he said, better than me, or you think you're better than everybody in the world? And in my mind, I'm like, yeah, we are.
Yeah, but they pride themselves of always using the trope of Black people don't want to work, or Black Americans don't want to work. And that's why I'm just over it. I really am over it. Like the whole picking up the neo-Nazi behavior and well, we're just going to practice supremacy against these people and try to, attack us at every whim. I'm just over it.
Goodness.
Like, no more. Like, you're not going to keep trying to tread on us and come in here and talk about something. Well, I'm just like you. No, you're not. You're actually not like me.
Here's the thing that I have a problem with, though, y'all. These folks come over here and they say they're not Black, but guess what? When the police or somebody racist look at you, they see you as Black. They don't see you as an African. They don't see you as Caribbean or Jamaican. They see you as one of us. And they damn near try to kill you like you one of us. Like they did, what's the guy up in Michigan, Patrick La Jolla, I think was his name. The police that shot him in the head. I think he was from Nigeria somewhere, or maybe he was from Cameroon.
Yeah, you talking about in the Grand Rapids up there?
Yeah, up in Grand Rapids, yes.
And they shot him in the back of the head. The guy, the police officer, executed him right then and there. That was a damn shame.
Yep. And what about the young man? When was it?
Yes, when was this?
This was probably
last year.
Last year sometime. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was like summertime.
And what about the one over in Houston, Texas, y'all? I think that was the bottom Gene. Was that his name?
Mm-hmm.
The guy that got shot by the police officer that walked up in his apartment.
Yeah, you got bottom Gene.
Yeah. So see that right there. See what happened in that case. And from my understanding, we still don't really know what happened in all of that right there. We don't know why she walked up in that man's apartment and shot him. That was a rumor going around that they had something going on. But I think he was from Haiti. I think his family is from Haiti. But that's what I'm saying. They don't understand you are still going to be considered Black in America. And the system is going to make sure you are treated that way. Okay? It's nothing, you can't get around it. I don't care what country you come from. They see you as Black. This woman that's running Sugar, whatever her name is.
Black, stand on that shit, man.
She says she's not Black, but she's still Black.
Stand on it, bro.
Now, she's not all Black, but when it comes to the races, they see her as Black. There you go.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to the racist cops, they don't care where you're from. They're going to kill you if they can get away with it, and they're going to do it to them. If they have that, they still carry that disease mindset. They're going to kill you because in their mind you're Black. So if I can kill you and get away with it, I'm going to do it.
Oh man, what happened? Black American Homeland became a listener. It looks like Black American Homeland got dropped.
No. He'll come back up. He probably couldn't hear. You got a blood pressure?
Hey, so I know that Black Majority and Urilla and Trouble, a couple of other people touched on it earlier. So I have an unpopular opinion. So I know y'all try not to bite my head off. So it came up in another space a few days ago, but like I said, y'all touched on it. But I just want to sit back because I spoke a few times, so I want to listen to everybody. I want to say this. If you look back at World War II and you look back at what befell Hitler and his Nazi regime, right? And you look at America today, right? It's a hot topic. It's millions of spaces devoted to it. It's on all the channels. And I know we love America. And I know this is where many of our lineages come from, including mine. But I know we want to build it up and take it over and make it what it's supposed to be. But like I say, this is an unpopular opinion. But like I said earlier, look at what befell Hitler and his Nazi regime. America is a carbon copy of that. America has spent the last, I would say, 100, a little bit over 100 years, literally making enemies out of every country on the globe. This place is hated by even the people they do business with. This place is hated by these people. Even the air quotes rogue nations, those Middle Eastern nations that won't sign those treaties. So America just calls them rogue nations. You look at Korea, you look at even a lot of the Latin countries that have a lot of animosity towards America. Of course, Black people out here, whole continent of Africa, a lot of Eastern Europe, Russia, all that. If America goes to war, they go into a World War III, this place will be decimated. Like I said, you will literally have countries that hate each other and say, oh, America getting their ass kicked, I'm joining in. So, like I said, I know I moved the goalposts a little bit, but y'all had touched on it earlier, and I just want to drop my 2 cents and I'll land my plane there.
Let me say this to that. During Obama, Obama set up the pivot to Asia, and 50% of our military assets were over there. Now it's up to 60% of our military assets are focused on China over in the Pacific Ocean. So we are likely going to war over there. If someone thinks they can jump in and they think they want to, help out or whatever in terms of attacking the U.S., it kind of is what it is. But they got so much of an arsenal over there. It's just it's going to be one of those issues where the superiority of the technology when it comes to these missiles, you're talking these hypersonic missiles that are really hard to shoot down, that will probably be the thing that determines the victor. But everybody is going to suffer. Everybody's going to be harmed. And if it goes to nukes, it's kind of a whole different realm. The conversations that I've been having about that is that it really seems like south of the equator, where there's no real military buildup, is likely to be the safest place to be, because there's no reason to attack Chile or Argentina or somewhere, way south down there. So let's just hope and pray that we don't get into that situation, because if you live in a major city in America, you're likely going to be a target.
I'll say this, real quick, Majority. Just pretend like you and I are having a conversation, just two black men. Like I said, going back to the bully analogy, and I'm sure you know this just as well as me. America has literally bullied probably 3/4 of the globe for a century, right? And also too, and I'm not talking religion or anything like that. I'm literally talking I guess, an atheist person. I'm not an atheist, but people just try to remain neutral with, say, karma or universal justice. The outright crimes that the United States has committed. I'm not even going to name a country against other melanated human beings across the globe. Now, like I said, you've heard me speak before. Most people have. I'm not religious at all. Probably on a sliding scale of 0 to 100, I might be a 30 as far as religion goes. So what I'm saying is that just you can't. And I'm not saying you as an individual. I'm talking about us as a collective, Black people. We can't ignore the facts that payback is in store for this place. Separate the bullying all the other countries for a century. Separate that. I'm just talking about the how this place has ran roughshod over literally 3/4 of the globe. And some of this is my personal opinion, but it's based on historical facts. You can't beat people up in a fist fight every Friday after school and think one day these people not going to gang up on you one day and get their revenge, and I'll land my plane and listen to everybody else.
No, I agree. I agree, and I actually alluded to that earlier. The British Crown, the Latino or Mexican population, they're looking to, they always talk about their Viva la Raza.
The fucking Razas.
What other wars were the French? Even the French. I mean, don't get me started about the French. They are trying to figure out a way to recapture parts of the United States if they aren't already buying up land. Who else? Oh my gosh, who else do we have? You already know Spain and Portugal are instrumental.
The whole continent of Africa.
Yes, the western portion, and we have to be
remembrance. Do you understand the global reach of the fucking United States military, man?
A lot of Nigerians are coming over, and I know there's an attorney. There's this African attorney who prides herself in actually saying, "Well, she has people come over here, and she teaches them how to get resources, and then they get what they need, and then they are to go and repatriate back home." And so when I think about that, I'm like, so you're depleting the country of its resources, and then her plan is also to leave as well.
Of course.
And so when you really look at the what's happening, the British Crown is trying to recapture its structure here. You have the Latin or Latino population trying to recapture the western and middle portions of America back, and southern portions of America. And then, of course, now we have the Ukrainian and the war over in Russia. So there's, and then you have the white Americans who claim, that they just, want their land or their country back. And I'm just thinking to myself, we are caught somewhere up in the middle. We are caught in these wars we didn't even start.
I wanted to, before the subject changes, go back to the whole Nazi. And from what I've come to find out about the Nazis, they were conservative. That's why they didn't want the Jews, not necessarily because of what they look like, but because of the way that they live their lives. So yeah. So it's like if there was a water breakout, I would go hang out with the Nazis. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Same thing with Russia. And if the enemy of my enemy is my friend, the reason why Russia and Ukraine are fighting is because of NATO. It's because the way that they live their lifestyles, because Russians are moral and conservative people, and the whole NATO thing, because they didn't want NATO, but Ukraine didn't listen, so now Russia's at war with them. So I would go to Russia. I'll land.
Okay, let me just say this. I put a map in the Jumbotron about our military global bases, and we're in Africa, we're in the Middle East, we're in Asia. We have NATO. See, this is the big thing about the United States. When you attack the United States, you attack every single NATO country. If you attack a NATO country, you attack the United States. That is the security treaty, pact, agreement that they have. So they have to fight on our side. The Russian, Brazil, China, India, it's called BRICS. I think it includes South America, possibly. That is another pact. There's a Arab Crescent. That's another pact. We have them. I mean, not only do we have global reach, Russia has global reach, but our military assets are already in place on that side of the planet. They don't have anything in place over here. I understand the thought about the bully. I get it, but this is a different beast, a different animal. Again, America will not survive if it doesn't go to war on a regular basis. And that really actually is to your point. If they go too long without going to war, they're likely going to open themselves up to some level of attack, or we're going to fall apart internally. This is a warring nation. It just is what it is. I mean, it really just is what it is.
Hey, Black, you ever heard the kind of, I guess it's colloquialism or whatever you want to call it, the brawl for it all? And I'm sure maybe you're a sports fan, or like me, I grew up in sports, where you say it's more common in fighting or any kind of combat sport where, hey, me and this guy had a fight. He won the first one. I won the second one. And it's the last one. It's the brawl for it all. This whoever wins this one, I get to talk to you for the rest of forever.
Nice.
This is what World War III is going to be. You're right about all the NATO and all that different type of stuff. But never forget, and like I say, I'm not saying this to be disrespectful. It's just literally a formality. The United States, if you really look at all the greatest crimes in human history, and I'm not talking about localized to a region, I'm talking about the globe. You have the transatlantic slave trade. You have the Native American genocide, which you could put that in quotations, but you have the Native American genocide. And then you have Hiroshima and Nagasaki,
Chinese,
right?
The Europeans.
And even I'm going to include myself in that. These people have never forgotten these atrocities. Never.
Of course.
These people have never forgotten. These people hadn't forgot Desert Storm in the early 90s, very beginning of the 90s.
Never should.
These people have, like you said, these people have, they see the United States occupying their homelands every day. They get to see this, right? These people have never forgotten this. I'm saying this, especially with white people. You can sign all the treaties you want, right? When it's time for payback and revenge, all that shit goes out the window. And like I said, I'm going to reference World War II. Some of the people responsible for defeating Hitler actually were his allies at one time.
Yeah.
People he did trade with and exchange information, and he got weapons and all this stuff. He was allies with a lot of the people that joined in on him and ultimately joined in on him in the fight. Some of them were his countrymen, like you name all those other European countries. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not discounting you made all true points and all that. I'm just saying when it comes down to getting paid back for all the atrocities you've committed. I say this in our land. We talked about this in news title space before. Someone brought up the fact about modern warfare, and I said, look, submarines and tanks, that's antiquated war technology. Nobody fights with those anymore. You might as well fight with a slingshot. It's going to be ballistic weapons, nuclear bombs, like you say, and supersonic stuff. America has the ability to defend maybe 15 or 20. You cannot fight off 60 and 70. And you're going to have all these countries that the United States has been going around for 50 years trying to get people to disassemble their nuclear programs, and all those Middle Eastern countries they call rogue and saying, fuck you, you got them. I'm not getting rid of shit till you get rid of yours. So what I'm saying is when you have all these people that are going to converge, our missile defense system, like I say, is good, but you can stop 10 or 20. You can't stop 50 of them. And I'll land my plane there.
And I back that 100% black pressure. I've been saying that for the longest, and that was the point I was trying to make earlier when I said we have all of these people who come from foreign countries over here that's sucking up the American resources and acting like they're better than us, but they hate this country. So when all of this is going down,
Trojan horses,
and all of these so-called allies come up against America because she's a whore. She's been sleeping with everybody, but they don't love her like that. They lust her. They lust the things that she can do for them, the protections, and they're starting to wane away from that. We got all of these people that hate her from these residual countries that she been fucking real good inside of our country now. So they're gonna hit us from the outside and the inside.
Hey, to that point, let me say this: in Missouri, 100,000 acres of farmland are owned by foreign countries, and half of that is owned by a company from China. So absolutely, there are foreign agents inside this country in all levels of the country, government, corporations, etc. They've been catching these Chinese at the airport trying to leave with genetically modified seeds and all types of bio fucking technology. The Russians have been, so yeah, you're right. These are Trojan horse sleeper cells coming into the country, trying to dismantle the country every way that they can.
So that's the plan, black pressure. Oh, you ever? Is everybody up here? Because I can't see. I still see 4 requests. Do you see everybody up here?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about pressure.
Hey, whoever asked me that, and I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. I apologize. Probably you wouldn't like my answer because I'm always in news toter space, and first and foremost, really knows is all the people in news. I am black first and foremost, before I'm a religion, before I'm loyal to a landmass, anything. I am black first, second, and all the way down to 100. So if there was a war, World War III happens, and this country is teetering on the brink of defeat, I'm not helping America. America destroyed my ancestral memories of myself. They destroyed my family. They destroyed anything cultural that had to do with me and every other black person. I'm not helping America. In fact, Black Majority, what's the name of that old movie? They remade it maybe about 5-6 years ago. Patrick Swayze played in it where the country got invaded. I'm trying to think of the name of that movie. God damn it, I'm old, man. Red Dawn. Thank you so much. I swear to God, if there was a scenario that played out, whatever invading country would come up to me, I tell them, well, hey, man, them white folks hiding over there. This where they is. This where they is. I would not. I'm serious. I am black first. No. I don't give a damn about America. And I'm not talking about the landmass. I'm talking about the power that runs it. I don't care anything about these white folks. Nothing. And I'll land my plane there.
I hear you.
I was just about to say the same thing. The United States of America is a corporation, and these people are going to be coming to fight and take out that corporation. I have nothing to do with that. So I'll be saying the same thing. Oh, they over there. You need me to give you a map? You want me to check roses
and have hot coffee and donuts for them every morning.
That's right. You have some hot food. That's right. They over there. I would do the same exact thing because I'm not about this corporation. I'm laying.
Let me throw this out here. How many would move to a foreign country today? How many would leave America and live in one of these foreign countries that has the ability to invade the country today?
That's an awesome question, Black. But do me this. Name 2 of those countries.
I'm gonna say China and Russia.
I definitely wouldn't go to a one that could invade because number one, if it's a country that could possibly have the nuclear capability to attack America, they're probably going to be involved in a war. So I probably would go to a country that would is probably neutral and out of the way of all these missiles that might get to start flying pretty soon. And just one more question real quick to any of the black family in the room. What obligation does a black person who openly admits their African ancestry and were victims of the transatlantic slave trade, what obligation do we have to America? What loyalty or obligation do we have to this place? I lay on my plane.
Yeah, there's no obligation. The reason I said a country that has the ability to invade is that specifically those countries, because those are the people who will be ruling here, and it's likely that they're going to see us as either a threat or a population that they want to subdue in some way, shape, or form. So it's kind of that, and I hate to use that title of that book because I don't like the guy who wrote it necessarily, but that whole devil principle is we do know this particular demon, but if you bring an invading army that's coming in here and with the intention of tearing and destroying this particular country, it is likely that we are also on the menu. So, that's one of those things that you got to be careful what you wish for.
That's absolutely true. That's exactly why you don't want to go to the country where is the opposing country. They say, what countries are most likely to be destroyed in World War III? Well, it would be the nuclear superpowers, of course, because they're clearly going to target each other's weaponry. So you got China. We just found out, I think it was recently, they just put in media recently that China has increased that. I think they have more silos than we can actually simultaneously strike at the same time. So they have more silos than we have strike capability. So it was that other brother was actually just saying it's actually true. It's can't hit them all at once. So that's just one country, right? And that's just a small thing. I mean, there's so many tactics that can be used and so many different ways that war can be waged and things can be lost. But there's a reason why there's more brazen acts against the country. Why a foreign nation would fly something into our airspace? Because well, what are you going to do about it? You know what I mean? That's the name of the game. Might makes right, and whether you like to believe it or not, that's the kind of world you're living in. You know what I mean? You could watch, Netflix all day. You could go to work. You can pretend none of this stuff is happening, but it's happening. And the potential for a global conflict is actually very high right now. Russia just did 3 doomsday drills, which are nuclear prepared, extreme nuclear disaster drills. This was recently, within the last, one was yesterday, and the day before that. And U.S. was following suit, doing some similar drills. So, when people say drills, just understand that these are possible entries into war, right? So because they could easily turn into, okay, it's a drill, okay, it's real, right? So we're constantly monitoring that, and they're constantly monitoring us. And, I think people should start to think about maybe what would you do in a worst case scenario? Because people tend to do this thing where they go into these extremes and they go, well, nobody's going to survive a nuclear war, so why care about it? Blah, 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 blah. Right, but if you're really honest with yourself, be real with yourself. Don't lie to yourself. If you fall off a cliff or something blows up, you lose a leg or you lose a leg, you want to live. You just want to kill yourself. You don't want to commit suicide. All the things you've been through in life and all the hard work you did in your life, you have the will to live, and that's going to kick in. And so if bombs do go off, and it might be a grim existence and not a pleasant existence, but it's likely that it could be survivable. Because they might just hit high value targets, right? So, and if that is the case, or they hit large cities or something like that, whatever, and you just happen to not be in one, then Yeah, all transportation might stop, all supplies might stop, electricity might stop, and so you might be in a barren land. And so you got to start thinking about what would I do in that scenario? What would I do in the scenario where I actually do survive this worst case scenario? And you might, your neighbors are now hostile. You're hostile. Everybody around you might turn hostile. You know, what kind of community do you live in? What kind of allegiances did you make? You know, you have weapons. Do you have storage of food? Do you have a way to grow something? I don't know. You know what I mean? Can you move? Can you be nomadic? You know, just some things you might want to start asking yourself in terms of something really does happen or go down. I know people don't like to think about it. It's like a fantasy, just like the COVID thing. Oh, nothing's gonna happen. That's fake. And you see people dropping dead and wearing masks and all that stuff, whatever. I know it wasn't that serious. Now we discovered that it wasn't, you know, as serious as people once thought it was. But initially, in the beginning, you know, people just thought it was completely fake. You know what I mean? And so, you know, there's a problem with just writing things off completely or assuming the worst. Like, you got to kind of sometimes look at things critically and, you know, analyze it for what it is instead of going far off the deep end or not going at all.
Yeah, I'll say this too. You can forget about with the nuclear fallout. You can forget about ever growing anything in the ground again.
Yeah, that might be years from now or whatever. It might be whole North America. Nobody knows the side effects of that. Nobody knows because we've never done it. We never blew up massive amounts of nuclear weapons, right? We've blown up some, but we haven't blown up massive amounts and done a full-scale war, right? That's still going to be an experiment largely. So we're going to find out what happens if they do it. You know what I mean? And, you know, I don't want to find out that kind of scenario, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? I got some plans I'm working on myself, but I'll get into that after somebody else goes. I see people's hands up.
We don't really have to look forward to find out what the nuclear war is going to look at Fukushima and look at the land over there and how long it's been pretty much messed up. Or not Fukushima. What was that?
Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And I actually have a friend whose father's from. I actually have a friend whose father's from Hiroshima. She you know, and he doesn't talk to Americans. This goes back to what the other brother was saying too before. You were saying something about them still having remembering. Yep, you're absolutely right. They do. Because you got one guy, older guy, he's an attorney. He's called samurai class. That's like a type of status they have over there. I guess his family come from samurai background and became an attorney. And his daughter went to school in the States, but he will not talk to American people. He just has a thing about it. And he doesn't do business with them. You know, and some people didn't forget. No, well, you know, it might be an ally. They might say the ally. I don't know. I don't want to talk like that on here. It's all, you know, I'll stop there.
Okay, let's go to
growing things. As far as growing things,
who we got?
grow them in the house.
Okay.
And the other thing is, going back to the whole nuclear thing, if you look what has just happened in Ohio, there's an example right there.
Okay, let's get some of these hands. Let's go Alexander, Brandon, Miss T, and then Jahar.
Okay, am I allowed to speak?
Alexander, you got it.
Okay, so I wanted to echo what you were saying, Black Majority, about the whole possibility of World War III. I mean, I think we're slowly but surely getting there. I just think that it's going to be about the United States trying to maintain its unipolar hegemonic power with the dollar. Because the other countries, those like Russia, China, India, so I think it's South Africa. They're joining this like kind of like alternative economic financial model where they buy energy in their own currency instead of buying it in US dollars. And that's what they're worried about. And the United States has been shooting its own allies in the foot in a way. I don't think NATO's going to last for long, because even with that pipeline blew up, it's now coming out that the United States did that. And that's hurting the European economy. And they're turning around and selling the LNG gas to Europe to, heat their homes and whatever else they use the liquid natural gas for. And some of them are starting to recognize that. So I don't know how long the United States and Europe would be allies anymore, especially Germany.
Yeah, so that was part of the plan because America is a producer of natural gas, so they want to be able to ship it over there. I think the problem is they're not going to be able to ship it fast enough. They probably would like to build a pipeline at some point. But yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. They've been trying to replace the dollar. Anybody who has ever tried to replace the dollar gets invaded. So it's going to be
But
difficult.
we've never invaded a nuclear country.
Exactly. It's going to
That's
be
the difference this time. When they did that with Gaddafi, it wasn't a nuclear country.
right.
Russia has nukes. The Chinese have nukes.
Right.
I'm not so sure about India and South Africa and all these other countries, but I think they're trying to launch a financial war because they know that outside of we don't really produce as much when it comes to commodities. We pretty much outsourced everything, but it is hurting their economy because it's more inflationary for them to get their natural gas from the United States than it actually was from Russia.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
they're
No question.
deindustrializing as a result of that. And now they have to ship their jobs back from Europe over to the United States.
Right. Right. And that is a part of the DNA, which is NAFTA 2.0, where they're bringing manufacturing back to North America, Canada, China, Canada, Mexico, and the United States. So they're making the moves that are encapsulating China. They're trying to pull manufacturing out of China. They're probably going to try to use Taiwan as an entrance point to some type of war, whatever that ends up being, with China. And the Ukraine thing may still be going on, may not. Who knows how that's going to go? If that develops into a much larger regional situation, that could spark World War III. All those other little countries, Saudi, I think the Saudis are talking about they might start trading oil and some other currency, whatever. The US has the ability to not just collapse the global economy if they really, really, really chose to. I think that's a part of a much larger plan to get off paper currency anyway and go to digital anyway. So I think a lot of this stuff kind of plays into all of these long-term plans anyway. But yeah, I mean, I agree with what you said, no question. Let's go to Brandon.
Hey, I don't think that NATO. It's not in Europe's best interest to actually walk away from NATO, mainly because they only have to pay 3% of their GDP for NATO, and also they don't even have the ability to ship. We have all of the infrastructure for logistics. A lot of these countries don't. The problem is that they're so intertwined that to actually pull away, it doesn't really make sense. And most of these countries, like Germany and Japan, only have a defense force of 250,000 soldiers because that's what they had to do after they surrendered. So a lot of these other countries really did not invest that. So they have updated technology, but a lot of times they don't really have the ability to do a long, proactive, large scale war without their allies, because they were never designed to work alone, because they invested their money in other stuff like re-education for the masses and other things like that, while we invested in our military. So why would you? So if you're in Europe, this is the best case scenario for you. You don't even have to worry about a lot of different things because American taxpayers are going to pay for it. So I would say, why would you pull away from a deal like that? It doesn't make any sense. The other thing too is that Europe is still engaging in a lot of colonial. They're still colonizers, really. Most of Africa's biggest trade partners, and even Indian trade partner is like England. So it's like they still have the same kind of control and they still have the same kind of power And sometimes they use the United States as as somebody who actually does their work for them. Like the United States invaded Haiti in the 1950s, so they can make sure that they pay the debt to the French government, because they had to pay them essentially trillions of dollars after the revolution, and they got they had an embargo where they couldn't sell the sugarcane, which made it the most it made it the most profitable colony in the world at one point in time. Like so I don't think that that's going to happen. The other thing is that like somebody talked earlier about China's investment in the American real estate. The American real estate is the best investment for most of the world and has been for a very, very long time. We are so intertwined financially that even if China is the only real government, or the only real government that really pose a threat to the United States, because they have some of the money and they have the resources. The only thing is they've just been building their army in the last 20 years, and the United States has been building their army since World War II. A lot of research and development and things like that America is just way far ahead. It's kind of like if I had $1 billion or billions of dollars for many years for any kind of like operation or company, and you just got money and you're trying to figure all these things out, even your countermeasures to my military strength may not add up because it hasn't been tested against each other, right? So it's an interesting thing, but it's like a lot of places really don't invest in their military, do not have the infrastructure that the United States government has, and also like not government, but military has, and also it doesn't make sense for this war because nobody's going to win at the end. Like they're going to lose billions of dollars of investment, or they have all this money that we already owe China or other countries. Like a war would destroy our economies. A very large scale war would destroy our economies, just like it destroyed.
I don't think they want to have I think they want more of a multipolar world, is what I'm saying.
What do you mean by you say multipolar?
Yeah. So if you prior to of World War II, we didn't really have much of a military either. We only started building that up past that to one, to make sure communism and fascism doesn't come to America, but also a unipolar world. You control the world reserve currency. They want to have a multiple currency world.
That doesn't fit into global prophecy though. We supposed to have a one world currency, one world government at some point with all these pacts. I think there's 3 or 4 major ones, NATO, BRICS, and a couple of other ones. That kind of moves us closer to some level of one world governance. From what I've been posting, the central banks control just about every central bank on the planet. There's a few that they don't, but most of them they do. So for the banks, they don't care. They want a central digital currency. So, I don't know. I just want to check on my co-host. Miss Rella, are you still up here? Black American Homeland, you still up here? Just making sure you guys still got access. Because I'll drop you guys down if not and bring you back up.
I'm here.
Okay. All right, cool. Let's go to Miss T and then Jahara. Okay, Miss T, you ready? Okay, let's go Jahara.
Yeah, Jar. Yeah, man, that is something else. I was thinking, this situation is actually, there's somebody I wanted to respond to because they were saying something else so accurate. But yeah, this situation is interesting because There's actually a couple of reports are out that Russia's planning some like large scale offensive, and they're I think they're gathering up something like 500,000 troops. They're supposed to be mobilizing, around 500,000 troops, and there's something else that's actually happening too. And this offensive, and this is why they've been doing these recent drills, because we had a couple of days back, we had, I think, one of our top generals, I can't remember his name, announced that Russia was losing strategically. So this was all over the news and the media recently. So yeah, these things are heating up, pretty serious. As far as Russia being independent, Russia doesn't appear to have much debt, and prior to the war, they were accumulating a lot of gold reserve. So they were preparing to go into war. They're actually preparing for this. Mm-hmm. And then you have China, and obviously you talked about Brinks and the whole this whole unification of this, and then them trying to create their own kind of global reserve currency. Well, that would involve the process of decoupling, right? So little by little, countries are trying to end their reliance on each other, and those are the telltale signs of also, creating a separation for not only for business wise, but so that if and when the conflict does occur, you don't get hindered because you need your enemy. So, these things are happening right in front of our eyes. At this point, I don't get how people. This isn't like the main discussion and major the media all over the country. Like, I don't get how it's not like the most important thing, right? Because, in all due respect, we talk about issues that are taking place within the country, but if you don't have a country to exist in, then I think that trumps everything, right? So I don't know. I'll stop there. I'll let someone else go.
So the media is a wing of the White House or whatever administration is there. So they're not going to talk about it until they tell them to talk about it, because that means they're trying to use it as propaganda to get American public to support their effort to go to war, right? So we get like trickles of information, whatever here, there. But when they start ramping it up, and then it'll be everywhere, and we'll kind of have a much better idea that we're headed into some type of active conflict. Miss T.
Yes. Real quick, my only concern about that is that real quick is that in this scenario, in this fifth generation type of warfare, it may not take very long. You know what I mean? Because like waiting for us to get, oh shoot, we're attacked now, we're gonna rile everybody up. Like, that first attack could be, I don't want to sound like some fantasy here, because some of the weapons that are out there today, it just makes things make World War II look like they were playing with sticks and stones. Mm-hmm. So I'll stop though, man.
Black, thank you for allowing me to speak again. I'm sorry I missed you when you did call, but I want to address two things. I did post in the comments where the Center for Immigration Studies stated that 63% households welfare, whereas 35% of Native Americans are on welfare. So they can stop that cap. Hell, they coming over here broke. How would they not be on a welfare system? And then regarding the war, I think it will mostly be cyber, with maybe tainting of water, shutting down electrical grids and things like that. But our president may not be sharp, but I generally that if it came down to a war, our generals would take over. They probably would just go ahead and give him a knockout drug and let him go ahead and die. And they would take over. They do not want to be a prisoner of anybody's war. Our generals are brilliant. They know what it takes to win a war.
Mm-hmm.
And please don't think that we have knowledge of every strategy, every bomb, every technique that they have. Of course, they're not going to let that information get out on how they would counter an attack. I feel safe here. I think the thing that would get us would be the Trojan horse that's out in America.
Mm-hmm.
As far as bombs and things like that, I don't even get a chance to make it over here to America. I just think we just ain't cowboy. They ain't ready for. And with that, I land my plane.
Yeah, so to that, like the technology that they have, it may be good in tests and it may sound really good, but it hasn't actually been tested in battle. There may be jamming techniques and different things that the U.S. has that are top national secrets. Someone brought up Hitler earlier, and the thing about these other countries, the difference to Miss T's point is that there is a succession plan in the United States that is kind of different than most countries. Essentially, in a lot of those countries, if you take out the leader, if you take out the top whatever level, it's pretty much over for them. Here, it just kind of they have people that'll step up, step up, step up, step up, step up, and so the United States can continue even if the entire government quote unquote was taken out. There's always someone to step up into the position, and that's a unique thing I think around the planet, to be honest. So that does give us some continuity, if you will. Brandon, you're up.
The only thing about that, the concept of the Trojan horse, it depends who we're fighting against, right? So during World War II, you know how they had the internment camps. So they had the Japanese internment camps, but they also kept a close eye on the Italian and also the German population. So I think that's the real question, because even when you look at it, okay, like people from like Asian demographics and also from African, like from the African diaspora, if you combine those two together, there is actually less than 1% of the population. And if you jumped on one particular group, like subgroup of people, it would be even less. And just because, let's say we go to war with their neighbors, doesn't necessarily mean that this group would also, jump behind them. So it would be real interesting to see what actually happens there. And another thing, the biggest weakness of the American people is almost just the American people. Other countries, they will let their people suffer. We can't let nobody suffer, which is a great thing, but it's also kind of a hard thing to maintain during war. It's part of the reason why we pulled out of the, what war was that, Vietnam. It's because after the Tet Offensive, and Americans saw, Americans overseas dying for something they couldn't really understand, then there was a big, outcry. Like basically, it just lost the war lost popularity, right? I think that might be the biggest problem for us. It's not going to be okay if there's any like we would act like it's the end of the world if we have 100 terrorist attacks, and while we're accidentally blowing up 100,000 people over there, you know what I mean? So it's like like if you look at the wars and the casualties and how many people died just accidentally, like we blew up this whole family, we blew up several whole families, and all those other types of things just in one day, versus what I think we have this weird concept of privilege of war, which if we go to war with a large scale, a large government who can actually harm us in any way. I don't know how well that's going to work out for us. I don't think we got the stomach for it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to this. just so you're aware, Russia did one of their tests in the poles, and there was another test done where I think it was something like 400 miles away. One of their nuclear weapons were felt, and that's something like the equivalent distance of like New York to Ohio. Like you got a bomb exploding in New York and it shattering windows in Ohio, and so like and not only do these weapons work, they're extremely hard to stop. And essentially, what really at the moment, I think that the concept of mutually assured destruction slows other countries down from actually wanting to take that step. However, there are specialists in each country that are actually now analyzing that a nuclear war is actually winnable. Now, what's left over, who's to say? But essentially, if you could destroy your enemy in a humongous first strike, then essentially with these type of modern weapons, not the ones from World War II, not the overarching missiles, I'm talking about, hypersonic missiles like you pretty much send, not in a straight line, but pretty much with less of an arc. They're very hard to stop, right? But then the whole thing is, how do you stop a counterattack and all this back and forth stuff? And that's what's kind of being measured out now. Mm-hmm. So these balloons bring into another interesting fact, which these balloons are actually very hard to detect on radar. It turns out that China actually has I think it's upper atmosphere defense, military defense. They have a whole segment of their military designated for that, and we do not. This is interesting because they could pretty much, I think it's something like 1,000 or something, 500 to 1,000. They could easily send out 500 to 1,000 of these balloons. They could, and they could escape radar detection because they put out such a low frequency. However, they can be detected if radar is set to lower frequencies. This is something that was spoken about in a press briefing recently. I don't know if he meant to say it, but he just kind of explained it like that. It sounded like something that kind of came out there. But it was clear that they were difficult to detect. There was a couple of attempts being made to take them down. They don't deflate easily. So these things could carry a payload. They could carry a biological weapon. They could carry, any kind of weapon. So, this is problematic. This is not the first time balloons are being used. They've been used in past wars in the past. So there's all types of little types of methods. I'm not saying necessarily just bombs, whatever, but like war is war. And one of the first mistakes is to think that, you're invincible, or to think that you're impervious to being attacked. There was this little saying I remember somebody told me before. I think it was like, show me the guy who thinks he can't get got, and that's the guy that I can get, right? And it's really like, I think what Brandon was saying was like, I think one of the weaknesses of most American people sometimes is the tendency, because we've been kind of been indoctrinated a little bit here with American exceptionalism. All the movies, we're always the hero. The other countries make jokes sometimes to say every time there's an alien invasion, the aliens always come to America. Like, why don't they go anywhere else? And I thought that was funny because we center ourselves sometimes, and I get it. You know what I mean? Has a long history here. However, it doesn't negate the rest of the world's advancements. You got other countries that they're China right now is exceeding at having high impact scientists, where our numbers are dwindling. And high impact scientists impact your nation's technology and your ability to develop advanced weaponry, utilize advanced weaponry in your future as well, right? While we're looking at TikTok and doing dance videos, they have a whole different system of TikTok. Their TikTok doesn't acknowledge those kind of algorithms. for their kids, it acknowledges, science projects and things that produce productivity. And they have ours kind of just like,
Wow.
you have the opioid version.
Shit dropped me, bro.
TikTok.
Took a long time, but it dropped me.
Just because you want to watch videos and look at it all day.
I gotta get a code.
And when they did a survey, they did a recent survey of what most kids want to be when they grow up. And a lot of American kids, young middle school, elementary school age, were saying they want to be an influencer. They did the same survey with kids in China, and they were saying they want to be astronauts. But we have something going on here, whether you want to recognize it or not.
Cultural.
I just hope that something can be done, and maybe more can be done, or something can change. But I don't. Unfortunately, I don't want to share too much of my honest opinion here, because it's not really a nice opinion. But I'll let somebody else talk. I still have hope, though. I'll stop there.
Yeah, so I don't think anybody is suggesting that, if there's a nuclear conflict, that we're impervious to attack. I think it is warranted to say that the technology hasn't been proven in a battlefield scenario where EMPs could come into play. Like I said, any type of jamming that would throw off guided systems. There's no guarantee that they could launch a missile and guide it to its destination halfway across the planet. I mean, certainly if they get it within the ballpark, it'll do damage and destruction, but not necessarily have pinpoint accuracy. And of course, if they have overwhelming missiles, then that creates a problem, of course, where just by the sheer volume, some of them are bound to get through. I agree with all those, don't question. But it also is one of those things where if they're going to launch, because I think the number is somewhere in 5,000, somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000. If that's the case, it's kind of like the world is kind of over for us anyway, because we're going to be the main target of it. Now they may try to target some of our military assets, but again, we've got, I think that last thing said 375,000 assets in Africa and Middle East and around the Asian Pacific corridor. So I don't know if they would be worried about that necessarily. So maybe there's a secondary wave that we could conduct with those assets that are in close proximity. And whoever survives here, whoever's able to survive, whoever is not in the country and can survive, whoever's in South America and can, places where they necessarily wouldn't be attacking in that initial wave. There's a lot of different scenarios that could play out. Hopefully, in none of our lifetimes or grandchildren's lifetimes will never, ever, ever, ever come to that. But if we're able to launch, they're able to launch, and we get off thousands of nuclear weapons, it's very likely that the countries we target and us, because they're going to target us, it's going to take decades, 50 years, 100 years even, to effectively constitute a country again. That's multiple generations, and so the world will be much, much different anyway. So it's kind of like the country's over anyway at that point. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. It is what it is. If you back Putin into a corner, if you back whoever the president of China is, I can't think of his name at the moment. If you back him into a corner, they're likely to go to a nuclear arsenal if they feel like they have no other choice. So the United States has to play essentially a very delicate tightrope, play a very, very delicate game, cat and mouse, And they may have to capitulate at some point. I think that's what China's trying to push them to see how much they can get, how far they can push, poke and prod, etc., etc. But you know, at the end of all of it, just hope that
Sorry,
never
y'all,
happens.
I cut off.
Yeah, I just hope that never happens.
Hey, Black. Yeah. Hey, Black. I gotta leave about 5 minutes. Hey, Professor,
Gotcha.
you like to take my place, Professor? If you can.
Yeah, I can.
I appreciate it.
All right, let me see if I can get.
I do agree with you on Russia. I think China's a little different, right? Because they have a defense doctrine, right? During Desert Storm, Russia came to the conclusion that there was no way they can stop the United States military because they, what was it? What country was that? With I forget the name of that country. I guess it was Iran. They had the third largest army that was basically destroyed in about the span of just a couple of months. I mean, a couple of weeks, really, right? And it was all Russian supplied weapons. And after that, they came to the conclusion the only way we can stop an invasion is by nuclear arms, right? China's a little different. China has a defense only. So, no, not even defense only. Only if they're being fired upon with nuclear weapons will they actually use it, right? So Russia, as we can see, is a little weaker than what we thought they were because they really didn't upgrade a lot of their army, nor did they have probably didn't have the resources. Like how much money the United States spends on the military is kind of ridiculous to spend $1 trillion a year to do it. We spend more than the next 10 countries combined.
I was gonna say China also has a history of not necessarily following those policies necessarily, but
No, I get what you're saying, but it's just a completely different response. And to defeat these countries, it doesn't make sense. You know how terrible it would be to try to invade and then hold 1.3 billion people, right? And even in the United States, we're the most armed group of people in the world. There is a gun for every man, woman, and child in America. Like trying to occupy any of these countries doesn't make sense. And countries have really lost tons of money and resources trying to occupy countries for long term. And just don't do it. What you want to do is you can weaken the country economically, right? Like for instance, we already cut China off from making certain technologies regarding like making a more advanced nuclear, not more advanced weapons and things like that. I'm sorry, I gotta go tend to these kids. I'm watching my kids and. Yes, y'all can have some marshmallows.
You on mute, bro.
Don't eat all the marshmallows.
You on mute, bro.
Okay, that's what's up. We love the kids. We love the kids.
So I'm screaming in the phone. My bad. But no, it's just like I forgot what I was even saying.
I went in dad mode and forgot.
Precisely.
Okay, Black Pressure, you got your hand up.
Hey, yeah, all y'all making great points. I agree with everything. I really have no major disagreements with anything any of the family is saying. But I will say this: when it comes to the race for dominance, never forget that white people have no issue with destroying themselves to wear their crown of dominance. So, you can go back to when, I know I'm going ancient, but, still proving a point, when the Mediterranean people ruled the world and, in the form of ancient Rome, and you could go, all those Greek states and all that stuff, they have no problem with that. You can go down to the Crusades, you can go to the Inquisitions. So I'm saying that to say, when it comes to war, and especially the type of war we would fight today, which would be modern warfare, do not think that these people wouldn't sacrifice their own people for dominance. I know a lot of people come there with scenarios saying, oh, well, they wouldn't do this and they wouldn't do this because of, paperwork and economics. Man, these white people have no conscience. They none of that stuff matters. to dominate.
Brother, I ain't mean to cut you off, but you're exactly right. You're exactly right. And that's what they're doing right now. That's what they're doing right now here in America. They would rather do all the things they doing for the Ukraine and for whoever the fuck else, you know what I'm saying, than really just put the money into the hands of the people that can actually heal them. You know what I'm saying? Help heal them. You know what I mean? So you're exactly right with everything you're saying. That's exactly what it is. They would rather put the money somewhere else. You see what I'm saying? And that's what we going through right now. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're going through right now. Because their leaders would rather put the money in the hands of other Europeans that have nothing to do with this country and its development. It's tradition. You know what I'm saying? This country is young. You know what I mean? It's the youngest. Matter of fact, the youngest on the planet as far as the establishment that has been built on our foundation is young. You know what I'm saying? So they would rather do that than assist us in these reparative repairs. You know what I'm saying? But guess what? As long as we can get a few of them, you know what I'm saying, moving on how we moving, just on the political level. Shit, we're gonna take all this shit down, man. They ain't gonna have no choice because guess what? We ain't out here interested in dying and sacrificing ourselves. That's that kamikaze shit. That's that shit. We ain't not into that. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no shit we do. You know what I'm saying? That's they shit. You know what I mean? And that's what they doing right now. So yeah, you exactly right, brother. I land.
And just closing real quick. Like I said, I reiterate, all of the guys and all of the sisters are making great points. So, and everybody's right. No, there may be two countries that I could think of that can just stand toe to toe and throw hands with the United States. And everybody else wouldn't stand a chance. But this modern warfare today, if you were to take down the United States, it wouldn't be an outright frontal assault. You would die. Like I say, the vast majority of people on Earth would get decimated if you tried just like a full frontal assault with the United States. It's too much money they put into defense to do that. The way you would do it initially, you would start it out is with sabotage. Then you can do the frontal assault, and I'll land my plane there.
Well, that is a part of the philosophy of socialism and communism, to be quite honest. When they would try to institute that ideology over here, it was with the intent of being a Trojan horse in America to collapse or belief in the idea of America even. So you can imagine these immigrants are coming over here with that same mentality of getting into government, figuring out ways to sabotage the country. I'm surprised more of them are not being arrested or investigated on, transferring top secret files to different places in different parts of the world. To be honest, I'm actually really, really shocked that hasn't happened.
Hey, Black, you know the story of the got to deal with me. I'm getting older, so give me the F-35 Lightning. I was the F-35 or the F-22 Raptor, one of them. How the Chinese had hacked the Pentagon and got the blueprints for it and built one of their own. You know about that story?
Oh, wow. No, that's crazy.
Yeah, look that up. I forgot the name of theirs. It is a carbon copy. I want to say it's either the F-22 Raptor or the F-35 Lightning, but they got it. They got it from hacking the Pentagon.
That's crazy, man. See, that's crazy because I would like to know if the hack came from overseas or if it was someone who was inside and had access in order to get to that information.
Hey, check your DM. I'm gonna send it to you in like 5 minutes.
Okay, appreciate it. Whew. So, there was a white guy, 52-year-old gunman, shot 6 people dead in Mississippi his ex-wife, his stepfather, and a bunch of other people that they look like they're all in their 50s or whatever. Just some lunatic psychopath, sociopath went on a shooting rampage. He survived, of course. He's a white guy, but he did kill 6 of his own. It looks like I don't think there's any black Americans involved in that because it's a rural white town in Mississippi.
Yeah, I heard about that earlier, man, and I don't think it was any blacks involved. Thank God for that. It looked like this was one of those Caucasoids on Caucasoids crime, everybody. So let's go ahead and just say praise to God.
Yeah. I mean, we can look. We can. I ain't mean to cut you off, brother, but I'm saying we can look at that in a couple different ways because Mississippi is predominantly black. Matter of fact, the only other black, that part of Mississippi, that Jackson area and all that, you know what I'm saying? Like, the only other part of Mississippi the only other part in the country that has that much black people is in Detroit. You know what I'm saying? But they're trying to establish their own European court system amongst the black people that's there. Amongst the black people that are in the courts and standing in the courts. And some of those are not freedmen or foundational black Americans or none of that. Some of them are African Americans, immigrants. You know what I'm saying? That don't have really no ties to this country and what we've been through. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the war, that shit in Mississippi that's going on right now, man, it's so much going on in Mississippi right now. You know what I'm saying? And we gotta be aware of these things, and we gotta move wisely because, you know what I'm saying, they're trying to erase the statistical evidence that a lot of our people don't really understand and know that a lot of us have roots right there in Mississippi. A lot of us. I'm willing to go out there and jump on the line and say more than 50% of us have roots in Mississippi. You know, so we gotta be aware and look at what these people doing on so many governmental levels in those counties. And like I say, there's a lot of black people there. I mean, in theory, black people, I say that in theory. But when it comes to the agenda of what these people are standing on and what a lot of them has been colonialized to over years of oppression, further explains the claim for reparations. Alain.
Okay, let me get up in here. Yeah, no question. I looked up that F-35. It looks like it was email hack, passwords, phishing, but they say it could go back as far as 2006, which means it probably went back a whole lot further than that.
Yeah, hey, but you see what I was saying, Black, with the and I'm, like the brother said, it's a Twitter space. I'm gonna choose my words wisely. If some rogue country allegedly wanted to attack the United States, like I said, you're not going to get in the ring and go blow for blow with the United States. You get obliterated instantly. It's gonna have to be like that. You would have to sabotage, like in boxing. I'll use a boxing analogy. Jab, 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 jab. Then you come with the right hand. You have to do that over and over and over again. Then you do the frontal assault. But yeah, that's crazy. That story is crazy. If anybody cares to look it up.
Family, let me be honest with y'all, which I always try to be with when I come into any of these spaces, but I'm going to just set the facts straight with you guys. What's going to happen with America it's not going to be another nation coming in per se to take it over, to do anything to it. America is going to fall on its own. Okay? It's going to fall internally. It's going to fall because of the wickedness and the evilness that it has done for such a long time. And that's all over the globe. You all know this. I don't have to even to explain it to you. It's going to fall on its own. Listen to me when I tell you this. There's going to be hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, all the train derailments that you're seeing. Why you think you're seeing all of this? You see how all of that started up? And we didn't know where that came from, did we? The train derailment. How many has been, y'all? About 5? I think it's been about 5 of those. 10, brother. About 10. Yes, 7 in America, right there, 5 across the globe. Yes. Train derailments, y'all. All of a sudden, the United States is having all these issues, not to mention all the mass shootings that you're seeing. America is falling. You got to look at the signs. I want y'all to pay attention because I talk about signs in spaces. I mentioned this. Because what's happening is because of the demonic spirit of the Caucasoids, they don't seem to understand that their spirit is going to lead to the downfall of the so-called country that they built. That's what they always stake their claim on. They built this. But they didn't. They didn't build this. We built this. What they did was they built their establishment on our foundation. That's what they did. You go. Exactly. Yeah, on our foundation. But the people that put in the hard work on the when you talk about the backs, that was us. They built it on the backs of foundational Black America, family. Therefore, these people are going to fall. They're going to suffer. They are suffering. Did y'all see what's happening right there in East Palestine, Ohio? You got to pay attention to the signs. They were showing pictures of the white folks with sores on their faces. But then relate this to Black America in Jackson, Mississippi right now, right? Now, Jackson, Mississippi, Black Americans and Flint, they've been suffering. But guess what? Those Black Americans are still living. They still moving right along, right? Because, see, Black people are used to suffering in this country, right? We're used to this stuff. We built for this shit. The people in East Palestine, Ohio, they was all pissed off and upset, talking about they ready to do some shit. Because they don't know how to handle it. They're not used to it. See? They falling apart up there. And they going through hell up there. Because whatever happened with that train derailment, all the pollutants have gotten into their water system. See? The soil and the air. They're chasing what they're doing right now. They're chasing the cloud of that of those things because there was one that happened in Arizona too. Yes, you know, and you know, it consolidated itself into the soil and into the water. You know, and it takes time for it to burn out because what it says that once it hits the atmosphere, the sun is going to burn it out. You know what I mean? So yeah. I mean, we got healing here. You know what I mean? We have healing. We just need to understand who we are and what we standing on. Yes. That's it. Amen. That's it. Once we understand who we are and what we standing on, I mean, it's not going to collapse because we're not going to let it collapse. They don't have no more right to none of this than any of us do. That's right. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? It makes me wonder. It makes me wonder when that whole COVID came out. was that really intentionally meant for us?
It was. Absolutely meant for us.
And then, but it backfired on them.
It's a genetic modification. It's a biological weapon. It's to transhumanize our genetics into what they want us to be.
Hey, Professor, this is Black Pressure.
This shit is deep, man.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Hey, I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm all right.
All right, good. Let me ask you something. Same thing I did with Black, man. Two black men talking, me and you. All right?
Okay.
100%, excuse me, I'm eating and talking. 100% respect. Put it to you like this. All the horrors and atrocities that America has exacted against all the different, and like I said before, melanated, even themselves, but I don't care about them. All the different melanated people across the globe, right? Just like I said, I'm just having just me and you, two black men having a conversation. Do you think that it is authentic justice for these people to depend on, I guess you could say, let me try to put it like you said it. Do you think it's real justice for the crimes America committed against all these other melanated people in the globe, whether we like them or not? Do you think it's real justice for them to wait on America's self-decay as recompense, or do you think these people are going to get physically involved with the demolishing of America? And I'll let my plane listen.
Okay. Shoot, to be honest with you, Black Pressure, I had to agree with you, bro. I think these other people are going to get involved in making sure that America falls. They're going to find some kind of way.
I'm with you. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. What you said earlier about self-decay, that's a part of it. But I don't think real justice would be solely that. Just solely wait for self-decay.
Yeah. See, as a part of it, y'all, America is going to self-destruct because it's too much evil and wickedness going on within. But the other countries are going to take advantage of that because they can see it. They know what's going on. That's why all these immigrants are over here. And trust me, when these immigrants come over here, they are taking notes. And they see all of the stuff that's happening around us. And they're taking it right back to their country saying, hey, man, America is due for a fall. Remember that movie, New Jack City? And if you remember the New Jack City, and of course I'm one of the old ones, I can remember it.
Hey man, don't remind me how old I am, man. Don't do that.
But you remember in the movie, the dude said in there, I think he called what was his name? Coleon. He said, hey, Coleon. Yeah, they got I think what his name? What was the dude name in there? That was Alan. It was Alan Payne. But what was his character name in that movie? Nino's right hand man. What was his name in that movie? I can't even think of it. New Jack City. Say it again.
New Jack City is the movie.
Yeah, that's the movie, bro.
Oh shit, his boy, the Alan Payne play.
G Money.
G Money.
Yeah, G Money. He said, yeah, G Money and his goons. We didn't know we G Money, man. We all we got. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. If y'all remember, that dude said Gino and his goons are due for a fall. He called Coleon and told Coleon that because they knew that the police was tagging them dudes. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what's happening with America. America is being watched, and America also got people in it right now that's watching, taking notes, making sure they spying on everything that's going on, and they taking notes and taking all that information back to wherever and saying, hey, look, America is weakening here. They're falling here. They got these derailments here. They got these earthquakes over here. They targeting
black people over here and here and here and here. So they self-destructing. White people are going mad over here. They taking notes on all of this stuff, right? Y'all not been paying attention to the so-called, what is it, the drones and the balloons in the sky? Bruh, see, yeah. You absolutely right. I want to say this, though. Man, this been going on. You know what I'm saying? This been going on. This ain't no new shit. It's just that it's just that we're awakening to, you know what I mean, what's really going on. This shit is not new. This is not a new 5-year, 10-year phenomenon. You know what I mean? This shit is not new. They started this shit. Go ahead, They started this shit. They started this shit, man. And
Please don't tell me you clicked off, bro.
Say professor.
Yeah, go ahead, Black Pressure.
All right, let's check this out.
Dr. Fauci and them had an all-out war on black people. Specifically, my generation. You know what I'm saying? An all-out war on the genetics of black people. Which, guess what? It was going on before that. You know what I'm saying? So what's happening now is that we are consciously awakening to what's actually going on. That's the only thing that's happening. But the actual constructs of what they've been doing and how they've been doing it and how they've been moving, this shit not new.
Quick thing. I just want to add something about this. Respect, yo, respect. I want to add something to the topic at the top, though, right quick. I didn't get to say anything on that. That's what I was about to talk about really quick. In terms of not being, I know you probably covered it already, but I don't know what it is, man. We should I would talk about that like a lot in spaces, man. And you got a lot of people who say this thing like, oh, there's conspiracies, there's rumors, there's always going to be enough food, the world is so big and all that, right? When you really measure out the math, you get the numbers, and you really just look at the amount of land that we have and like the land that's habitable, it's like something like 15 billion acres of habitable land space. It turns out to be, and what about 8 billion people? It was about almost like 2 acres per person or something like that. As that play out, but regardless, when you really think about it, you can, if a group of animals is overly successful, right? Well, I'll say this, right? If a group of animals, any animals on this planet, aren't successful, they aren't eating, they aren't doing good, they get punished by nature because they won't survive. They'll die off, they'll go extinct, right? But there's another thing, right? If you're not doing well in nature, then you kind of naturally die off, right? Then there's the other side where if you're doing too well, you die off too, right? So if you're too successful, you can overconsume resources, and you can consume resources to the point where the resources don't have the time to replenish themselves, because resources need time to replenish. Plants too. Even if we're talking about plants, animals, our environment around us, right? So there's a certain pace at which things grow, and human beings have become really successful and really efficient at planting, consuming. So good, in fact, that we're pushing the scale, we're tipping the scale and pushing it to the extent where we're over farming the earth. We're not giving a chance to regain the nutrients. We're tearing up a lot of stuff out here. And we're also sharing this planet with the other animals on this planet, which contribute to our survival. Because if they die, we die.
Brother, listen, hold on. I don't mean to cut you off.
I'm almost done. It won't work. It's gonna be on with this, right? Here's the thing that people don't understand, right? You can't live without algae. Right? You can't.
Right.
Algae contributes to the oxygen on the planet. That's how we breathe. Right? The majority of the oxygen on this planet is provided by the algae in the ocean. Right? If we're out here creating an environment, toxic environment, us human beings, that kills off the algae, we're killing our air supply. If we, killing off massive. And I'm not saying, when I say us, I'm not accusing anybody in this room necessarily. I'm just talking about us as a whole, as human beings. We're contributing to the destruction of the environment. We're contributing to the destruction of ourselves. So, it's unrealistic to, how can I say this? It's unrealistic to kind of maybe burn down half of your house or start a fire on one side of your house and think you're going to be good if you just go to the other side. Eventually, the fire is going to get to you. It's going to consume you. So I'll stop there.
Well, let me add into this consuming fire idea. So they say the optimal.
Quick analogy just to end it, but I'll definitely explain that again. I just got interrupted and I wanted to hurry up. So.
Yeah, that's fine. So
right,
they believe.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but what you were saying. I'm saying, bro, we have a.
Am I not speaking? Can people not hear me? I guess
when we talk about systematic issues and systematic oppression, that's not just confined to our financial situations. This is in our education. This is in our theories. This is in everything that we thought or were thinking was right. Now, here's the thing. Darwin, in his Origin of Species and his Descent of Man, which was really a thesis that has been perpetuated from those times in 1860s, him, Karl Marx, Abe Lincoln, all of them. They got corresponding letters into all of these things that we're talking about right now. These letters are corresponding to each other. They have corresponding letters to each other about the so-called Negro. The so-called Negro. The so-called species of these people. And this is what they have done. They have created a curriculum to where as though we're looking at it from their eyes. When I say we are, I'm saying a lot of us. I'm not saying me or myself or us. I'm saying a lot of us looking at these curriculums from their eyes, because these are the people who based these curriculums. This is researchable. I'm not speaking nothing off the top. I'm not speaking nothing none of that. So what we have to do is read what these people are saying about who these so-called Negroes are.
Okay, here we go. Woo. Yes, Hey, since Negro was brought up, the Biden administration, I think Miss T, if she's still in here, she posted this about them trying to remove things and actually take Hispanic from an ethnicity to a race. But it talks about Biden removing Negro from the census, I guess. I guess it's still on the census somewhere, somehow, some way.
I mean, the point is this.
Well, one second.
I'm trying to make
one second. So it's interesting that, Obama got rid of the term, but it still kind of is lingering around. And, we have these OMBs that are coming up. They are disaggregating the Asian population. That's an executive order that Biden signed, because that's something that they asked for. And of course, everybody else asks for stuff and they get it. So yeah, that's just an interesting, very, very something to keep aware of for those who are tracking this type of information. That is technically still on some of these census documents.
Hey, Black, you got some sources on that?
That's the thing. A lot of us have European ideas. Whether conscious.
Hey, labor. Hold on 1 second. Labor. Hold on 1 second. Black Picture, go ahead, man.
No, I was asking Black if he had any sources on that.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
All right.
Yeah, send them to me if you don't mind, young man.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, Black Majority. Let's get back to what you talking about, bro. And labor, can you hold off for a second?
Yeah, no, that's it. I just want, for those who are, because I think that OMB goes until April, if I remember correctly. So for people who had intentions of filling it out or calling in or however you do it, just know that is still there. And Biden is, again, Obama sort of got rid of it. That's what we were kind of told. And I did post that story before, but it looks like Biden is going to make sure it's permanently removed based on this MSN article. So that's all I wanted to for those who want to salvage it, save it. I believe it has value. It is historical, and so just know that is something that they're considering.
Yeah, I meant to hit that 100. If I can hit that last, my bad. Yeah, respect.
Thank you, Black, because that's information that we definitely need to know, bro. And just know that Biden, y'all, of course, is one of the biggest races ever in Congress and as a president, because he definitely has not done what he's supposed to have. Well, he made promises, and he has not kept them. One of them is the police reform bill that we have been asking for with George Floyd. So as you can see, this is somebody that once again has stabbed black folks in the back. He did it with the 1994 crime bill, along with President Clinton. The Democrats have been a detriment to our community. So Black Majority, thank you for that information. And Brother Gerald, you said you was trying to finish up on your point.
Oh yeah. And just to co-sign with the other brother was saying, I think he was talking about Eurocentrism a little bit. The impact on all of us, which is it's true. You can't escape America without having. If you were went to these schools here, you went to public schools, and you learned Christopher Columbus, 1492, sailed the ocean blue. You learn that Benjamin Franklin is a light bulb. George Washington never told a lie. Galileo was the first to look at the stars. And you were tested on that, and you went to school on that. You've been somewhat, you've been pat on the back when you passed from 6th grade to 7th grade. In order to pass the test, you had to acknowledge these people. So yeah, it gets put in, but it depends on what your outside sources are, who your guardians were, who your parents were, who was around you, who was the influences in your neighborhood, and what outside information did you learn outside of that maybe freed you from that kind of thinking? Because they absolutely are indoctrinating people that kind of thinking. But the other to co-sign what the dude was saying, I think that's what you were talking about. But I was actually just talking about when I was giving that quick analogy, I was trying to hurry up through it. But what I was just really saying is that it's pretty much simple math, man. You can't we have certain kind of rules to existence that unless something changes. I mean, at this current moment, I'm just saying at this moment, nothing crazy has happened, right? Out of the normal. When we utilize resources, they replenish at a certain rate, right? And so, from my understanding so far, we haven't seen another group of animals digging up fossil fuels from miles beneath the earth, burning it and putting it in the atmosphere to see what happens. Well, not just to see what happens, but for energy. We haven't seen other animals on this planet, literally gaming for profit and murdering off entire species, for to wear it on your back. There's certain, we've had or release chemicals into the atmosphere that literally permanently deletes and it causes other species to go extinct. So we're doing some horrible things to the environment. Human activity is I don't want to say horrible, but we just some things that are counterproductive to life on Earth, which is pretty fragile. It just requires a certain type of conditions. We're here on this planet, and clearly it seems invincible, but it's really not. Life is quite fragile, and it's a gift. No matter which way you want to look at it, I think it's something precious. I'm choosing to say gift.
Stay on the food thing you was talking about earlier.
Yeah, but
I've been noticing I've been noticing we starting to get a veer away, and you was on to something.
Yeah, I'm not veering away. I'm just talking about resources and at the rate at which they replenish, right? Because plants grow at a certain rate. We have these natural cycle of life, these life cycles that are easily observable. They don't have to come from earlier civilizations have observed these life cycles of plants and animals and have known about them for thousands of years. It's not just Europeans. They're not the only great people who have observed this. I mean, they might claim they were, but they're not. And we should pay attention to that, and we should incorporate that in our lives. But I can't preach to that because I still drive and burn up fossil fuels and overconsume, and we go to grocery stores that are filled up with things that if they don't get sold, they probably get thrown out. And so in the processes in which they're being grown, they're robbing the earth of their nutrients. They're putting pesticides in the atmosphere. There's so much shit going on to keep this mirage that we have here going in these so-called first world countries, right? But on the flip side of that coin, you have other places in the world where they're decimated because of the lives that we live. At the other end of the production chain, I guess, if you want to call it. It's something interesting, though, man. That's what I was thinking. When I looked at the title here, that's what I thought about. There's not enough food, water, resources for everybody. I thought to myself, you know what? In the way that we're consuming, they're not. Not at this rate, right? Maybe at another rate, there will, but not at the rate that we're consuming.
Which is why we got to stop immigration. We got to stop these people from just coming up in here and flooding these borders, man. That's killing us. And see, it is at the detriment of Black America. So I'm all about closing these borders, and I'm also about deportation. I don't care what it takes, man. We got to deport some folks up out of here. That's what we're going to have to do. Because I can tell you right now, Black America, we can't go to any other nation. They're not going to bring us in. They're not going to accept us in there. And so we have is Joe Biden and these cronies bringing all these folks up in here. And when they get up in here, they taking things, and they also committing crimes. Like Trump said.
What's your thoughts on? Okay, so you're on some. Nobody else come to the island. Okay, all right. So I'm listening to you, right? But I'm also saying to myself, what about the people that are on the island, right? Do you believe in abortion? Do you think that people should continue to reproduce? Do you like that at the levels that they are? What do you think about that? I mean, regardless of wherever they say the population is at, if we're going to do this concept of this island thing, right? We're all on an island. right? Obviously, you can't have too many people come to the island because obviously it'll mess up the resources, right? So, but what about the people that are already there? Should they continue to reproduce like mad? Do you think that at some point they would have to have a responsible conversation about how often they can reproduce?
I look at it like this. I don't believe in abortion. No, I don't. And I sure don't believe in abortion of Black America. That's for sure.
Okay. All right. So you don't. So my question. Okay, you don't believe in abortion, right?
That's
but you say that people shouldn't come here because it's messing up the resources. So do you not think that a rising population of people?
Well, we already here. The people that's here already established.
No. I'm talking about future people. Like, do you think there should be a responsible conversation of not like maybe just creating so many people? You think?
Are you? When you say that, you kind of make me think of what China was doing. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it almost sounds Orwellian. It does sound like you're trying to make it Orwellian. I'm just talking about removing your feelings from everything, and any kind of religious or anybody, any personality. I'm just asking a basic, plain question with no bias. All I'm saying is a responsible conversation about how many people we should have here. How we should respond.
And
don't forget either too about the phenomenon of death. You're gonna answer my question. Don't forget about the phenomenon of death. Don't forget about that. But you gonna answer my question with a question, or you gonna answer mine first? I need my answer first.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna ask you something first.
Now I need my answer first, though, bro. I ain't gonna answer.
Okay, but I already gave you my answer because I believe in non-abortion for Black America. I said that, and I'm not gonna change from that. Now, we can get into the part about the conversation about responsible.
How many kids should each couple have?
That have to be up for discussion.
Where you going with this, man? We talking about resources, right? We talking about resources. I mean, at some point, that's gonna have to be a realistic conversation. It will be. This sounds like Planet of the Apes 6 or Red 3 or something. Yeah. Okay, I think it's funny as hell, but in 20 years you won't be talking like this.
Can I jump in?
You prepare to shield down.
It sounds like a script writer. I'm not a politician, so y'all can take those politics and bring something else.
Can I this one right quick, y'all?
Yeah, go ahead, Sister Trouble. Go ahead.
Okay, because the brother is posing a question, and I would like to know where he's going with it too. But because the discussion is surrounding immigration and sending them back home, and also resources, you know, like Black Pressure said, you cannot forget the phenomenon of death, because as people are being born, you know, there's also death. Now, if we start getting rid of some of these people who are not supposed to be here, who are taking up space and resources, then that frees up the space for those who are here to have babies as much as they would like. There should be no cap on it, because then the resources would be here for them to have. The whole point is that all of these other immigrants who are here, and migrants, and people who are just here and never left and should be somewhere else, they're taking away from the resources that the people who are actually here should have. So really, to be honest with you, if you get rid of that element, this is a non-starter. This is a non-conversation that doesn't even need to have. We don't need to go back to some type of China type of rules. What we need to do is make sure that the people on this continent are have the resources that they need for whatever size family that they decide to have. I have an aunt that had 19 children. It wasn't a problem then. I have my in-law side of the family. My husband comes from a family with nine siblings. His mother had 12, 13 brothers and sisters. My grandmother on my father's mother had 14 children. So it was never a problem then. The only reason why the resources are being depleted now is because we got others coming here with their issues.
That's it, man. That's it.
Boomers, like baby boom era type.
That's it.
I don't care what era it was. I don't care what era. It doesn't matter what era it was.
I'm just saying, people had a lot of kids back then. That was normal. I got you.
Jared, the point is, man, like the sister said, I got you. We over there established people here. We over there established group here. Everybody else is just coming in here and tagging out with us. And we just need to get these folks out of here because they taking from us. I mean, they'll just be honest about it. Now, you talked about having an honest conversation about what goes on within the country. Well, that's something that the government and everybody else within here that can talk about it. But right now, like Brother Pressure said, that comes down to the fact that we got people that's dying every day in this country. So every day in this country. So really, it kind of offsets. If you think about it, it offsets. You got people dying, you got people born. You got people dying, you got people born. So, but right now, what we don't want is people that's coming in from other countries that will sit there and dog Black America out and and coming in beating up on us or trying to be racist towards us or taking things from us. That's where I'm at with all of this. You see what I'm saying? With all this immigration. They come in here and they'll sit here and talk about us like we got that Congress lady. Well, not Congress lady, but the lady that's running for Congress right now. That's a Somalian. And she's been dogging us out on the spaces, man. Talking about we need to get over slavery. We need to forget it, and we don't need to ask for reparations. That's what she's been telling us, right? Like she know our history, and she don't even know our history over here. You know, she did admit it. She don't know our history. She don't understand it. And, you know, not the sister of, I hate to call her that because she is Black, somewhat. But she's married to a white man.
Professor, that's another reason why they're trying so hard to get history out of schools and back whitewashed the way that they wanted it way back in the day, because they don't need these immigrant class that's constantly coming over here learning about that Black American history, learning about what happened over a period of time, so that they can enact these white supremacist talking points and rule of thought over us.
Yep. Exactly. All right. Don't tag team me now. Hold on a minute, brother. Hold up. We gonna tag team, man. That's all. Yeah, no, hey, hang on. Let me.
I don't tag team. I drop kids.
There you go.
Oh my God. Oh yeah. Chill. I'm wild tonight, yeah. I can't do it right now. Hey, we all laugh here, so you know we can discuss and laugh too. That's right. Yeah.
Hey, well, like I was saying earlier,
really quick. Let me just say this real quick. So here's the thing, man. When it comes down to it, man, like you're talking about death offset, if we're talking about people doing better, right? Food being better and things like that, health being better, people tend to live a lot longer due to that, right? I mean, and I don't believe right now. Do you really believe that? Well, yeah. When people are doing better, they, society's better off and things are working and functioning how they should. Yeah, people tend to be. No, I'm asking, do you think people really living longer though? Right now, no. Right now, it's not happening. Because we had some actually the death rate increased recently ever since the I don't want to bring up that shit. Oh man, I don't want to. You do know though, in the last decade, the life expectancy has dropped. Like, I mean, it's like 1.1 years or 1.2 years. Yeah, exactly. I don't know nothing about that. Yep. How about that? But yeah, so
yeah, I ain't gonna say the word. I'm with you.
Yeah. But basically, yeah, I get it. Like I get it. But at the end of the day, I just think that at some point, even China had to have that conversation, right? Because when they had a, well, I mean, they're a different scenario, way different scenario. I mean, but they had a population of like 1.2, 1.3 billion or something like that. It was like really extremely high. So they are being affected. Well, no, they're paying the price for that choice because of a cultural mistake during that choice, right? Because that choice wasn't done with precision. It was done wisely,
and it had great intentions, but the way it was carried out was not didn't represent the idea. So what they did was they were supposed to slim down the amount of children each person had, but what they didn't anticipate was that everybody honored having a son in that society, and so what happened is people didn't want their daughters. So there was all kind of crazy stuff happening, and the male population had a boom, and that's why there's like a large male to female ratio. You gotta realize that was part of that. Realize that we're just talking about China is a country that is minerally desolate. That's why is the sole reason they put that edict in place. That place is literally minerally. That place is a desert.
Wow.
And that is one of the biggest reasons they instituted that.
Wow.
Listen, bro. They have a large population, bro. You have to feed your population, bro. Your people, large population. Minerally desolate. Like I said, human activity in general is consuming, man. It's no matter what you want to say. Throughout your day, how much energy are you really using? You know what I mean? Like there's a power plant supplying you with power, and me with power, and we're moving around. We're mobile. Our entire society is, our lives are largely dependent on utilizing our environment for energy and resources. And so we're, some wasteful individuals. Man, you sound like a doomsday prepper or evolutionist. You got to be one of those. Why do you got to keep throwing me in these boxes, brother? Why can't you just be realistic? Why can't I just be a grown-up in the room telling the truth? Sometimes we don't want to talk about the real shit, bullshit that we be on over here. Like we be on some bullshit. You sound like an evolutionist, humanist, atheist. I'm not no evolutionist, solutionist, reducionist. I'm your name up there? Tell me that scripture. It sounds like Alien 1.5. That's the problem. Hey, look, put me in a box. Hey, look, you're an alien. Let me other him so I can deal with it. Hey, doom preppers, everybody, listen. Hey, look, y'all. Gerald got some good ideas because I hear the brother talking in some of the other spaces, and he do be bringing a lot of knowledge. So I like listening to him. And Black Pressure, of course, he's one of my brothers. Be up in news total spaces. So it's great to hear him when he be bringing his points, and so I'm gonna say this. China's policy has come back to bite them because from my understanding right now, that's one of the reasons why they've been coming over to Africa. Once again, Africa is the continent that is being used to drain minerals from, resources, including women. Because they even trying to fool with the African women. Because they need to get their population up over there in China. See? Now, I don't know what black woman, and that's black women over here or black woman over there, who want a Chinese man, because their own women said that their penises are small. Excuse my French, y'all. I'm sorry. I didn't even say some bullshit. And you know what's super respectful? I don't know what it is. All of them are born with Down syndrome. That shit is just in their blood. They all look like they got some form of that. Wow. I'm about to get out here. I'm not condoning the safest teammates this time. Wow. I'm sorry. I had to make y'all laugh, man, because we do a lot of serious talking up in these spaces, but we have to bring a little laughter to the family too. But I'm serious though. When I was in college, I remember talking to some Asian ladies, and that was from Japan, China, Vietnam, Thailand. All of them would say that the Asian men were not well endowed. I mean, that's what they would say. I mean, if you notice, a lot of those women, when they come over here, they end up getting Americanized, in more than one way. But anyway, what's wrong with this guy, man? This guy got a mic and make him come on, guy. But anyway, y'all, let's get back to the
topic of the room. But the problem with immigration, y'all, is that my concern is that they are taking from us and our family right now because of everything that's being done, where we being actually just neglected on everything. The government is neglecting us. The media is neglecting us. And if you notice, the prices of everything are being driven up. And who you think that's going to affect right now? It's affecting us. Black America is considered at the bottom of the totem pole. We can barely afford a lot of things out here that are a necessity because they're driving prices up on everything. So these groups over here are part of that problem. The ones that keep coming over here, they're gonna be the reason for a lot of that because they're coming over here grabbing up everything. And they won't. And then the nerve of them to be protesting. I think it was in New York. This was back I think maybe last month, y'all. Not last month, but back last year in December. You had a Hispanic group that was protesting outside of New York, outside of one of the hotels. They was protesting about what they was getting paid. Come on, they need to get paid $30 an hour. I'm like, man, y'all motherfuckers just got here. Y'all just got here. Wow. And the government allows y'all to come up in here. And you coming up in here griping and complaining off the backs of what we built here. Foundation of Black America. The slave of our people. That we have never been paid for. Okay? We have never been paid for this. Despite what Rupi Goldberg said on that show, The View. Crazy. No, black people have not received. I mean, I don't know what she was talking about, but we have not received what was due to us. Okay? Now, that's what I'm on right there, Jared. I don't want all these people over here, man. I hate to be mean like that. But think about us going over to one of these countries. They will run us up out of there, man. They don't want us over there. And quite frankly, I don't want to go to another country because this is my country. This is it right here. Right. See, my ancestors helped build this motherfucker. This is it. This is it. I got to stay here and make sure that everything's taken care of over here. Amen, bro. Amen. Y'all, did you leave this damn room? Okay, I'm here. Okay, I was I'm just saying to myself, I'm like, I'm wondering, at some point, like I think somebody asked a question here earlier, if this was, if the ship was going down or whatever, and, it's like, it's going to be a downhill battle. Would you stay to the end? Or are you going to go down with the ship? I think our family has to go down to the end, man, because this is where our people belong. I think we have to stay here and ride out the ship. Not me. Not me. I bet you, brother, not me. You agree with me. Oh man, I'm getting the fuck out of here if I can. Shit, if the missiles is in the air and I can get the fuck out, I'm getting the fuck out.
I think somebody is a Pan-African. True patriots, huh?
Not me.
I don't know if you missed it earlier about this place. I hate the institution of the United States. I'm loyal to my lineage because it goes back 4 centuries. But the dirt and the soil, the laws, the people that subjugate us, fuck this place. And see, that's the way I feel about it too, man. I'm just all about the lineage. Our people, right? I could care less about the United States, man, because this government that's here right now was set up by the Caucasoids. It was not set up by us. But I'm dedicated to the lineage. I'm loyal to the lineage. I want to see our lineage prosper. I want to see us grow. And
this should be our land, man. Shit, this is something that our people slaved over for so many years, and then we've been held back through peonage, through the Jim Crow laws, black codes.
Come on.
You name it, lynchings, all kinds of policies that were passed to make sure that we didn't do anything.
I mean, let me ask you something. Like, so you've seen those movies with how can I say this? All right, so I don't want to use the movie as an example, but I was going to say that
hanging in there fighting.
What if this shit gets worse?
Worse than the good of a slave ship?
No. Like, I know there's a definite big push right now for a lot of change, and like I said, one of them is bringing national attention to the reparations issue. It's actually, I think, it's a pretty terrifying issue for the opposition to the reparations, right? Those who oppose it, I see them as inherently racist, by the way. But they seem very terrified because when people are really worried about something, they try to silence it, don't talk about it, or be extremely dismissive, and that's the kind of attitude from the opposition. But they know that it's a serious issue because I think there's a vast majority of Black Americans, not just on the internet, not just on Twitter, but everywhere talking about this, right? Because it's just come to that point because, people are seeing enormous amount of money go to Ukraine, and then we've heard our government say things like, we don't have this, we don't have that, there's no way. Then we've seen them literally write into existence this cash, right, that they needed for these people who somehow have a matching skin tone and blue hair, blue eyes and blonde hair, and it magically will up the know-how to get the money for them. And the hypocrisy is on display for the entire world to see. So, with that said, it has brought up these discussions and has created national discussions about this and has brought it back on the table because somebody, before they went into office, they said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't Black. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that because it's pretty clear that both parties have done pretty much whatever they can do to sabotage, to dismiss.
I can't bring up another co-host because it won't let me because it's on that bullshit.
Be malicious towards the needs of our group.
Definitely on that bullshit.
It's obvious. I'm not saying this like out of hate or anger. I don't be angry, right? I'm just making an observation, right? Because they oftentimes say that they try to accuse us of reverse racism and hatred. And we just make it, all you do is have to sit back and be observant and look at what's happening in America. You can clearly see what's happening, right? So it doesn't take much to, you don't have to, have a PhD to see what's going on. It's pretty obvious. So it's blatant hypocrisy.
Shit, bro.
There's doing one thing and saying another, or saying one thing and doing another. Excuse me, rather. And anyway, long story short, I just think that right now, I'm more. I think that this I don't know. I think it could get worse, man. I think that America is in this kind of this form of denialism about their problems since the birth of this nation, which has been anti-Black racism, dehumanization of Black people, and this propaganda that they perpetuated to keep their system going. Keep this idea of this fictitious false notion of white significance, right? And so they keep this idea going, and I think that right now I'm thinking to myself, do they acknowledge and say okay, and and then I'm saying to myself like I think America would. It seems like America would almost walk into a war rather than address the actual issues right on the home front and think,
oh, they would.
oh, you know what? Because
they would.
We're all fighting together. Now we all have to come together. Right?
They would rather.
It's kind of like,
yeah, no question.
Because you're here, black people, and war is obviously going to be a primary issue, right? How can I put this? It's like matter of fact, it's like a couple in a relationship. Tell me if this ever happened to you in a relationship, right? And this would go for anybody in this space. You have an issue with your partner, with the person you with, that issue, right? And you gotta talk about this issue, right? And they in the wrong. They are in the wrong, and you gotta address it. And you're trying to address it, right? But then some disaster happens by some fault, right? There's a car accident, or somebody goes to the hospital, or something happens, and something becomes an immediate priority. So the argument or discussion we're having gets put on hold, right? And the other person tries to kind of utilize that as almost a distraction to kind of like get away from talking about the issue, right? I'm pretty sure that's happened, right? So that to me is irritating. I think that's what America is attempting to do politically.
That's what they always do, though.
And it's not. It just.
Do.
I mean,
that's
it
how
just
they
happens
do.
to be happening at the same time.
That's what they do.
You know, whatever. It's just. But
that is what they do.
It's just interesting how they're gonna. I think the focus is gonna be on obviously this global conflict, and it's not to knock it. It's just. I'll push for it and I'll support it any way, shape, or form, and I'm always, that's just is what it is. You know what I mean? We have to do that, but I'm seeing the posture, and I'm just being observant. So that's all. I don't mean to ramble.
Yeah, let me say this. So to your point, these school shooters, these mass shootings, these people likely, the younger ones at least, would have been in some type of military service, would have been in military conflict. And so what we have is a population that has this genetic disposition for war, and they don't have anyone to go to war with. You have, and shout out to our Black American military service people, but you have a very high suicide rate in that population. There just is a segment of our population that wants to go to war. They need a conflict. That is just their natural state for whatever reason. I posted a bunch of lion videos. I captioned a couple of them yesterday. Lions versus hyenas, mainly to try to illustrate, majority versus minority. But there was one where a male lion, an alpha lion, was eating. He had a fresh kill. He was eating it. A young male lion came close, and I'm going to say probably 10, 15 feet away from him. This must have been the time that he kind of, it was enough. This was like the last time. The alpha male grabbed this, and this was he didn't have the mane and everything. He kind of looked like a female without the mane, but he was a pretty big lion, not a pup. He grabbed that thing by the back and cracked its spine so that its hind legs would never work again, right? So he's kind of at the mercy of nature at that point, right? You know what I'm saying? And the brutality. I mean, just the brutality of nature. Again, there were probably multiple warnings. You got to assume. And it was just like, this is it. This is the last fucking time. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I mean, just like, wow, nature. The thing about nature.
That'll kill him in nature too. Break your spine, paralyze him.
It'll kill you eventually. Something's gonna come and eat you. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. That was foul, bro. I was like, damn,
It is brutal to watch because you know the outcome. I mean, the hyenas will get them, or if nothing else. And it's just like, and the hyenas like to eat like pieces off of you. They just want to eat because because they can't really afford to have you dead because the lions will come. It's just a brutal. Nature's brutal, right? And we pretend that humanity is civilized, but even without the Europeans, the Africans were, I mean, literally slaughtering each other, man. To be quite honest, constantly at war and tribal wars. The Europeans obviously were in tribal wars. The Asians were in wars. And it's just that the Europeans perfected the art of war on a massive scale. The Asians perfected the art of war on a massive scale. And this is what we have to deal with here as Black Americans and other people around the planet. So it all sucks. I wanted to address the whole thing about population. So up here, I have this, and I titled it "A Frightening Statistic." So they just released information stating that they've been testing this on rats or mice, lab mice. But the survey said that 81% of Gen Z are willing to take, and this is for males only. It is a oral contraception that is supposed to stop sperm from swimming for a couple of hours, 5 hours, whatever the case may be. And then after this pill wears off, and then I think it was a pill, and the other one was a cream that you rub on your shoulders, which I thought was kind of weird. But the pill, it is supposed to wear off, and then your sperm goes back to its normal state. Well, if you think about the sterilization that this country has committed against us, which is a form of genocide, why would any Black male, and I'm saying this as a warning to anyone with young Black male children, I would never suggest a Black male take an experimental drug that's going to prevent their sperm from performing and getting to the habit of taking that medicine over a long period of time, because it is likely to create a sterilized situation. And that's how, so I think Gerard was talking about the population and et cetera, et cetera. So we talked about this earlier because Black American Homeland stated that the white population is going to be at 50%, and eventually it's going to be that damn near 40%. I just don't believe that they're going to relinquish that majority that easily. I think they're going to come up with every possible way to keep the other populations down, assimilate the Mexicans into whiteness, or South Americans, whatever they are. And I just don't trust that these projections are going to pan out the way that they lay them out. And again, war is another way that they kill off hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of the population. So I think all that stuff's on the table. Black pressure.
I mean, you made an awesome point. I can segue right into. So getting back to what Professor and I were speaking about before I was interrupted. I forgot the dude's name. But going back to what I was saying, back to America and its impending doom. So what I was going to say is, and like I say, Black majority, great point that I could segue into. If you observe nature, right, you can observe you can observe it a few different ways. So I know a lot of the Black family is religious too. So you can observe religion.
Oh man.
You could observe nature. You can observe popular culture. No matter which way you slice it, I still say, like I brought up earlier, the Black majority. America must fall. And the reason I say that, if you are a person that believes in science, science has an ethos that says for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
That's true.
Right? For the Black family that's
Law
religious,
of
you
nature.
can look at it like For whatsoever a man shall sow, that shall he also reap. If you are into the universe, you could look at it like karma. If you're into popular culture, what goes around comes around, right? This place cannot have raised all the hell on earth that it has done. And I know some of you in here, and I'm not mad at you, think America is going to walk away unscathed, or somehow, like I said, if you believe in God, God washed his hands of America and say all is forgiven. This place has to burn. And I mean literally, right, has to burn, and I mean figurative. A lot of y'all brought some good points. Well, economically, America will fall. Yeah, that too. That's going to lead to the physical collapse. But don't fool yourself for 1 second.
We get into my
For
Russian.
the next 20 generations, we're going to wake up, go to sleep,
Baba
wake up, go to
Vinga.
sleep, wake up, and carry on as life as usual. That's not going to happen. You cannot treat the globe like America did and think you're going to escape some type of punishment. I'll land my plane there.
I just want to co-sign that.
I co-sign that too. Yes, I co-sign it, and I co-sign it 200 times over because America has to be burned. And I'm not talking about that burning that what's his name did when he went through Atlanta for the Union Army, General Sherman. Because to be honest with you, he should have burned all this bitch down. To be honest with you, but.
And I do not co-sign the statements that are being currently made.
Whatever, brother. But anyway, hey, look, this is going to happen, y'all, because for a long time, America has been a nation of greatness, okay? A nation that has a lot of power, a nation that has a lot of economic growth. But here's the problem. It has been underhanded. It has subjected people to all kinds of harm all over the globe, including its people inside of its nation, which is us, Black America. They have done lots and lots of evil to make sure that we stay at the bottom. And you know, Nostradamus.
Oh, yes.
Believe in this man.
I'm glad you, man. Woo.
If you go back and read it, don't just take my word for it. But he did say that a great empire will fall. And he was talking about this empire. This is the great empire right here, y'all. America is the empire of today. So when Nostradamus made that prediction, he was talking about a future empire. Because I think, if I remember correctly, he was living back during the times of the 1500s. So that's way, way back there. And when he was talking about this prediction, he said, in the future, a great empire will fall.
Yo, I got a funny one for you. I got a funny prediction for you.
Okay.
Let me tell you right now, right? So next month, on this same very day, right? Same day, 19th of next month, 19th of March. Around the same time, somebody will drink a cup of water. Somebody will drink a cup of water next month.
Oh my God, that's fun.
Right, you gonna be here all night, man?
Hey, Jared, look, you already know, man.
Hey, but Professor, what's your bet? In this space right now, I'm talking about just out the Black family. I know they got some burner accounts and they already looked at them. How many of us have a love affair with America and they pray it never goes anywhere and they love God and Jesus and they're gonna protect this place? I guarantee you, some of y'all in there that think like that.
Yep. Hey, look, y'all, I'm just giving y'all the reality. The bitch is going to burn because internally it's just going to collapse. It has to, because that was predicted years ago. Now, you heard me bring up Nostradamus, but I'm not a Nostradamus fan, of course, but I'm just telling you that's what he said. But the Bible also speaks of this too. This nation will fall. Okay? The people who have been ruling it for a long time, which are going to be the Caucasoids, that group is going to fall. That group was born of a demonic spirit. Okay? That's why you see them do the shit that they do. Okay? Look at our people. A lot of us have soul. Think about it. When we get out and sing, we always sing with heart. We sing with pride. We sing with much joy. We bring a lot of feelings to our music, right?
It's emotional.
It's emotional, exactly. But have you ever sat back and listened to white people with their music? Do you feel any emotion with that?
Feel kind of offbeat, like, you know?
There you go. It's
Caucasus.
That's right. It's Caucasus. From the Caucasus Mountain. That's what the shit is. Cold. What is the Caucasus Mountain, y'all? It's cold. It's cold-hearted. It's bullshit. It's demonic. It's deceiving. Deception. If you want to just use that word. But that's what these folks do. See? They deceive. And see, we're not a people that have been about that. We've never been about deceiving. But that's how they've been able to maintain control for a long time. It's been because of deception. You look at J. Edgar Hoover. That's what he put into play with COINTEL. It was all about deception. I'm going to play the deception game with these black Americans, and I'm going to do what I can to get Malcolm X, Dr. Martin Luther King,
Baba Venga.
took out
Baba Venga.
two of his own.
Man, I'm a look.
Two black leaders.
I'm go up with the Baba Venga.
Kennedy and John F. Kennedy. See, he added those two in too, because he sure got them out the way too. Okay, so y'all, let's be honest, they'll get rid of their own too now. You know, let's just be honest, they will, especially if they think that white person is an ally to a black American or to black Americans. They will get them out the way too.
Yeah, Professor, the Civil War.
Yes,
there was actually a recent killing. Did you hear about that? There was a white guy who actually was working for a black couple. The black couple's name is. It's been in the news recently. The story been going around. They've been getting harassed and targeted because they bought some property. I think it was
the Mallorys.
That's brother C.W. Mallory, C.W. Mallory, black former Colorado. Look him up. Colorado Springs. That's where he's at specifically, area.
Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, didn't they have a white employee that was killed or something like that, right?
Yeah, one of his ranch hands was killed. Check News Totter, AEWSTOTER. News Totter. We had the brother Mallory and his wife on the podcast or the Twitter space, whatever you want to call it. So you go over the News Totter. I'll put it in the Jumbotron for y'all. Y'all can look at it if you want later. But yeah, they protested today, I believe it was. They marched through the streets of Colorado. So shout out to that brother. We need our folks that want to be farmers, ranch handlers, you know, learn about agriculture, you know, nature and all that other good stuff, and be a community to go out to Colorado and talk to that brother. And you know, obviously you can support him. You know, he got product for sale on his website. FreedomAceRanch.com, I believe. FreedomAceRanch.com, I believe it is.
Hey, DJ, who did you say passed away?
I said that? Oh, yeah, one of his ranch hands was murdered.
Yeah, one of the ranch hands was murdered.
One of his ranch hands was murdered and shit, you know what I mean? My bad, I'm coming off a technical assistance away, so my mind somewhere else and shit. I got the weed. You know what I'm saying? Let's say, what's good, everybody? You know what I'm saying? I'm back. You know what I mean? Shout out to the room.
Good to see you up in here, bro, man. I'm gonna give this co-host back to you, cause you know you and Black.
Hold it down, son, cause I'm bouncing back and forth. I'm taking the breaks from over there. I said, let me go back over to my brothers, the Black State over there. I'm saying, see what's going on, making sure the reparations and everything right in the neighborhoods. No, man, I'll come back over and do the music in a second, cause we building our own music empire. We getting away from these Nicky Picky labels. I done told the brothers and the sisters what it is. They done took the information, turn it the fuck up, shoot the club up, son. You know what I'm saying? so the liquor store music, getting in the jumbotron, all that other shit. Go support brother governor. You know what I mean? Shout out to Sister Mel. Shout out to Sister Mel. You feel what I'm saying? We moving. And I got the wave on the printer too. We're gonna have a space on that coming up. I got the wave on the printer. Let's go. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, now that's what I'm talking about. Because we definitely need to go ahead and get that printer out there. That's for sure. Sister Trouble, what's up with you?
Chilling like a villain. What's good? Hey, DJ.
Hey, bros, what's good? You know what I'm saying? I got the weed trouble. I'm smoking on some motherfucking goddamn Joker weed.
I am so jealous.
And I got some Gorilla Glue that's banging. You know what I'm saying? You want to hit that crack pipe. You don't hit that 100 pipe, buying pipe. Oh, shit, nigga.
Oh, no, don't do that, damn it. Don't do that.
Hell no.
Hey, Trouble. Hey, Trouble, are you married, Trouble?
Yeah.
Dang, I was gonna see if you want to come to Houston for the weekend. Goddamn, that's okay.
Wah. Next.
Okay,
I don't know about no Texas. That damn Texas Wilson. I stay in too much trouble. I done been to Texas a couple of times, but
you can open carry. You can open carry out of it. You can walk in Walmart, you walk in Target, Jack in the Box, or grocery store. Got it all.
Oh yeah, I done been through Texas several times before. That was during my hustling days. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, look at Sister Trouble go. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's I'm not. Is that I'm not Tay? Okay, I'm not Tay. Go ahead.
I am not Tay. Hi guys, my name is Tay, but since people are doxing now, I am not Tay. I did want to comment on what Professor was saying about how America is going to go down. I absolutely believe that. I say that in all of my spaces that I'm in. I think every empire lasts around 250 years, you know, with the exceptions of the African empires. America's foundation is built in slavery. And I know that Black people are trying to make a progression out of this slave mindset, but honestly, it's not going to get anywhere when the foundation of America is slavery and the hardships of Black people. We got to take America down completely and start all over again if you really want to see some real monumental changes for us as people.
Yeah, I do not co-sign the taking down of America in any way, shape, or form. Hey, thank you for that, because I agree with that. Yes, I agree with you 100%. Yes, this bitch got to go, and it's going to go. I don't care how these caucasoids try to stop shit and trying to do all this jumping on us in every angle where they trying to pull us over and just trying to do all kinds of evil to it. No matter what kind of shit you do to Black America, we're going to still be here. Now, yes, it's going to be some Black Americans that'll die, because we always have been killed in this country. We always have, but we always still managed to keep a lot of our people here, too. So, and that's because of the man above. The man above say, hey, man, these people right here are my people. These are the people right here. They're going to go through some trials and tribulations, but I got them going through that for a reason, because these are the people that's going to break this whole evilness that's been going on right here. That's why we here, y'all. Black America is here to break all this shit up. This evil caucasoid shit that's going on, that's why we here. That's why we here. We the people that have the soul. We are the people that have the humanity. That's us. So we're here to break up all this evil, low-down shit that these caucasoids been doing out here for a long, long, long time.
Yeah, and I want to mention that, you know, we are the ones that overcame slavery. We are the ones that overcame all that hardship and all of the stuff that we went through. We are the real strong ones, mentally, physically, all of that. So you really got to tap into that and think about all the shit that we've been through, but yet we are still the strong ones. You know?
Mm. Hey, someone mentioned Nostradamus earlier. There's a woman. Her name is Baba Vanga. Baba Vanga. She's basically Russian. They call her the Nostradamus of the Balkans or whatever. She predicted a lot of stuff. I think she's like 85% accurate. And she predicted shit all the way out to year 5079. A lot of her predictions would be in the science fiction realm. But if you ever get to look into Baba Vanga, she's got some really interesting predictions. She predicted Obama would be the first. Well, not that he would be the president, but that we would have a black president as the 44th president. And I think she was making her predictions in like the mid 1900s, at a time when that would have been impossible.
Hey, bro, you in the Matrix too? Your thing echoing.
Yeah. You know what? I got the other phone too close. That's probably what it was. Yeah, Baba Vanga. If you get a chance to look her up.
I always find those people to be a little interesting there.
Yeah, she was blinded.
I guess
she was blinded in a rainstorm or a lightning strike or some shit as a kid, and then she just started predicting shit from that point on.
Yeah, Black Majority. I need to. You got that in the jumbotron, man? Because I need to look her up.
Yeah, I'll send you the link.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. And by the way, y'all, damn, I must have ran that labor guy off. That one that was labor IT or whatever his name was. But anyway, I didn't know what he was talking about anyway. But anyway, labor.
Yeah, hold on, bro. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna say this real quick.
Yo, he just trying to come over to the liquor store. I ain't even let the nigga up, but that's my nigga though. You know what I'm saying? He's just excited about the reparations. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying?
Hey man, some of these guys, man, you know, they true Black Americans. How they are, and they are part of the family. But like that, what's that one guy, man? Andre, I think it's Andre, man. God, he come up with
Andre
this
is
man,
a communist.
We're both educated. See, we gotta understand, brother, and we put the mathematics with the language and shoot the shit up about 400 feet and let it land down to the ground on its own, we can get the reparations. That's all I was trying to say.
Sure, bro.
Shit down to the people. We can get our money. It's really that simple. We ain't got to
Hold on, BJ. Hold on, I got one.
Hold on. I'm trying to play something. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Don't misgender me. I went to North Carolina A&T, and I'm a real woman.
Yo, son, there be some shit going on, bro. There be mad distractions, bro. Like,
Get your mic so hard. Just see as you ain't got more degrees than me. You ain't a real woman. You too heavenly. You better not come off your mic either, girl.
Hey, I bet you could be a fly on the wall if bitch ass nigga ain't never stepped foot in college. I guarantee.
Everything is free. Fantasy. Yep, that's it. That's it right there.
You claim you got 5 degrees, but you sell vagina. What the fuck you wasted your time going to school for? Don't make no damn sense, right?
I went to Howard. Mute your mic. You ain't never went to Howard. I went to a real HBCU.
Hey, wait a minute,
you have to mute his mic on that because ain't no vagina in the vicinity of that thing right
now. Well, you know what I mean. You know, that motherfucker say he a woman.
Yeah, thanks for correcting that trouble. He did say vagina. That nigga got a wood. You got a word.
Yeah, exactly. He another goddamn hard leg. That's what he is.
Hey, you know what, too? And you know, everybody know I'm not gay, never will be. But I'm gonna try to speak for that community. I'm gonna try my best. What nigga in the world would look at him and say, "I want that"? That's just me. I don't know who would say, "Hey, man, that's attractive to me. I want that."
A nigga who gone off that Everclear on the fifth bottle of the fifth in the dark, who don't care.
And nigga always talking about fighting a woman. Like, nigga, go sit your 280-pound ass down, fighting a damn girl.
Linebacker shoulders, nigga. Linebacker shoulders. 42, Professor. All right. Where original at? Go on.
Yeah, no. Hey, look. Y'all see that disruptor up there, right? That's another one. The disruptor up there.
Everybody mute your mic, Professor.
Disruptor.
How you doing? You know what I'm saying?
Tammy got the right damn name now.
Yeah, the disruptor of spaces, right here.
What are y'all? I'm positive today.
I hear you, love.
Can I ask you something? Let me ask you a question, right? Did y'all see the I know it's not really relevant to this conversation right now, but it's making me say, damn, that shit is crazy. Like there's a magazine cover with
Yes, we saw it.
Yeah. Look, I get it, I get it. Family picture and everything, but these a lot of these magazine covers, a lot of these companies and stuff like that, when you look up like who, who's controlling them, who's funding them and stuff like that, or who owns them, you find some interesting people behind it, right? Behind the scenes. The owners of some of these companies that are like, not all. I'm not saying I'm not sure about that particular one. I haven't looked it up yet. But sometimes you'll see like some really racist companies that racist people own some of these companies. And like again, I said, I'm not saying the one that they were in because I haven't looked that up yet. But I am sitting there saying to myself like, is it not noticeable that other black people are we actively ignoring that? Like what? Like are we not seeing the if you take away, trying to create a situation where they weaken the protector of the group, right? Like you weaken the image of the protector of the group, you continuously attack that to keep that protector of the group in a weakened state. When I say protector of the group, I meant physically, right? Somebody who could actually go to war or go to bat for you. You know what I'm saying? Like when you weaken that image, that's a war tactic, right? Like that's a strategy. Because it keeps the reputation spiraling downwards, right? I think it was 48. Crush your enemy completely. Yeah, I damn sure did. I definitely didn't look at it like that. I just look at it as an addition to the multi-layered continuous attacks on the imagery, right? Because I don't know who set that up. It could have been her, it could have been whatever. It could have been, I don't know who was involved in that decision. I don't know, but I just think it wasn't a good look because they're so popular that that level of influence, it creates this imagery, right? Because even though, they may not be, I think Rihanna's from Caribbean Islands, something like that, even though they may not be
Trinidad and Tobago,
directly, Black American, whatever, but what I'm saying is, the imagery is representative of that. And so, like...
they're both foreigners.
It creates this narrative, like... Almost like the way the man is holding the baby and then, like, being, like, led by a woman pulling him ahead. It's just, like,
It's a horrible image, but it is what it is. Like, it is what it is, bro.
Feminine.
It didn't sit right with me. I just got a funny feeling when I looked at it. Like, huh? What is this? You know what I mean? It's like, all right, whatever. Like
I know that they were saying that the gear he had on was anime look.
Yeah, like
I get this whole like confident man thing. Like I get it. Like, oh, you're a confident man. You don't worry about this and that. Like I get all that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but some pictures are for the fucking photo album that you keep at home. You know what I mean? Like, I don't fucking know. Like,
magazine.
Yeah, you know, but
like an anime look, but just the whole fact that he was kind of poking his lips out, like you can look manly in your sassy gear without, you know what I'm saying, looking as feminine.
Right.
You start poking your lips out like you know.
Yeah, it's like, and you're following and taking the lead. It's like, it's so clear what that says. It just makes such a statement. Just like the LeBron James.
My lipstick is popping. My lipstick is cool. All girls be rocking.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then I'm saying to myself, like, okay, I don't want to complain about it because I didn't see no comments about that shit. I'm just like looking at it like, I want to say so, but I'm like, nah, I'm not going to say that because it's like, this shit is just,
but let me
I'm like, whatever.
It's
another attack. Huh?
Let me ask you something. So the fact that, and I'm just asking, I mean, you know, I understand. But the fact that she is leading him is the problem.
Yeah, that's a huge problem. Actually, absolutely. Let me tell you what. Right? So it's not about like in a relationship. Like people have their own dynamics and all that. People have their own, you know, it's not. There's a combination of things. He's actually posing as the nurturer for the child, right? Almost like he's going to be the one breastfeeding, right? So it literally creates a feminine image for him and a masculine image for her, which is, look, this world is okay. It's, you know.
Well, you're talking about the Rihanna magazine. I thought you were talking about the other man. Right.
Yeah, you talking about Rihanna, right?
Well,
yeah, man. Look,
well, I'm not going to. Hey, this is really, really nasty, but I'm not riding you from the front no more.
Wait, what?
Oh. Yeah, you lost me. Oh.
Disruptor.
What happened?
Girl.
Left field. Hey, disrupting. Should be disrupting.
Which magazine was you talking about, Gerard? Was you talking about the Jonathan Majors magazine, or you talking about the Rihanna? Because I was talking about the Jonathan Majors magazine.
I was only talking about the Rihanna situation, but there were so many more times they've done this. I don't know if everybody remembers the LeBron James with the King Kong thing, like where he had his mouth open looking like King Kong, and they told him to pose like that. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, there's just little shit where I don't think people understand. Like, there's this is really, I don't want to sound like I'm trying to grasp at straws or anything like that, but it's just not good. It just seems like overall, in the grand scheme of things, on a grand scale, like when you look at the behavior of some of the racist people who work in these corporations or people that own these corporations, some of the directions that they're giving to the imagery that they're trying to portray is really not in our best interest. That's all I'm saying. You know what though? That magazine image for A$AP Rocky might be poetic justice. I don't know if y'all remember the comment he made about when people were bringing up social justice and the police terrorism of black men in America. This nigga put his lips together and said, "Well, I don't know. I'm paraphrasing. Y'all want me to be some activist or Al Sharpton." He was like, "Well, I'm too busy getting pussy in Soho to be worried about that." And so guess what? You know what? Now that I'm thinking, fuck that nigga. They should have made that magazine cover just like that. Cause he's a hoe, and any black man that talks like that, your girl should leave you because you a pussy nigga. And I land my plane.
I was referring more to the Jonathan Majors thing with Homie Inside of the Pink and dressing anime-ish. But as far as that Rihanna cover goes, I just seen it as, you know, you can flip that in any kind of way. I know a lot of people seen that as, okay, the man is standing in the background and, and the woman is dominating him, but the cover was about her. It wasn't about his ass. So she should have been in the front.
So if it was about her, he shouldn't have been there. So come on, like
I mean, no, they're a family. They just had a baby. So
yeah, but you said it's about her. The family ain't about a family. Family ain't about one person.
Hold on, you spoke. Hold on. Peep game, no. How many times have black men been told that they're not present for their children? And let's not pretend that in this lifetime that there aren't some women who go to work and the man isn't necessarily working at that moment. Not to say forever, but at that moment. I'm just providing a different spin on it.
I got an answer for you.
How you want to feel, but to me,
I don't feel anything.
That the black man, the black father, is present in his child's life while the mother is out doing her thing. That doesn't make
I got an answer for you.
Less of a man. It just
don't forget she a baby mama. That's a baby mama. I got an answer for that.
My choice.
That was a nice spin, but I got an answer for that, right? So
she's not Black American, so it really ain't my business. But I'm just saying.
Let me give you an answer to that before you move on. I'll be quick.
God damn, you done been rambling for two years now. I'm just saying.
I just want to answer to that because I don't want to go on so long that
No, what I'm saying is he's holding his child and he's looking at his child in a loving way, but the photo shoot is really about her.
Yeah.
It's about her. He just tossed up in the midst. But if you're just concentrating on that one aspect, then you're gonna see many different things that doesn't look right. But if you're looking for something that does look right, that is just to say that black men are present in their children's lives.
All right. So now, bro. Hold on, bro. Please, let me finish that, please.
Okay, go ahead. I got some of Kush with our hands.
Please. Listen very closely, right?
I ain't gonna listen that damn close.
And stop all that sugarcoating shit. Say what you gonna say, man.
Oh god.
Is that a simp over there? Oh, let me finish what I'm saying.
Hello.
I don't mean to say it like that. I won't say that.
Man,
I don't want to say that. I'm not gonna say it like nigga. Say what you gonna say. Hey, hurry up, bro.
Is that a simp over there working full time? All right. I respect the simping. All right, but this is pimping over here. So look, check this out. This is what I'm saying to you, right? So at the end of the day, the imagery that's presented, he's with his child, but again, he's being presented in a nurture way, almost as if he's about to breastfeed the child. So let me explain something to you, right? We struggle with. Hold on a minute. You wait a minute. I just had to wait, right? So let me.
Yeah, you gotta wait.
I had to wait through that. That was very torturous too. That was torturous too. So listen. So here's the thing, right?
I mean, you've been tortured.
You can find little ways to try to rationalize. You can find little ways to try to, or different ways to look at it because it's hard and we could do all those things, but it's clearly caused a stir amongst the public. That's one thing we could know for sure, right? And maybe that's sometimes what covers are meant to do, right? Cause a reaction like that, right? But in this case, it's not necessarily to our benefit as a group, because unfortunately these two individuals are very popular and they have a notable faces, and so that has influence, right? And so that influence could cause people to accept the things that they're doing, even if they're not necessarily good for us. So, and when I say good for us, meaning that, a father can be present in his life, but it doesn't have to be present in a feminine way. He could be present in a masculine way, right? And so they chose to take that picture the way that they chose to take it. At the end of the day, it is just a picture. However, it does speak to unfortunately, it kind of looks like this when we're represented by.
You got 15 seconds to land that plane. 15 seconds.
Thank you. When we are some ideas need a second to explain to y'all. So just give me a second. What I'm trying to say to you is that when you have two popular people that are portraying an imagery, right?
Your 15 seconds is up.
9, 8.
It's already up. Gerald, land your plane.
All right. Okay. So hello. Listen. in a nutshell, man. In a nutshell, if you're an effeminate male on this space, then you'll co-sign that kind of stuff, right? And I understand that's where your position is. You'll try to cut me off from explaining it, and that is cool. But for those who don't want the black, I actually agree with you. All right, so allow me to finish then. So for those men,
before you go though, bro, we don't want.
We already have to start it being bitching of the will. We already struggling.
Hold on a second.
We already struggling with the imagery already, right? Because it's hard to take control of our image. I'm almost done, bro. It's hard to take control of our. I literally have to talk over you. I literally got to talk over you. I got to talk through you because I'm not able to speak.
You don't want literally have to get to the point.
So what you gotta do is you gotta buy yourself. Go out on Amazon and buy yourself an attention span. That's what you gotta go get. It's $9.99. Go on Amazon and get yourself an attention span. So look,
not that is that, bro.
Go get it delivered. Overnight shipping.
We actually agreeing with
you. So look, here's the thing, man.
Trying to get on the mic and we got hands up, bro. So let's go.
Right, we do got hands up, and if you keep arguing with me, what you're trying to do is derail my point.
I'm not arguing. That's I'm not arguing.
Trying to derail it because you're playing with trouble. You've been doing it since the beginning, but you want to get me off kilter. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna man.
Okay, Gerald. Let's see, Gerald. All right, 15 seconds, 30 seconds, okay? 30 seconds. Go ahead and make the point. Please make this point. And that way we can get to Sister MF Kush right there. Sister has been waiting for a while. She's one of the black family that I definitely want to hear from, okay? You're doing all this scientific shit, man. We ain't trying to hear all that. But anyway, here you go.
Yo, brother, man, do me a favor, right? When you say we doing all that scientific shit, what you want me to talk like you? You want me to talk like you?
Will you just get to the point, please?
What you want me to do?
Hey, drop this nigga out the room, man. Shit.
You a bitch ass nigga. That's what you's a hoe, nigga. You's a hoe, nigga. Straight like that. You's a hoe.
Oh, now
you's a hoe, nigga. You's a bitch ass nigga. Now what? You a bitch too, Professor. Both y'all niggas some bitch ass niggas. Now what? That's what y'all want, right? That's what y'all want, right? You want that. That's what you want. You want that ignorant shit, right? You want that ignorant shit. Yo, shut up. You want the ignorant shit, right? That's what you want. You know how stupid you gonna sound when you play this recording back? You know how dumb you gonna sound when you play this recording back? You know how dumb you gonna sound? You literally trolling. But I'm gonna let Chris go ahead, because y'all want that ignorant shit. Go ahead.
Hold up, this DJ right here. I got something to say, because I just said it a second ago, and we was having the bug out. See, this is the whole argument of an ABC conversation. You might have to see your way out. So we just said we don't want to hit none of the scientific. We was actually talking about somebody in the third person, not you, but another person that come up here and do the exact same shit you doing. Just get to the point, bro. We not ignorant. We don't need to
get the fuck out of here with that dumb shit, bro. You didn't even make sense. I just scientific. You sound dumb too. I just white boy.
All right, Gerald, man. The one thing about the black family, and that's pretty much the group right here that you see around you, we all like to laugh and joke at some points in time, and you coming up in here with this energy, shit. I don't know, you starting to kill it now. Just calm down, okay? We was just having some fun with you. Calm down, Negro. Okay? All right.
I ain't your Negro, Uncle Ruckus. But
how you doing, MF Cook? What you got to say? Hey, sister, you having a good day?
Ass nigga.
Man, you scarred me for life. I'm finna go kill myself.
Go ahead.
Hurry up. He'll get over himself.
What's
go ahead, 10 minutes.
What's going good?
Hey, Miss MF Cook.
Hey, can y'all hear me? I'm at work.
Get that money.
Okay, so look, I am going to say this about the Rihanna thing, okay? And I am going to get screwed for this, and I'm okay with that.
I don't support that shit. I genuinely feel like this. In that picture, right? They're not even married. They're not legally married at all whatsoever. So you have an individual, a female who has multiple sources of money, who is now pregnant by a man twice, right? And in this picture, what I saw, it says, let's put a masculine woman first and then put the black man in the back. And I feel like it's the opposite way. Not to mention that she also referred to her child and him as her boys. And even in that sense, I feel like it's extremely demeaning. I would never call my husband anything else outside of my husband, okay? If we are going to have a child, that's fine. You can just be the person I co-parent with. But to call a grown-ass man a boy, to me, is highly fucking demeaning. And again, nothing about that says I'm going to promote a black family. There's nothing about saying, hey, this man is the head of the household. I got from that picture that he was a bitch. That's what I got, honestly. And if that's the kind of behavior that he's okay with it being in the backwards, then that's something he's going to have to deal with, okay? When they eat, don't make me shit. But in my personal perspective, you're not married, you're about to have your second child, so dude, you're not, I mean, I don't know the dynamics, but it's just nothing about it says traditional black family. Not to mention she's not even Black American anyway. So this is a lot of stuff that's going on in this, and that kind of message sends out to the younger generation that it's okay for you not to be married as long as you got a whole lot of money and you're able to support some children. It should just be okay. Fuck having a black man there, or fuck having a man there in general. And that's an issue for me. Black men, I believe, and even in my household, my husband's always going to be the head of the household. I am his second in command. So that means if we're even taking pictures, he's always going to be in the forefront. He deserves to be in the forefront. Flat out and simple. And I sit in the background along with the children. That's the dynamic. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Oh, they let you finish your thought. Oh my God, they let you finish your thought. Wow. They let you finish. That's crazy. That's crazy. They let you finish. I'm still get my point out. They're being biased. They let you finish. That's crazy. Wow, congratulations. Go ahead, Gerald. Finish your point, man. Congratulations. You let her finish. Oh, my God. I didn't know y'all could be quiet that long. You see how she got to the point and got off the mic trying. I knew you was going to say that corny ass shit. I knew you was going to say that corny ass shit. You let her finish your thought, but you didn't like me countering your friend's trouble, so you wanted to cut me off. It's all good. I see the dynamics in here.
His point is different than mine.
I'm learning. I see the dynamics. You ain't want me to counter trouble, so it's all right. I see what's going on.
You got hold on.
Yeah, she disagreed. Emma could disagree with you now.
What I said was I was from.
Emma, no, you don't. You only agree because another woman agree now.
Your feelings like.
Now Emma's Kush. No, because Emma's Kush. Now you want to hit for BS. Okay. Now you want to do it. Emma Kush disagree with you now.
Mike, do us a favor, please, for real.
Damn. Yeah, look at all these crybabies.
All right, I don't know how you come off that mic. Man, how you come off that mic?
I gotta jump because you can't see me one-on-one. That's a lot. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, shut up.
Oh, now he's Tupac.
That's a lot. You know what I'm saying? I fight for what's y'all look. I'm gonna hold my Aguilar horns, nigga. So ain't nobody scared of that. Don't even go ahead and niggas shoot niggas up here too. I'm the shooter.
You do realize this is being recorded, right? You gotta don't care
about that. Keep the tough talk.
Stop being dumb. Stop being dumb.
Hold on a minute. So check it out. Let me make this thing over here. So I said again.
Stop being dumb, bro.
You know what I'm saying? So we was talking about somebody in the third person. His name Andre. We don't want to hear the intelligent rap right now.
Shut up, man. Shut up.
See, this dude is a troll. We gotta know how to recognize one. See, family?
I'm not a troll. You started trolling me.
You gotta know how to recognize.
I responded now.
Y'all something that you don't have no clue.
No, y'all troll. Nigga, y'all troll.
Tell us why you mad. Do you need?
I went against you. I'm mad, homie.
Which one comes you,
dummy? You're not listening, dummy.
Some type of medicine.
I'll tell you why, man. Cut me off.
You acting like that. Because you don't. Because
you're a sucker. You're not like that.
How about this? How about this?
That's not real, nigga. I ain't hiding my
aliens.
So again, I ain't hiding my aliens like you.
We talking about somebody in the third person, so we don't want to hear the intelligent rap, bro. And you ain't got to get all disrespectful and mad. And look,
DJ, he gone. He gone.
I moved him down to listen out the room though. But hold up, peep game real quick. I requested he requested back up, y'all. Peep game real quick, Professor. Always let them motherfuckers shoot themselves in the foot. You don't gotta do anything, yo. You see what I'm saying? Get up out
here. This nigga who DJ start talking about fighting. Nigga, how old are we? Are you serious?
How old are we, man? Nigga, where you from, nigga? You know what I'm saying? You're not undefeated where you from.
You can't see me. I thought he was
fighting. You can't see me. Oh, yeah, really? You know what I'm saying? Like, who you talking to, bro? You know what I'm saying?
You ain't gonna whoop my ass on Twitter or something? Come on, man. Grow up, man. Grow up, man.
He extra mad. He needs some baby milk. You know what I'm saying?
Damn, man. You know how we... you know what they remind me of, DJ? You know how the whole room be clowning Volvo? He never blow his top. He never blow his top. Always clown.
Trucker like, he done ruined it for
some
me.
Black y'all go get your own people. Corny, bro. Mad corny, bro. That's what you doing?
Damn.
You doing in these spaces? You feel intellectually insecure. Hey, Professor, stop bringing this dude up. Now you feel intellectually insecure, so you start trolling.
Now it's about our intellect. I got 3 degrees.
I'm a PhD.
Okay, everybody. My God, Jeremy, you got this whole room stirred up. Look, dude, right now the family is just having some fun, and you coming in here with all this long-winded scientific shit like this nigga Andre be doing that we just don't like hearing right now. And I have said before in this space, everybody heard me say that you give a lot of great talking points because I have heard you in your spaces when you have held your own. So I was being very complimentary towards you, bro. Now you coming in here and trying to insult. Now don't come in here and trying to insult because now we're going to get on your ass for insulting everybody. So just calm down, Negro. Okay, calm down. All right. I gave you props earlier. And I still stick to that because I know you make a lot of great points. I have heard you in your spaces. So you don't have to get in here and start cussing everybody out, attacking every damn body, okay?
Bro, I don't want your props. You got Down syndrome or something. What's wrong with you, bro? You slow or something, bro? Nah, this nigga here, dude.
Stupid.
This nigga is
slow, bro. Gone, man. Hey, don't ever come to Houston, nigga. Don't ever bring your bitch ass to Houston, nigga.
I'll be right there hanging out. You want to do drugs? Jump off the roof, swim. I don't care. Jump off the roof. Shoot yourself.
Shut up. You sound stupid now.
Shut up. You ain't got no bass in your voice. You ain't got no bass in your voice, bro.
You sound stupid.
Turn the treble down, yo. Turn the treble down.
You ain't got no bass. Shut up. Either.
Michael Jackson, shut up.
Hey, family, I removed this Negro. That nigga right there is stupid as hell.
No, I mean, he is not intellectual. He is a fake. He reading straight from a book. I mean,
nah, he ain't reading. If he reading, that's for real. Because that nigga can't get through 2 sentences. That nigga ain't reading off nothing.
I'm like, oh, this is why he don't come in no more. Thank God. I can't stand that. You talk with your words, not calling people names. Because once you start using name calling, that means you don't know what you're supposed to say.
And look, how many times somebody got to explain to you, we talking about somebody in the third person, not you, but we don't want to hear the intelligent rap right now. Get to the
point. Who was that, Professor? Professor, you and Black Junior. Hey, didn't Professor Black Native call me a coon? I laughed this shit off. We was clowning. I didn't even this nigga talking about fighting a nigga. Like, come on, man. Come on, man.
He kicked it off when he first threw the first punch, talking about, "Oh, you a simp, I'm a pimp." Like, come on.
And Trouble, what did I do? I laughed at that shit. I didn't even think he was serious at the time.
But he has been talking.
I didn't either. And I said,
couple of hours and kind of on the daggone point. Like, get to the damn point.
Yeah. God,
He didn't have to. What killed me was it wasn't like y'all was disagreeing with him. Y'all was kind of agreeing with him, and he still wouldn't shut us off.
We agree with you.
I told him, I said, man, we agree with you. Stop stumbling over the damn ABCs, man.
Let's fight, nigga. I don't care if you agree with me. Let's fight.
I'm talking about fight. Stop it.
Because he felt like he was the most intelligent nigga in the room. Well, you know.
Yeah. See, what I'm saying is, well, you know, you got to look, you know, nigga, stop. Shit.
You gotta dig a little deeper and you know, kind of look at it from the right side of Mars, and then if we cut
God damn, man. God, what is up with these dudes coming up here doing this Andre shit? Good God Almighty. Coming up here all long-winded.
They all chasing Trouble. Shit. Trouble, get your ass out of
Listen, and I had said, I don't disagree with the point. I'm just providing a different perspective. Maybe, you know, maybe you could look at it as the photo shoot was about her. And he was doing what, you know, black fathers do when the woman has to work and somebody need to watch the baby. He was giving a loving look at the baby. You know, I'm providing a different perspective. I didn't say I agreed with the photo shoot. Because I don't want to take a photo shoot with my man where I'm holding his hand and he's standing back behind me that way. Because I don't allow, you know, we going to stand together. I'm not getting ready to be 10 paces back behind you, so why would I definitely don't want you seen in the light of standing behind me. But I know that there has been times when I'm going out handling the business and my husband is home with the kids, watching the kids. I know that there's many a years when he's out handling business and I'm the one behind, but we're never seen in that light together where we're behind each other. And that's never going to ever be put out to the world that we're standing behind each other in that sense. Now, if the bullet starts to fly, of course, he's going to jump in front. I'm just saying. I'm going to be to the side with my gun. But at the same time, not a picture-wise like that. So if you're providing a different perspective, it doesn't mean that you agree. I'm just playing devil's advocate. And homie got all up in his little sensitive feelings. He was feeling mighty damn sensitivity tonight. I mean, damn. I guess he wanted to be the only one who was talking and making points. And then when everybody else went to chiming in, he started feeling like a black Karen, like he was being attacked or something.
I thought he was joking at first. I was like, yeah, he playing, man. This dude was really serious.
Yeah, he was serious. That's why I said you got to learn how to spot a troll, man. Let a nigga shoot himself in the foot. You know what I'm saying?
Homie said, you can't see me. I was like, oh, damn, he got to go after Tupac.
We on Twitter, man. Like, look.
Hey, again, Black Pressure, check it. You get in the Jumbotron, come to the liquor store, man. Come get this game. You feel what I'm saying? Come get this pimping, how you supposed to act and carry yourself. Knacker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that wasn't pimping. That wasn't pimping at all.
Hell no. Yeah, man. We just wanted you to hurry up, make your point. And because ML Kush had already been waiting for a while, and I think she was having connecting issues, so I wanted to make sure we got her in. Let's see,
and he was trying to throw shots at the sister, and the sister was basically saying the same thing that he was saying, only she made her point to the point and more goddamn clearer and clarified. And he still was trying to throw hook shots. Oh, y'all.
And he cut her off. And he cut you off too, Kush. My bad, Trouble. I ain't meant to cut you off. I mean, my mic. Mute your mic, DJ.
Hey, y'all, I believe Sister, see, I'm looking at Sister Heavenly right here. I believe Sister Heavenly will go on to sleep up on us because she just sitting on the stage quiet.
She got her hand back up. I know she at work.
Oh, go ahead, Kush.
I'm going to say this. The heart don't want to go toe-to-toe with me, okay? I already went toe-to-toe with this motherfucker a few times, but I know this nigga from another act. I am not the one to tongue tussle with. I will light your ass up and have you think about your existence and maybe deactivate your damn Twitter account. Okay? he has a tendency to get emotional when shit doesn't go his way. Not to mention, last time I checked, I think his dad is Jamaican. So just throwing that out there. But the point of the matter is,
Call ice. My bad.
that kind of shit. No, for real, that ass. But that's the kind of shit that I'm talking about. He be trying to preach about masculine and feminine behavior, but when he displays more feminine behavior than he does masculine, his point gets thrown out the window. So niggas don't take him seriously. And not to mention, he's also Pan-Africanist. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of figured, y'all, he was one of them Pan-African because, you know, he asked that question about when I was talking about immigration. I knew then. I said, this goddamn Negro here. Yeah.
And Black Press has said it a couple of times.
Hey, didn't you hear me say that?
Pan-African is.
Yeah, I said, man, you sound like a Pan, and he wouldn't answer.
He's one of them. Yep. Come to think of it,
that's why you gotta let them talk. Keep talking so I have to get the information you're really looking for. See that? Shoot yourself in the foot, son. Shoot yourself, son. Shoot yourself.
Black majority
still like somewhat of an op, like he was recording the space because he kept making it a point to say, I do not agree with that message. I just want to let it be known. Like, you don't need to keep making these public announcements that you don't agree with somebody's point when we're talking about America. Why you keep doing that? You keep trying to make it seem like, you know, somebody in the space listening, they know that didn't come up out your mouth, but you saying that, like, what you doing in the background, buddy? Because anything anybody in here say, for the most part, shit, we gonna be willing to repeat. I don't give a goddamn who you get. Go get your buddy. Go get your
and to trouble.
Yeah.
And to trouble. I've been in spaces on here where I was on my burner and I jumped in. Man, no white folks was in there talking reckless. When I say reckless, I'm talking about hurting people and who they gonna snipe if we get reparations and what they gonna burn down. But I ain't worried about nothing we said here, man.
Jahar is an emotional asset, and you know what? That's funny that you say that because that nigga threatened my husband. And it's on site. The front, it's on site.
Y'all, let me tell you something. What Black Pressure just said, I have been in some of those spaces, and those folks be saying all kinds of shit about what they gonna do to people, killing, whatever you want to call it. That's what they talking about. And so therefore, if you're going to go after somebody, you should go after those folks, because those folks are known for going and bombing up people's houses and just going out.
But for Professor, they white. They white. They're not going to go after. On Twitter, they're not going to go after.
Well, that is true, but we know that those people, they will act on this stuff real fast because they're just that nuts to do it. A lot of them are brainwashed into believing that every group shouldn't get anything. Mainly Black American, we shouldn't get anything. And if Black America gets anything, they're going to try to go after us about it.
Hey, Professor, these people was outright saying they were going to gun Black people down if we got reparations.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can believe that. I heard that before in different spaces. Yeah. Yeah. They were said. And the thing is, this is the thing, y'all. These are the same people that own 90% of the wealth in this country. They own everything in this country, but yet they don't want Black America to have anything. That's crazy.
Well, like DJ always say, get your 2A up. Get your 2A up.
I think we're talking 14A now, Black majority, right? You up?
Yeah, I'm talking about that fire.
Oh, yeah, that too. 14A over 2A, though. 14A over 2A. 14, remember, guarantees us free men the right to bear arms. So they don't need no weapons to carry a gun.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, it's a whole lot of us that, you know, ain't got the right to bear arms, but we still bearing them.
Oh, yeah, you already know.
So 309, 151. With they firearms, the 14A ain't gonna protect us, but that 2A will.
You're right. My bad, y'all. I'm over here munching on some fucking candy bars and shit.
I got some chicken wings.
Oh, what time, y'all?
And some mango chunks.
DJ, how old are you, man? Talking about eating candy bars. How old are we?
Bro, my aunt gave me these Twix cookies and cream. I've been fucking them up. These little mini ones and shit. So it's like that.
Hey, I promise to God, I hadn't eaten a candy bar in 20 years. I see him in the, the gas station.
Hey, the same thing here. I stopped all the Snickers and everything, but I still eat chocolate though. I just get some exclusive shit. You feel what I'm saying? From the store, I pay that little extra. It's better, yo. I eat chocolate all the time, but this is the first time I had some American candy. I'm eating some Twixes right now, cookies and cream, minis. This is the first time I had American candy in a minute and shit. You know what I mean? All right, what's going on tonight, though, everybody? What'd you say? You got some mango wings, Tim?
No, mango chunks. From the freezer.
Oh, mango chunks. Okay.
I just ate two. Yeah, I'm still so bloated. It's ridiculous. I think I'm going to go to the hospital. We're going to go down. I look like I'm pregnant.
Oh, you got some cream juice?
Oh, I didn't.
Are you in pain?
Okay.
Are you in pain?
No, I just feel full, bloated.
No, yeah, you just bloated. You got to stop eating meats and stuff like that, and then start getting on a straight greenery diet. We the man for original done told you.
Go get you some milk and magnesium. Dr. Boss to me.
That's the years in your own G. So if we tell you where it is, where it is.
You better go get you some milk and magnesia and go ahead and get you a good blowout, old girl. That was.
I did. I did for several days. It's still be. I think I'm impacted.
Yeah, you could be. That could be.
Man, listen. My husband made me some vegetables, and I had me a nice little protein shake. When I tell you I had so much gas, it was ridiculous. He had to roll me over and start rubbing my stomach, and I was clear after that. But that's not the point. The point is, shit like that can happen.
Right.
Hey, DL, where we at right now?
I had to take my ass to the gym today.
So what's up with them smoothies, Stan? You been on your smoothie game?
No, I've been fighting for reparations.
Girl, yeah, your health ain't. I mean, reparations don't mean shit if your health ain't fucking straight. Fuck that got to do with it. I'm gonna go get. Be able to spend these motherfucking reparations. I want you to be able to spend. I was shit just kidding. I know.
Yeah, we not here intellectual shit right now. Okay.
Oh, you're right. But we're going to get on your ass about this out because this is the on-team time, knacker.
I've been using the bathroom. I think it's just impacted.
Well, Tammy, but it's the thing, though. Listen, even if that is the case, though, part of making sure that you good, and I'm learning this too, you got to watch what you eat. You got to watch what you eat. You got to.
I ain't eating.
Hey, good. Guess what she eating when she said her stomach was hurting when we got on it? A whole bunch of string tea, a whole bunch of fucking G's and chocolates. And you're I'm telling on you, I'm snitching. I'm snitching the trouble.
I know you had to move.
I'm snitching the sister trouble on you. You know what I mean? Don't get it, ladies. I'm my mom.
One more of them string cheese.
But Tammy, do you do like little workout stuff at home, or do you go to the gym every now and then?
I've been sick, so I haven't been because I'm trying to get that under control.
Okay, listen, as soon as you get that under control, you can do little like physical things that's not gonna overwork you and overdo you. Because if you actually do like some little stomach exercises, that gas can actually come out of you real good. It may take a little bit, but it's gonna come out.
Yeah, because I've been doing good, but I think I just ate too much of that stringy fucking cheese, and it got me.
Well, yeah, you gotta make sure that you're doing.
I was eating a whole pack of.
Hey, look here, family. I think we might have a suspected white supremacist right here by the name of Life. That just
bring him up. Come up here. Bring him up. I got him. Bring him up. I got him.
I hope it don't smell like green bean casserole in here. No, he's not.
Okay, there he is right there. What you doing for life? Who are you?
This is President Barack Obama. How you doing?
You a who?
President Barack Obama. I got a bone to pick with your
cornball that's starting out.
I got a bone to pick with your knack ass, man. Why you ain't do shit with black people, yo? That's it.
I'm just listening to this conversation. That's all. It's just stop. There's not enough food, and you guys are tearing all that food up. You know.
Who's we is tearing all the food up?
No. I'm talking about a couple of you guys.
Yeah. Also, what do you think about the title of the room? Is that what brought you here?
Yeah, I just saw somebody fucking posted this, so I just clicked on it to see what was up. I'm just listening, about reparations and all this.
Yeah, that's not the title of the room. The title of the room is, there's food, water, and resources for everybody.
Yeah, I'm aware.
But you want to talk about reparations.
No. I'm just saying.
Okay, well, what do you think about reparations?
Well, I have no hope, to be honest, but, because I don't think these whites going to give a shit no matter how much we fucking ask for it.
Yeah, you sound white, but that's,
I'm not white.
You don't think your people going to give it to us, huh?
Hey, I'm not white. What are you talking about?
Oh, well, what are you?
I'm black.
Where your people from?
From here.
Where's here?
America.
Get the fuck out of here.
Man, you from Europe. Your folks are from Europe. They from Germany or the continents,
man. Let me ask you something, man. Who did Bernie Mac run up in Friday?
You said what? Excuse me?
I said, who did Bernie Mac run up in Friday? In the movie Friday. I can already tell you ain't from out here, but go ahead, give it a shot.
I haven't been watching all the movies yet.
I got you. Have a go.
What is Florida Evans' husband's name?
Trivia. Black History Month trivia. Let's go. $1 million on the line, otherwise we're gonna jump your ass.
What makes you think that's kind of strange?
We just asked you who was Florida Evans' husband. What's his name?
Florida Evans' husband? Is that what you said?
No, Google. Yes.
Yeah, he's Googling, but that's fine.
No. I don't know. Okay, I'm not Googling. No.
That's what they're talking about.
And that's okay. If you're not, you don't lie about it. That's fine.
I'm not lying. I'm from here, yeah. I'm not lying.
You don't know who Florida Evans' husband is.
So they got this Twitter space where I can't bring another person up.
New Jersey, I'm not from.
Yeah, it's more like social.
What part of New Jersey?
I'm from Violent.
Okay.
Violent?
I got to drop.
Violent.
That's a narrative.
Hold on for a second.
That's a narrative.
Yeah.
What high school did you go to?
High school did I go to? I went to high school in the South Carolina.
Yeah, I'm about to go to sleep, but I did send you a couple articles and everything. So
Columbia, South Carolina. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, which high school in Columbia? Because I'm in Columbia.
But I was homeschooled though.
Right.
I was homeschooled though, and
right.
Okay. I was homeschooled.
But you were homeschooled when there wasn't homeschooling back in your day. So,
okay.
You sure?
Yeah. I'm only like 22. Yeah.
Now you sound like you're 42.
Also, you definitely sound like you need like 5 packs of cigarettes a day. Like, the fuck? Like, what is going on?
I don't smoke.
You need to stop.
That motherfucker sound like a Beavis and Butthead ass character. You feel like when he do that dumbass laugh?
He do sound old though, Lodi. He do sound old.
He sound like him like somebody's grandma ass.
Okay, YouTuber. I was on a massive break, but we're gonna kill the YouTube feed.
I think we've had enough fun.
Flip it. So if you're on Twitter, if you can get on Twitter, jump on Twitter. Thank you so much. Peace. We'll see you next weekend. Much love. Much love. What do we got here?
And I wouldn't want to be y'all.
All right. Well, family, he was an interesting character.
Mm-hmm. I know.
I can't do it, so I'm gonna just say good night. I'll just tell you.
He said he was homeschooled.
There we go. Bam.
Damn, more like a home food. Y'all silly, man.
Right,
y'all, I'm so tired.
Boom. Okay.
Did y'all, what was I doing last